Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 226, Sculpture. Lumian's left hand trembled, revealing the sun pattern that emitted a colorful glow. The living room, once chilly, suddenly warmed up, but the frost on the ground remained stubbornly frozen. Only the pale, distorted faces turned away, unable to bear witness to what was about to unfold. Harmon, decapitated and drenched in blood, charged at Lumian, heedless of the revolver pointed his way, driven by a sinister desire to embrace his intended victim by force. The drawing of the sun caused his body to tremble, and blood dripped from him onto the ground. Instinctively, Lumian knew he couldn't engage in a direct confrontation with his corpse. He used his light brown jacket to shield himself, pushing back against Harmon's relentless assault. The jacket quickly turned blood red, showing signs of wear. At that moment, Black Scorpion Roger had been absent for a couple of seconds, and Franca finally found an opportunity to act. A dense black flame materialized in her palm, which she hurled at the zombified Harmon. The black flame struck the blood-stained corpse with the force of a cannonball, causing it to burst into silent flames that ignited the hidden spirituality within the blood and remains. Harmon began to melt, much like Castina, resembling a candle tossed in a blazing fire. Just then, Black Scorpion Roger emerged from a corner, his face pale, cradling a sculpture of equal height in his arms. The sculpture portrayed a woman with gentle features, her long dress intricately detailed and lifelike. After exerting great effort to place the sculpture on the ground, Roger melded with the writhing, distorted faces around him, evading Lumian's shots and Franca's black flames with impeccable timing. In the next instant, he reappeared beneath the ceiling chandelier, cursing rapidly. "You're dead meat. I'll turn you into fertilizer. Son of a bitch, daring to intrude upon my undying lands. I'll take every last one of your lives. I want you to have 20 children." Black Scorpion Roger constantly changed positions as he spat out these words. He swiftly moved and leaped, skillfully dodging Lumian's unfolded drawing and Franca's array of witchcraft spells, primarily comprised of black flames and frost. Each word, seemingly stemming from Intision, pierced Lumian and Franca's minds like an arrow. They felt dizzy, and their blood resonated with the onslaught. In the corner, the female sculpture activated, its surface blazing with brilliant flames. Lumian's head throbbed as if struck by an ethereal hammer. Bright red blood streamed uncontrollably from his nostrils. Almost simultaneously, Franca, perched on a sofa, clenched her left hand, conjuring black flames that ignited from Lumian's nose. She left Roger no opportunity to counteract. Franca herself endured similar injuries. She suspected that Black Scorpion Roger was employing a curse-like incantation. Moreover, the female sculpture's augmentation had greatly fortified his physical and spiritual presence. Franca couldn't endure more than a few uttered words. As Black Scorpion Roger had left the sculpture unprotected, Franca believed that a direct attack might result in even more dreadful consequences, likely taking the form of a curse. Suppressing her boiling blood, dizziness, and bodily pain, she raised her brass revolver and fired at Black Scorpion Roger, seizing the chance to leap towards the sculpture. The iron-black bullet shattered a contorted face, leaving marks on the wall, but it failed to harm Roger. Once Franca landed, she swiftly circled around the sculpture. She didn't squeeze the trigger of her brass revolver again, nor did she thrust with her blade. While evading the slender figure summoned by Black Scorpion Roger, she encased the sculpture in layers of frost. Meanwhile, Lumian, who had been the focal point of Roger's attention, found himself in imminent peril. A piercing cry resounded as illusory black flames kindled upon Lumian's body. It drained his life force with alarming speed, causing his physical strength to wane. Without hesitation, Lumian discarded the peculiar sun drawing and lunged towards the sofa, reaching into his pocket with his left hand. Beside the overturned coffee table, Black Scorpion Roger emerged from the icy seal, brandishing a pitch-black, malevolent scythe that stood half the height of a man. He cleaved through the furniture before him, rending it in two. Lumian alighted on the sofa, his left hand withdrawing from his pocket, clutching a slender and slightly pale finger. In the face of Roger's scythe, Lumian, already weakened, barely managed to evade the strike by shifting his body. Simultaneously, he tossed the severed finger into the air. It was Mr. K's finger. Amidst the sound of tearing leather and fabric, the divan was sundered by the wicked scythe. The pale white finger expanded and detonated like a bomb. It metamorphosed into a shower of flesh and blood droplets that cascaded onto Lumian, extinguishing the fading black flames. The flesh absorbed the surrounding blood and dissolved corpses, swiftly coalescing and draping Lumian in a cloak of blood-red hue. The profound weakness that had plagued Lumian dissipated. He sprang up, launching a counter-offensive against Black Scorpion Roger. Witnessing this, Roger avoided a direct confrontation. He retreated into the fractured ice and merged with one of the distorted faces. Franca, who had already encased the sculpture in frost, suddenly felt an intense chill. The restless spirits in the living room seemed incensed. They surged from all directions, extending their arms and gaping mouths, enveloping Franca. With a resounding crack, yet another mirror shattered. Franca's form materialized on the other side of the ice. She raised her hand, causing black flames to surge around the sculpture, setting ablaze the indistinct souls and blood-hued shadows. Black Scorpion, Roger peered out from a nearby wall and unleashed another curse. Damn bitch! As he weakened his targets, he swiftly shifted positions with the aid of the tormented faces. Sometimes he targeted Lumian, and other times he assailed Franca. He relied on the power of the undying lands and the sculpture to single-handedly suppress the two foes. At intervals, vile black flames ignited over Lumian's form, sapping his life force and diminishing his strength. Yet each time, they were counteracted by the robe forged from flesh and blood. Franca evaded the combined assaults of Evil Word, Blood Spirit, Weak Black Flame, and Life-Burning time and again, employing the technique of mirror substitution. Time slipped away swiftly. Noticing that Seal's robe of flesh and blood teetered on the brink of disintegration, while the mirror and ice that Franca had brought with her near depletion, Black Scorpion Roger poked his head through the ceiling, a malicious chuckle escaping his lips. You fools! Do you truly believe you can withstand the might of the Undying Lands? I fear no consequence, even if the entire leadership of the Savoy mob were to enter this domain. Go to hell. His cutting words pierced Lumian and Franca's ears and minds, causing their bodies to tremble as if they could bear no more. Observing this, Black Scorpion Roger, who had already shifted to the adjacent wall, revealed a sinister smile, brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and a surge of intense emotions overwhelmed his heart. Disbelief, shock, confusion, and panic. In the subsequent moment, he lost consciousness. Thud. The boss of the Poison Spur mob materialized from the wall, collapsed onto the floor, and slipped into unconsciousness. The fate exchange had finally concluded, as Fallen Mercury swapped the unconscious fate of the dying tramp with Black Scorpion Rogers. It happened swiftly, much faster than the exchange involving Margot. This was because the tramp was an ordinary person, and when Fallen Mercury selected Black Scorpion Rogers' fate, it chose the least significant one, unrelated to any Beyonder matters. Lumian's gaze fixated on Black Scorpion Roger, clad in aqua blue pajamas. Supported by his blood-colored robe, Lumian traversed the transparent and distorted faces, enduring the bone-chilling cold and stiffness. Finally, he reached his motionless target. Retrieving the metal canister containing the sedative, Lumian unscrewed the cap and squatted down. He directed the sedative obtained from Rentis toward Black Scorpion Roger's nose, gently fanning the gas with his hand, ensuring its entry into the enemy's breath. With that done, Lumian lifted Black Scorpion Roger and made his way out of the living room, guarded by Franca. The valets and maids had long since fled. As Black Scorpion Roger departed the living room, the bluish-white faces swiftly faded away, and everything returned to normal. Witnessing this, Lumian dropped the Poison Spur mob leader to the ground and aimed his revolver at the man's head. After a few seconds of contemplation, Lumian pulled the trigger calmly and silently. 2 shots rang out, transforming Black Scorpion Roger's head into a burst watermelon, splattering blood in every direction. He met his demise while in a coma. Franca glanced at Lumian, still aiming at Black Scorpion Roger, and asked calmly, "How is it? Have you vented all your frustrations?" If it weren't for Franca's desire to assist Lumian, she would have considered reporting Black Scorpion Roger and his associates for their belief in the Great Mother. Lumian fell silent for a moment, his lips curling into a smile. No. It merely resolved one hidden danger. Franca let out a soft sigh. In my homeland, we say that to cure a heart's ailment, the remedy must come from within. But if you don't do it right, no matter how much you try, it's futile. Well, I'll quickly communicate with the spirit, and let's strive to depart this place within 3 minutes. Hurry and seize the spoils. All right? Lumian responded as the remaining blood-stained garments on his body disintegrated, staining the ground red. That's it. Lumian couldn't help but furrow his brow. It wasn't that Mr. K's finger lacked strength. On the contrary, without it, Lumian would have been too feeble to resist and would have required Franca's aid. However, its performance fell short if made to face the formidable evil spirit, Susanna Mattis. Lumian couldn't help but feel disappointed and perplexed. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he headed toward the living room, scanning his surroundings for valuable items. Suddenly, he noticed a figure cloaked in a large hood and black robe standing quietly on the staircase. Mr. K. Lumian's pupils dilated, but in an instant, Mr. K vanished into the shadows. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 227, Agent. Did the finger serve as a signal? How did Mr. K manage to arrive so swiftly? Or was he perhaps observing me from nearby? Lumian felt a surge of tension, his weariness from the battle fading considerably. This revelation granted him a fresh understanding of Mr. K's power, fueling his fear. Lumian averted his gaze and retrieved fallen mercury, its blade tarnished by the scorching and decay. He couldn't help but wonder if it would endure until the year's end. After securing fallen mercury, Lumian proceeded to examine the two corpses that had mostly disintegrated under the deluge of blood. The victims displayed clear signs of petrification, rendering them motionless on the ground, and their ghastly appearance would haunt anyone who laid eyes on them for years to come. The clothing and personal effects of the deceased suffered extensive corrosion, including Harmon's poisoned dirk and Christina's cherished axe. Among the few items that remained relatively unscathed were several specially crafted canisters with an iron hue, emitting a flickering metallic sheen. Although they bore noticeable signs of corrosion on their surfaces, the liquid contents remained unaffected. Lumian scrutinized the canisters and discerned four distinct types, distinguished by edged patterns: a tree, a bear-like face, a spring fountain, and a scorpion. Harmon and Christina had each carried one, leaving a total of 8 canisters. Gathering them up, Lumian approached the peculiar scythe recently wielded by Black Scorpion Roger. It exuded an ominous aura, its pitch-black blade sharp and menacing. It wasn't as compact as a wheat-harvesting scythe, nor as colossal as a giant weapon. It lacked the capacity to shock onlookers and measured only half the height of an average person. The moment Lumian's black-gloved hand touched the scythe, he sensed an ethereal spike extending from it, piercing into his flesh and gradually siphoning his life force. It felt chilling and merciless. Swiftly retracting his hand, Lumian realized that his life was no longer ebbing away slowly. Is it a mystical artifact or a beyonder weapon akin to fallen mercury? How can I remove it safely? Lumian delved into deep contemplation. Just then, Franca finished her preparations and commenced spirit channeling. Lumian returned to Black Scorpion Roger's corpse, carrying the 8 canisters, and communicated with Franca through the wall of spirituality, saying, "Inquire about the purpose of these objects and how to transport the scythe." Franca nodded and directed her gaze toward Roger's face, which materialized on the mirrored surface. "What effects do these canisters on Harmon and Christina have? How can I identify them?" Roger, his face pale and bewildered, replied, "The tree-patterned one is Bark Agent. It toughens your skin and muscles, rendering them as resilient as trees. The bare-faced pattern is Berserk Agent. It grants you extraordinary strength when unleashed. The Spring Fountain pattern represents Healing Agent. It mends most external wounds, alleviates severe injuries, and eliminates minor ailments. The Scorpion pattern is Scorpion Poison. It is primarily used on weapons and induces arrhythmia and respiratory paralysis, ultimately leading to death. Quite useful indeed." Franca silently praised. Her hidden blade would greatly benefit from a canister of Scorpion Poison. Franca persisted with her questioning. "How do you usually transport that scythe?" "In my study, there's a large wooden box. Put it inside quickly and you can take it away," replied Roger, his face pale and devoid of emotion. Franca pressed further. "Is the scythe a mystical object or a beyonder weapon? What are its abilities?" "It's called Harvest Sacrifice. It's a weapon infused with a blessed aura and possesses the quality of sharpness. Once it inflicts a wound on the target, and that wound becomes tainted with the corresponding blood, it can continuously drain the life force of the other party." Roger described the scythe in a dazed manner. Seizing the opportunity, Franca redirected the conversation to more crucial matters. "Have you encountered Madame Moon? How do you maintain contact with her?" Roger's pale face contorted with pain. "I met Madame Moon in the wilderness." "Well, now she's Lady Moon. She sat in a peculiar carriage pulled by 2 demons, wearing a veil that made her appear holy and maternal to me. Usually, she seeks me out and commands me to venture into the wilderness abruptly. She gave me a green seed to place inside the statue's abdominal cavity. If I face danger, I can use it to urgently contact her. But there's no need for the seed now. By reciting her full honorific name, I can elicit her response. She can respond to an honorific name. That's quite advanced. Franca refrained from inquiring about Lady Moon's honorific name, fearing that the other party might detect her intention. Although she could already surmise the answer, she asked out of curiosity, "Why didn't you seek Lady Moon's assistance earlier?" Roger replied, his gaze vacant, "I can win. You clung to your delusion until the very end, didn't you?" Franca clicked her tongue and remarked, "Why are you supporting Hugues Artois?" "Lady Moon instructed us to aid in his election," Roger replied with a blank expression. She claimed that Hugues Artois is an open-minded individual. Open-minded? What does that mean? Franca struggled to comprehend this assessment. As Franca channeled Black Scorpion Roger, Lumian didn't linger by her side. Instead, he ventured into the study, assuming Alcai's appearance, and began sifting through valuable items. Armed with a short wire, he attempted to unlock the safe door, but his efforts proved futile. Within the study, he discovered a suitable wooden box for housing the sinister scythe. Carrying it, he descended the stairs to the open-door basement. The area appeared tidy, except for a stone platform suspected of holding the statue, devoid of any other objects. Employing his keen observation skills as a hunter, Lumian scoured the vicinity and uncovered a concealed door. With a grating sound, he pushed open the secret passage and revealed a corridor beyond. On either side of the corridor stood prison cells enclosed by iron bars. Dozens, if not hundreds, of people were crammed inside. Most appeared destitute, but among them were well-dressed gentlemen, ladies, and seemingly lost children. In that moment, nearly a third of the captives lay lifeless on the floor, their skin shriveled and lacking vitality. They resembled skeletons more than human beings. They no longer drew breath, and they had lost control of their bodily functions. The stench permeated the private prison. Lumian's gaze swept over the trembling individuals, and he noticed numerous sinister and peculiar symbols etched upon the ground, the wall behind them, and the iron fence in front. No wonder a heretic spellmaster wields such formidable power on their home turf. Lumian reached a realization. Not only did they possess the backing of a magic circle teeming with deceased souls, but they could also extract the life force of others at will to replenish their own. Balancing the wooden box with one arm, Lumian retrieved his revolver, pressed it against the door of his cell, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the iron lock shattered and clattered to the ground. After reloading, Lumian paid little attention to the captives. He progressed methodically, obliterating the iron locks of the remaining cells. Then, with the revolver holstered under his armpit, he turned and departed, leaving behind a bewildered and numbed group of survivors. When Lumian returned to the ground floor, Franca had just concluded the spirit channeling and dispelled the spiritual barrier. "Did you discover anything?" Franca inquired casually. Lumian gestured toward the wooden box nestled under his left arm. "It should suffice for storing this scythe. I couldn't access the safe. It's possible that the servants fled to the second floor or the garden at the back. I didn't encounter them. Don't concern yourself with them. As followers of an evil deity, they will meet a swift demise once their protection wanes. Furthermore, we have disguised ourselves adequately to avoid recognition," Franca affirmed with a nod. "Pack up harvest sacrifice. We shall depart now. Oh, by the way, the scythe is called Harvest Sacrifice." Before long, Lumian returned to Black Scorpion Roger's lifeless body with the scythe in hand, presenting the wooden box to Franca. Then he squatted down, tore off a section of his pajamas, crumpled it into a ball, and stained it with blood. Curious, Franca inquired, "What are you doing?" Lumian remained focused, his gaze fixed on the task at hand, and succinctly replied, providing a hint to the official beyonders. With the blood-stained cloth in hand, Lumian made his way back to the living room. Beside the serene female statue, he messily inscribed words in incision, "Great Mother." Having completed the task, Lumian discarded the cloth bundle and headed towards the door. Why does it seem so provocative? Franca sighed and turned around. Behind her, dark flames materialized and ascended, consuming the traces left by both of them and the lingering spirit bodies of the deceased. Shortly after, Franca scattered shimmering powder and recited the incantation of invisibility. She disappeared from the foyer, clutching the wooden box. Lumian pushed open the door and confidently stepped out onto 126th Avenue du Marquet. He left the door ajar, allowing the scene within to be exposed to passers-by. Under the yellowish glow of the gas wall lamps, a lifeless body lay in the foyer, surrounded by blood. Lumian crossed Avenue du Marquet, constantly altering his course, until he reached the alley where he had changed his clothes and assumed his disguise. He wiped his face clean and donned his original attire, no longer emanating the aura of Alcai. In the next moment, Franca transformed into her hooded figure, draped in black robes. She retrieved the ring of punishment from Lumian and returned it to her coin bag. The witch glanced at the unconscious poison spur mob member, Alcide, and said to Lumian, who was about to depart, "Aren't you going to take care of him? He knows Seal knocked him out, and the person who killed Black Scorpion Roger posed as him." Lumian remained silent. He drew his revolver, partially turned, and fired at Alcide, clad in a blue and white striped shirt. 2 gunshots rang out as the poison spur mob member, trusted by Black Scorpion Roger, was struck in the chest and met his demise. Observing Lumian's nonchalant demeanor, Franca shook her head inwardly and proceeded to deal with the remaining spirit body and traces in the alley. Then she concealed herself once more and departed alongside Lumian. He scaled the outer wall and returned to the second floor of Salle de Balbrise. After using a special lotion from Rentis to remove the excess black dye from his hair and transforming back into Seal du Bois, Franca smiled and inquired, "Do you want to keep this scythe? If not, I'll sell it and we'll split the proceeds evenly. Your provoker potion should be almost fully digested. You'll need to gather funds and ingredients for your advancement." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 228, Sudden Digestion. Upon Franca's mention of advancement, Lumian felt a sudden urge to make preparations. It wasn't that he didn't aspire to become a Sequence 7 pyromaniac and master mysticism techniques, but the hunter and provoker potion formulas were bestowed upon him by Madame Magician, making them easily obtainable and reducing the sense of urgency. His plan was to wait until the provoker potion had fully digested before writing a letter to Madame Magician, inquiring about the price for obtaining everything necessary for his advancement. More importantly, Lumian knew that Madame Magician possessed a pyromaniac beyonder characteristic. But now that he thought about it, he felt that he had to make additional preparations. It occurred to him that Madame Magician might not be associated with a hunter pathway, which meant she might not possess the pyromaniac potion formula. Furthermore, she could have already given the beyonder characteristic to someone else. Lumian couldn't be the only one with a minor arcana card, and it was unlikely that they all belonged to different pathways. While Madame Magician's level and abilities made it relatively easy for her to acquire the pyromaniac potion formula and its main ingredient, she might be unwilling or face unforeseen delays. Lost in thought, Lumian glanced at the wooden box resting on Franca's lap and hesitated before suggesting, "Let's sell it." The evil scythe possessed an uncanny sharpness and the ability to drain an enemy's life through blood, perfectly suited to Lumian's close-quarters combat style. However, it proved highly inconvenient to carry and conceal due to its usage restrictions. Most of the time, Lumian could only store it at Salle de Balbrise or Aubert's du Coq d'Or, relying on it when attacked. Alternatively, he could draw it in advance and hide it in the cover of night shadows for offensive purposes. If Lumian wished to have it with him at all times, his only solution was to acquire a cello case and carry it on his back. Yet, for a mobster leader, this would raise suspicions. In fact, if Franca hadn't brought up the topic of preparing for his advancement, Lumian would have deemed his current stash of 4,000 Verl d'Or far from sufficient. He needed to acquire more funds. Keeping the evil scythe, known as Harvest Sacrifice, wasn't a problem as it could still prove useful in certain situations. If necessary, Lumian could use the mystery prying glasses to disguise himself as a musician, carrying the cello on his back to assassinate his intended target. Franca sighed in response. "I suppose selling it is our only option. It's actually quite good, but it doesn't suit my combat style." She then gestured towards Lumian's waist. "How about we each get a canister?" To be honest, Franca wasn't particularly interested in the Berserk agent and the Bark agent. She only desired the Scorpion poison and the healing agent. However, considering that Lumian also required poison for his weapons and healing capabilities, she opted for a fair solution. "All right," Lumian agreed. In the dead of the night, outside 126th Avenue du Marquet, a group of police officers, dressed in black uniforms, formed a barricade to keep pedestrians away from the building behind them. Within the house, Angoulême de François, with his blonde hair, eyebrows, and beard, stood before a delicate female sculpture, his gaze fixed upon the blood-red words adorning the wall. Donning a row of golden buttons on his chest, he remained silent, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression that affected both the surrounding purifiers and police officers. After a moment, the purifier of Southern Continent descent emerged from the basement and approached Angoulême. In hushed tones, he spoke. "Deacon, we have found clear signs of sacrificial rituals to an evil god beneath us. There are deceased individuals who were used as living sacrifices. The prison cells have been unlocked, and some of the abductees managed to escape. Those who remain informed me that Black Scorpion Roger did indeed employ sorcery. Angoulême listened impassively, scanning his surroundings. He then addressed the nearby police officers, saying, "Did none of you notice the significant number of people who had gone missing? Who was it that claimed the market district housed only a handful of controllable beyonders? Who suggested that arresting them would only pave the way for new criminal organizations, causing even greater chaos?" His voice, filled with anger, reverberated through the living room of 126 Avenue du Marquet, causing each police officer to lower their gaze. At that moment, Angoulême abruptly turned his attention to the delicate female sculpture. He sensed a fleeting surge of anger emanating from it, quickly dissipating. He had sensed a faint fluctuation of anger there, but it disappeared in a flash. A golden light enveloped Angoulême's body as he extended his right palm, opening the abdomen of the statue. There, a cavity large enough to cradle a curled-up human revealed itself. Within it rested a brownish-green seed, silently crumbling into dust when stirred by the wind. On the second floor of Salle de Bal-Brise, Lumian furrowed his brow abruptly. "What's wrong?" Franca asked. Lumian found himself torn between elation and confusion. "My provoker potion has fully digested. Could it be that some important figure was provoked by our actions?" Franca speculated, perhaps Lady Moon, or maybe an official beyonder. All possibilities, Lumian conceded. If he couldn't unravel the mystery, there was no use dwelling on it. After all, it was a positive development. This meant that he could now advance to become a Sequence 7 pyromaniac. This realization struck him with a newfound understanding. He didn't need to meticulously summarize all the principles of acting to fully digest the corresponding potion. By summarizing a portion of his acting principles and consistently receiving feedback while performing appropriately, he could rely on quantity or the accumulation of time to digest the potion. Hence, most beyonders can rely on time and fortunate encounters to digest the potion without being familiar with the acting method. Lumian pondered silently, feeling enlightened. After distributing the agents and deciding to sell the remaining spoils for money, Lumian bid Franca farewell. Deliberately, he circled Salle de Bal-Brise before departing Avenue du Marquet and returning to Aubert's du Coq d'Or. As he reached the second floor, he noticed that the door to room 206 stood ajar, allowing the light from a carbide lamp to spill into the dim corridor. Curiosity piqued, Lumian glanced inside as he passed by, spotting Gabriel seated by the bed in his preferred black dungarees, observing the hallway outside. "You're finally back," the playwright exclaimed with delight upon seeing Lumian. Raising an eyebrow, Lumian queried, "You haven't been arrested by the police yet?" Gabriel found himself momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, his joy overcame him, and he replied, "Monsieur Nathan Lop didn't report me to the police. In fact, he signed a contract with me and purchased my script. He intended to make a down payment of 1,500 Vril d'Or, but considering how we frightened him, he deducted 500. Once the play commences, I'll receive 2.5% of the ticket revenue for each show." A soft chuckle escaped Lumian's lips. "I thought the revolver had coerced him into agreement, fully expecting him to go back on his word. I never imagined that your script would genuinely move him. If you thought so, why did you still do it?" Gabriel grumbled instinctively. He elaborated, "Monsieur Lop understands the idiosyncrasies of artists and doesn't mind such matters. He mentioned that his previous mistress was a female painter. She not only kept a sheep on his balcony, but also attempted to flirt with men. She even prepared fake props to try and convince him, which ultimately led to their breakup. You Triarians." Lumian sighed, even as the prankster king of Cordoue. Gabriel, hailing from a different province and not being a Triarian himself, took Seal's teasing in stride, unfazed by the remark. He expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Thank you very much. Although I don't agree with your approach, Monsieur Lop would have never laid eyes on my script without your help." Gabriel, perplexed, questioned. "Monsieur Lop mentioned that we authors weren't cautious enough. We only covered our faces once we reached his doorstep. After conversing with the guard at the lobby, he knew what we looked like. Once he calls the police, there's no escape for any of us. Why didn't you mask up earlier when we tied up the guard?" Gabriel believed that Seal, being a mob leader, should have been more cautious. Lumian responded calmly, "Why should I have masked myself?" Confusion filled Gabriel's face as he asked, "Then why did you eventually mask yourself?" Lumian replied calmly, "Because Jenna masked up." What kind of logic is this? Even as a playwright himself, he found it difficult to comprehend Seal's thoughts. He could sense that Seal's state last night was abnormal, but he didn't know the exact reason. It was difficult to determine his mental state and the motives behind his actions. Gabriel let out a sigh and remarked, "Fortunately, things turned out well. Otherwise, we would have been apprehended by the police." He paused for a moment, realizing that Seal was a leader of the Savoy mob. The crimes he had committed in the past were more serious than what happened last night. There is no need to fear. Even if the police came looking for him, he could hide for a day or two, and the matter would pass. No one would pursue him for such a trivial case. Lumian chuckled and gave Gabriel's shoulder a friendly pat. "Even if you get caught, you're just an accomplice. You didn't carry a weapon. You can secure your release by posting bail." With that, Lumian walked towards his room and opened the door to room 207. Gabriel watched Seal's retreating figure, feeling a mixture of confusion and relief. In room 207, Lumian carefully examined fallen mercury. He felt that if the dirk wasn't repaired, it could last a maximum of 3 months. "Perhaps I should consult Franca. She might know a few individuals skilled in the mending of mystical artifacts and beyonder weapons." Lumian half closed his eyes and established a connection with fallen mercury, seeking communication. After a while, he discerned the swapped fate that had taken place. The destiny of Black Scorpion Roger gulping down alcohol. Lumian carefully stored fallen mercury, stood up and exited the room, making his way to the 3rd floor. Approaching the door of room 310, he overheard the lunatic's frantic cries, still filled with fear. I'm dying! I'm dying!" Lumian pulled out the short wire, unlocking the door. He then beheld the lunatic crouched on the moonlit floor, clutching his head and trembling uncontrollably. Leaning against the door frame, Lumian couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "You're rather fortunate. The Montsurus ghost hasn't come to claim your life just yet. I wonder if it's preoccupied or slacking off." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 229, Equivalent Exchange. The lunatic still wore a grimy linen shirt and yellow trousers, as if changing clothes was not part of his plan. Upon hearing Lumian's words, he looked up, revealing a face obscured by a black beard. It seemed as though he had forgotten Lumian entirely. His blue eyes were empty, clouded over. I'm dying! I'm dying!" He clutched his shoulder, which was hidden beneath his unruly black hair, and let out another terrified scream. Lumian approached, his left hand gloved in black, and drew out fallen mercury. With a swift motion, he plunged it into the lunatic's shoulder. The filthy linen shirt tore open, revealing a shallow wound that still oozed blood. The lunatic stood frozen, as if the long-awaited judgment had finally arrived. After a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground, placing his hands on the floor as he scrambled away from Lumian. In his terror, he cried out, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The tenants in the neighboring rooms heard the commotion, but none of them bothered to investigate. The lunatic often ranted about his impending demise and pleaded not to be killed. The sinister pewter-black dagger had already left the lunatic's shoulder, and Lumian continued to gaze at the shimmering river of mercury, lost in thought. He witnessed the blissful first half of the lunatic's life, the tragic deaths of his family, one by one. It was as though Lumian could relate to the sensation of a complete mental breakdown caused by an overwhelming blow. At times, Lumian yearned to break down like the lunatic, to abandon all reason and act on primal instincts until his own demise. However, there was still a glimmer of hope, a minuscule, almost unrealistic hope, and he was not ready to relinquish it. He desired to pursue it. Thus, he often acted impulsively and displayed self-destructive tendencies, yet he was always restrained by the rationality that stemmed from that flicker of hope. He never truly disregarded the consequences, existing in a state of profound contradiction. Knowing precisely which fate he wished to exchange and its approximate date, Lumian swiftly located the lunatic's destiny of encountering the Montsurus ghost in the underground market district. With the tip of the blade, he pried it loose, transforming it into a droplet of liquid mercury. The drinking fate originally belonging to Black Scorpion Roger flowed into the lunatic's body. Ignoring the lunatic's terrified pleas, Lumian squatted before him. He wiped the blade of fallen mercury clean with his clothes and assisted in staunching the bleeding. Then, Lumian pulled up the only chair and took a seat, patiently awaiting the completion of the fate exchange. I'm dying! I'm dying! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" As the lunatic shrieked, time ticked by. Finally, fallen mercury quivered gently. The lunatic's voice abruptly ceased. He rose to his feet, his gaze clearing as he muttered to himself, "I need a drink. I need a drink." Lumian smiled and stood up. "The drinks are on you. Consider it a reward for helping you escape the Montsurus ghost." Naturally, The true reward was the fate of encountering the Montsurus ghost. With careful planning and an unguarded target, it served as an excellent tool for assassination. The lunatic appeared startled for a moment before replying, "You got rid of it? You can choose not to believe me." Lumian turned and walked into the dimly lit corridor, devoid of wall lamps. The lunatic, driven by an insatiable thirst for drink, unwittingly trailed after Lumian. As they made their way to the basement bar, the lunatic glanced around and noticed a distinct change in his surroundings. The eerie sensation of being watched from the shadows had vanished. Perplexed, the lunatic settled himself at the bar counter and ordered 2 glasses of oatmeal beer, one for Lumian and the other for himself. He downed his own glass, leaving traces of foam clinging to the corners of his mouth. Since he occasionally visited the bar in moments of sobriety, no one suspected anything amiss. After quenching his alcohol craving, the lunatic turned to Lumian and asked once more, "Have I truly escaped the Montsurus ghost? How did you manage it?" "I've slain the Montsurus ghost, but I can't be certain if it will resurrect," Lumian replied solemnly. "However, if those who previously encountered it are still among the living, they shall be free from its torment. Remember, I mentioned encountering the Montsurus ghost myself. Look at me, I'm alive and well." Really? The lunatic found it hard to believe that this handsome young man had defeated the Montsurus ghost. Not even the church had succeeded. Lumian smiled. "I lied. I merely discovered an incantation that prevents the Montsurus ghost from plaguing me, but I require the blood of someone haunted as a conduit." A glimmer of understanding flickered in the lunatic's eyes. "No wonder you stabbed me." Blushing with embarrassment, he admitted, "I may not be able to compensate you at present. My savings are meager, and I must find new employment." Lumian interrupted. "What shall I call you?" "Just Flaming will do," the lunatic replied before inquiring. "And you?" "Seal." Lumian downed his oatmeal beer. By the time his glass contained only a thin film of liquid, Flaming had become quite tipsy. He grasped Lumian's arm and babbled on. "Did you know? I used to be a university lecturer. Simultaneously, I was entrusted with the safety of some students. Many of those students were audacious and reckless, daring to engage in any endeavor and shout slogans of freedom when challenged. They even held proms in the catacombs, burning the bones of nameless corpses to warm their asses. They believed in nothing and feared nothing. Of course, I was much the same in those days." Flaming recounted tales from the first half of his life, his tone shifting between pride, happiness, admonishment of the present ills, and wistful reminiscence. "Might you have entered the underground trier to dissuade certain students from taking risks?" Lumian asked casually, taking a sip of his beer. Flaming shook his head. "No, my expertise lies in minerals. The subterranean rock strata of Trier is uniquely fascinating for study. Together with a medical school, we even established a museum of mineralogy and pathology in the catacombs. I had been leaving the museum, making my way toward the underground market district with intention of heading home when I encountered the Montsurus ghost. My Sandrine, my bastion." Flaming clutched his head, his voice filled with an agonizing pain. Lumian quickly changed the subject. "So the subterranean rock strata in Trier is quite unique?" "Indeed," Flaming instinctively replied, before collecting himself and continuing, "We even assign poetic names to those strata. From top to bottom, they're referred to as flowers, sheep, and sedges." Engrossed in conversation, Lumian and Flaming chatted well into the midnight hours. The latter appeared lively, and even his bearded face seemed to regain some color. He didn't lose his sanity again. Having confirmed that there was no longer a feeling of being watched in the darkness, he returned to normal. After bidding a cheerful farewell to the intoxicated Flaming, Lumian smiled and withdrew his gaze. He entered room 207 to compose a letter to Madame Magician. In the letter, he first mentioned how Termobaros had nearly influenced him into transferring Charlie's luck, and how he had slain Black Scorpion, Roger, and other Lady Moon subordinates. Lumian then revealed that the Provoker potion had been completely digested due to the latter. He inquired whether Madame Magician possessed the Pyromaniac potion formula and the associated Beyonder characteristic, as well as the price he needed to pay for them. Not long after Lumian had tidied up the room and summoned a puppet messenger to deliver the letter, he received a reply from Madame Magician. "Good job. You've already recognized the potential influence and threat that long-named fellow poses to you. Stay vigilant. Based on your description, this Lady Moon should be a Sequence 3. Being able to truly provoke such a demigod will undoubtedly hasten your digestion of the potion. If I recall correctly, you are attending Mr. K's gathering tomorrow night and will inform him that you can worship that being." This means you will truly become one of them, completing the initial phase of the mission I assigned you. As a reward, I will provide you with a pyromaniac potion formula free of charge. I still possess the pyromaniac beyonder characteristic, but remember, the principle of equivalent exchange must be upheld. In Intis, the two main ingredients of the pyromaniac potion cost more than 18,000 Vril, often exceeding 20,000. Correspondingly, the beyonder characteristic usually amounts to around 35,000 Vril. What does this mean? It implies that many people in Intis have become pyromaniacs, yet many pyromaniacs have also perished. As a holder of a minor arcana card, I will offer you a substantial discount. The beyonder characteristic will only cost you 30,000 Vril. Good luck. Phew, 30,000 Vril. Lumian exhaled, feeling that the sum was not unattainable. He already had over 4,000 Vril in savings, and the evil side known as Harvest Sacrifice could fetch a decent price. Additionally, he could borrow some funds from Franca and embezzle a portion of Saldabal Breeze's money. These combined efforts would bring him close to 30,000 Vril. And just as Lumian had suspected, Lady Moon had transformed from a mere madam to a lady capable of birthing deities. She was undoubtedly more than a sequence for. Fortunately, we had feigned impending defeat in our previous battle, preventing Black Scorpion Roger from seeking assistance. Lumian burned Madam Magician's letter, freshened up, climbed into bed, and drifted off to sleep. Just after 6 in the morning, Lumian had finished washing up and changed into a crisp white shirt, black vest, brown pants, and sleek leather boots when he heard footsteps descending from the 3rd floor. It was Ruhr and Michel, clad in tattered clothes and emanating a pungent odor. As Lumian stood by the door of room 207, Ruhr, his voice filled with panic, cried out, "Seal, Monsieur Seal. That lunatic is dead." Dead? Flaming is dead? Lumian was momentarily stunned before darting past Ruhr and Michel, making his way to the 3rd floor. The door to room 310 was wide open. Lumian cast a quick glance inside and spotted Flaming hanging from the window. He faced the door, having cleanly shaven his face, revealing a gentle and gaunt visage. Now he no longer breathed. His face had turned blue, his eyes slightly bulging. His mouth hung open wide, and the morning light streamed through the window, bathing his lifeless body. He hung silently, suspended by a belt tied to the window frame. Beneath him, on the wooden table, lay a nearly extinguished kerosene lamp, several large books, and a white sheet of paper weighted down by a fountain pen. It appeared that something had been written on it. Lumian fell into an eerie silence for a few seconds before cautiously approaching the white sheet of paper. In precise Intisian handwriting, it read, "When I was deranged, I still harbored the will to live. Upon awakening, I found no purpose in life. Please lay me to rest in the underground tomb of lights within the catacombs." Lumian raised his gaze, meeting the vacant blue eyes that seemed to peer back from beyond the grave. He stood in solemn silence, transfixed, as if time had come to a halt. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 230, Scapegoat. At the stroke of 8 a.m., a pair of law enforcement officers ambled up to the 3rd floor of Aubaird's Du Coq door. One meticulously examined the lifeless body, the suicide note, and the surroundings, while the other commenced interrogating the neighboring tenants. Lumian, already disguised using the mystery-prying glasses, had taken his position at the entrance of room 310. The officer, donning a uniform and clutching a pen and paper, cast a fleeting glance in his direction. "You must be Seal Dubois. Enlighten me on the matter." Lumian proceeded to recount how Flaming's sanity was gone prior to his arrival. The man incessantly raved about encountering the Montsurus ghost and the demise of his own kin. Soon, it seemed, his turn was imminent. Lumian continued, revealing how Flaming had abruptly regained consciousness the previous night and indulged in a bout of heavy drinking. "What about the wound on his shoulder?" interjected the officer attending to the deceased in the room. "Before he regained consciousness last night, he inflicted the injury upon himself. I was the one who bound it up," Lumian responded with composure. After interrogating the other tenants and the proprietor of the basement bar, the two officers cautiously deduced that the deceased had long been plagued by mental instability. He possessed a motive for suicide and displayed corresponding behavioral tendencies. As they maneuvered Flaming's body into the mortuary bag, they addressed Lumian, saying, "We shall transport him to the catacombs, but it's a rather intricate procedure. It entails ascertaining the precise cause of death, summoning a clergyman for purification rites, finding a suitable heir for his estate, and liaising with the catacomb administrators. This will take roughly a week or two." Lumian fell silent momentarily before resuming. I've shared a few drinks with him. Remember to inform me when you lay him to rest. Affirming their agreement, the two officers departed a Baird's du Coq door, taking Flaming's body and the belongings from the room along with them. Lumian removed his disguise and returned to room 207. Seated in a chair, his back to the window casting sunlight, he faced the dimly lit corridor, grappling with a swirl of emotions. Flaming's suicide had presented Lumian with an alternative fate. Lumian had aided Flaming in evading the Montsurus ghost, not driven by a desire for personal gain or reward. It was simply because he saw a reflection of his own predicament in the man who had lost his family. One had succumbed completely, descending into lunacy, while the other persevered, clinging to a glimmer of hope and desperately struggling to maintain his grasp on reason. But in the end, Flaming, no longer tormented by the Montsurus ghost and driven to madness by fear, had opted to terminate his own existence. In the corridor, Elodie, her tresses concealed beneath a blonde wig and her eyes accentuated with eyeshadow, alongside the other cleaning lady, had already commenced their bustling day. They worked ceaselessly, mopping the floors and battling bedbugs without respite. Lumian observed silently, his gaze appearing distant and unfocused. After the passage of nearly 15 minutes, light yet hurried footfalls reverberated along the staircase, eventually reaching room 207. Jenna's silhouette came into Lumian's view. Today, she donned a more understated attire compared to her usual flamboyance. Her blouse clung slightly, complementing the gentle brown shade of her top and a fluffy beige short skirt. She sported knee-high black boots, and her makeup exuded both decadence and allure. She glanced at Lumian, entered room 207, and gently shut the wooden door behind her. Lumian snapped out of his reverie and observed her silently, refraining from questioning her intentions. Jenna repressed her curiosity and excitement before speaking up. Have you heard? The boss and two leaders of the Poison Spur gang have been murdered. I'm aware, Lumian acknowledged with a nod. Jenna scrutinized his expression and deliberately probed further. You weren't involved, were you? Do you think I possess the capability to eliminate Black Scorpion Roger, Baldy Harmon, and short-legged Candlestick Christina all at once? Lumian retorted. Jenna, having already gleaned an estimation of Seal's strength from Franca, understood that Black Scorpion Roger was no less formidable than Franca herself. She shook her head and uttered, No. She then drawled in a leisurely tone, but you can still seek assistance. For instance, Franca. The authorities don't even suspect me, Lumian stated, shrugging his shoulders. In truth, he found this matter rather perplexing. Ordinarily, as one of the few individuals who had recently engaged in a direct confrontation with a Poison Spur gang, he would undoubtedly be subjected to questioning following such an incident. Yet, Lumian had remained on standby since last night, prepared to don a disguise at a moment's notice, yet no investigators had arrived. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Knock, knock, knock. Knocks resounded against the door of room 207. Charlie. Lumian's gaze fixated on the door as he beckoned. Come in. It's not locked. The visitor who stood before them was none other than Charlie. Clad in a crisp white shirt, a light-colored vest, and a formal black suit, he exuded an air of dignity. Atop his head rested a half-top hat, while a dark bow tie completed his ensemble. His attire seemed even more refined than when he served as an attendant at Hotel du Cygne Blanc. After sizing up Charlie, Lumian couldn't help but smile. Well, where did this civilized individual come from? Charlie couldn't conceal his own grin. His tone brimmed with warmth and enthusiasm as he replied, Right? I am now a true gentleman. I'm still in the process of mastering classical grammar. Madam, monsieur, please allow me to extend my civilized greetings. With those words, he removed his half-top hat, pressed it against his chest, and offered a slight bow. Jenna chuckled but didn't discourage Charlie. Lumian clicked his tongue and remarked, To be frank, you're more like a monkey playing dress-up in civilized clothing. Charlie remained unaffected, his joy unwavering. I've only just begun my studies. In a month's time, you'll witness an entirely different version of me. Oh, by the way, this is Monsieur Charlie Collent. He's currently enjoying a sumptuous dinner worth 8 Vril d'Or. At this point, Charlie glanced at Jenna, who stood beside the bed. He opened his mouth as if he had something to say, yet hesitated to do so in her presence. Nonchalantly, Lumian inquired, What's the matter? Just speak your mind. Charlie lowered his voice. Did you hear? Last night, Black Scorpion Roger, Baldy Harmon, and short-legged Candlestick Christina were all killed. I'm aware. And Lumian believed Charlie wouldn't seek him out for something that would soon become public knowledge. Charlie glanced at Jenna and continued, "What has been confirmed is that the murderer belongs to a terrorist organization known as the Aurora Order. They have a penchant for gruesome displays of carnage and primarily target individuals who worship evil gods. In this case, Black Scorpion Roger and his cohorts followed an evil god named the Great Mother." Aurora Order? Lumian was taken aback. Where did this scapegoat come from? Why were the official Beyonders suddenly pointing fingers at the Aurora Order? Shouldn't they first investigate those who had conflicts with Black Scorpion Roger and the Poison Spur Gang? That's how detective novels were written. Are you saying that the Aurora Order truly carried out these murders? Jenna inquired curiously. Charlie nodded emphatically. That's correct. The Aurora Order appears to have claimed responsibility for these acts in some capacity. Tomorrow, there should be reports about the case in certain newspapers. The latter half of Charlie's statement suggested that the information he had just shared was meant to be disclosed and held no confidentiality clauses. The Aurora Order claiming responsibility? They weren't even involved. Why would they assume responsibility? Lumian found himself momentarily perplexed yet slightly amused. If he hadn't personally slain Black Scorpion Roger, he might have suspected the Aurora Order as the culprits. Charlie glanced at Lumian and added in a hushed tone, "This afternoon, once the election concludes, a crackdown on the mobs in the entire market district shall commence in response to the public's concerns about the district's security." Are you reading from a document? Your words sound so official. Lumian realized why Charlie had rushed to inform him. It was best for those with dirt on them to leave the market district this afternoon and hide for the time being. Lumian nodded subtly and replied, "I have a mysticism gathering to attend this afternoon." Although Mr. K's gathering was scheduled for 9 p.m., Lumian intended to arrive early. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief and gestured toward the door. "I'll make a move first." After a moment of contemplation, Lumian responded, "In the future, there's no need to inform me about such trivial matters." He added mockingly, "Do you doubt my abilities?" Charlie sheepishly smiled. "It's my first time, so I couldn't help but feel a bit emotional." "Don't worry, unless it truly concerns you, I won't drop any more hints." As Lumian watched Charlie depart, Jenna clicked her tongue and sighed. "He's turned into your spy among the official Beyonders." "I'd prefer it if he wasn't," Lumian mumbled, pursing his lips. "He's just an imbecile bound to mess things up." Jenna scoffed and waved her hand. "I'm going to find Franca." "Are you planning to share the information Charlie gave us with the others?" Lumian shook his head. "If everyone flees, the official Beyonders will undoubtedly investigate any leaks. That imbecile won't be able to escape. Besides, some people deserve to end up in jail. And you don't." Jenna criticized as she left room 207 and stepped into the corridor. At that moment, the two cleaning ladies had already reached the staircase. Jenna hurried over, her gaze sweeping across the cleaning lady named Elodie, who wore a blonde wig. Suddenly, Jenna's expression froze, and she swiftly turned around, heading back to room 207. Lumian, who was about to leave, found it peculiar. Elodie, a woman of almost 50 years with a blonde wig and eyeshadow, also noticed Jenna. She stared at the apprentice actress's retreating figure for a few seconds before calling out in confusion and concern, "Celia!" Jenna's body went rigid. She slowly turned back, forcing a smile, and greeted Elodie with a loud voice, "Mother! Mother!" Lumian almost couldn't believe his ears. Then he recalled Elodie mentioning that she used to be a theater actress and now enjoyed watching performances at the theater to the Lancia and Cage Pigeons. Her husband had passed away a few years ago in a factory accident, leaving behind two nearly adult children who helped support the family. Jenna, on the other hand, was an apprentice actress at the same theater. Her father had also passed away a few years ago, leaving only her mother and brother. Her plan was to earn enough money for her tuition fees and other expenses for the coming year. It all adds up. Lumian nodded thoughtfully. Elodie approached Jenna with a broom, assessing her appearance. "Why are you here? And what kind of makeup is that?" Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 231, Mr. K's Purpose. Jenna's eyes darted around, her arm raised in the air. "This is a requirement for my theater acting class." Her words seemed to ease her tension, and her smile took on a more natural quality. "Didn't I mention that I work part-time as a waitress at a bar to make ends meet? This is my boss. I'm here to discuss a salary increase with him." Jenna pointed confidently at Lumian, stationed by the door of room 207. Elodie glanced at Lumian, then fixed her gaze on Jenna for a few moments before nodding. "Don't forget to come home tonight." Jenna's smile faltered momentarily before she replied, "Okay." Seeing Elodie return to her tasks, cleaning the other side of the second floor, Jenna tiptoed down the stairs and made her way out of Aubert's du Coq door. It didn't take long for her to spot Lumian catching up to her, prompting her to grumble, "Damn it, why is my mother at Aubert's du Coq door?" Lumian contemplated for a moment before responding. "Blâme ton théâtre de l'ancienne cage à pigeons." Monsieur Ive, the owner of Aubert's du Coq door, found a part-time cleaning lady who works only half a day there. And your mother is a regular visitor at Theatre de l'Ancienne Cage à Pigeons for plays. Jenna clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "Those cursed heretics." She then threw up her arm. "Tonight, I'll tell her the truth. I'll say I'm working part-time as an underground singer to save up for next year's tuition, and I earn quite a bit." Lumian glanced at Jenna's side profile, curious. "You don't seem too nervous or afraid." Jenna spat. "That's my mother, not some man-eating monster. She's kind-hearted and understanding. I didn't tell her what I was up to before, because I didn't want her to worry. She'll worry now, though," Lumian reminded her. Being an underground singer in dance halls and bars often involved dealing with shady characters. Being taken advantage of was an unfortunate reality from time to time. Jenna's smile was mischievous as she playfully remarked, "I'm the mistress of Cille du Bois, leader of the Savoy mob and guardian of Salle de Balbrise. Who dares to mess with me?" Lumian chuckled. "That's even more dangerous." Jenna averted her gaze and observed the street vendors on Rue Anarchy. "If my mother can't accept it, I plan to demonstrate my current abilities and convince her that I can protect myself." "Oh, really?" Lumian didn't raise the example of the perverted Headsy. Jenna composed herself and said in a heavy voice, "She's been through so much. She has worked tirelessly for years. I want to help her shoulder some of the burden so she won't break herself." Lumian contemplated for a moment before responding. "Since your father's passing," Jenna's gaze shifted to the ground, and she tersely confirmed, "There was an accident at the factory. My father was severely injured and spent over 10 days in the hospital. In the end, he couldn't be saved. We used up all our savings and still owe a significant amount of money. A few years ago, I could have pursued a career in theater and studied acting. But it wasn't until the beginning of this year that we managed to repay almost half of our debt and save up some money for my education. My mother insisted that we couldn't delay any longer. If we kept delaying, I would become too old." Lumian listened attentively, his brow furrowing in puzzlement. "No compensation for the factory accident." "Yes, but that scoundrel hasn't compensated us yet." Jenna clenched her teeth. "He keeps appealing, and the courts always take their time. King, damn it. Is he trying to drag it out until we're all dead?" Lumian fell silent briefly before changing the subject. "Was your mother truly a theater actress?" "That's correct." Jenna's expression softened gradually. She had great acting skills and was beautiful, but most theater managers, sponsors, and owners were men. They would prey on actresses in the theater like lions patrolling their territory. Those who refused to submit to them wouldn't get good roles. It's infuriating. Everyone thinks it's normal, even the police and the courts. My mother has a gentle nature, but she's fiercely stubborn. She could only land supporting roles, and was even fired once. When the theater she worked at went bankrupt, she lost the chance to return to the stage temporarily. She had to take on odd jobs as a motel maid and laundry worker. That's when she met my father. They got together and became husband and wife in the presence of God. Praise the Son. At that time, my father was working hard to become a skilled laborer. My mother took on various jobs and saved money while searching for an opportunity to return to the theater. Those were the days she cherished the most. Later, my brother and I were born. Mom and Dad became busier, struggling to make ends meet and give us a chance to pursue an education. When we became self-sufficient, my mother was already old and couldn't return to the stage. She placed her hopes on me. She wanted to see me become an exceptional actress, even if it meant playing supporting roles. My father wished for my brother to become a skilled laborer. These words had been bottled up inside Jenna's heart for a long time, and only now did she find the opportunity to express them. Lumian patiently waited for Jenna to finish before posing a question. "Do you aspire to be a theater actress yourself?" Jenna beamed with pride and contentment. It's hard not to love theater when your mother is such a dedicated fan and talented actress. Her smile inexplicably evoked a twinge of jealousy in Lumian. Sighing with a touch of emotion, he remarked, "I can tell that your mother has a genuine passion for theater. Even as a cleaning lady, she adorns herself with makeup and wears exquisite wigs." Jenna lightly nodded and shared, She says it makes her feel youthful, as if she's back on the stage. In her eyes, she remains a true theater actress, and her other jobs are merely part-time endeavors. She's always been like this. She takes me to witness the sunrise, reminding me that darkness will always give way to light. And she tells me that even in the darkest times, I must find a way to kindle my own inner light. Only then can I patiently await the sunrise. Jenna's yearning for the future grew palpable. If I continue as an underground singer for another year, I'll save enough for next year's tuition and make significant progress in repaying our debts. With the combined earnings of my mother and brother, we won't be burdened anymore. Soon, she won't have to juggle multiple jobs, and my brother will have the opportunity to learn skills from others. As Jenna spoke, her excitement grew, and she couldn't help but raise her arm, as if reaching out to grasp the beauty of the future. Lumian observed Jenna silently, and a wave of pent-up emotions within him seemed to dissipate. Hope. Such a profound and moving word. After a few moments of relief, Jenna suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. She turned her head and gave Lumian an accusing glare. "Why are you staring at me? Haven't you seen someone getting excited before?" Lumian scoffed but chose not to respond. Jenna studied him intently and muttered to herself, "Why do I feel like you're in better spirits?" "No," Lumian replied succinctly. At that moment, the two of them had already entered Avenue du Marquet. Posters celebrating Hugues Artois' successful election as a member of Parliament adorned the surroundings. Hugues Artois, the joint support of the Savoy mob and the Poison Spur mob, has indeed become a member of Parliament. I wonder what changes he will bring to the Market District. Lumian averted his gaze from the poster, his mind echoing Franca's words. Lady Moon, a follower of the Great Mother, believed that Hugues Artois was an open-minded individual. In the afternoon, prior to embarking on his journey to Avenue du Boulevard in search of Mr. K, Lumian arranged an altar in the second-floor bedroom of Salle de Balbrise. With a wall of spirituality in place, Lumian proceeded to light 3 candles in the order from deity to mankind, left to right. After carefully dripping essential oils and extracts, he took a couple of steps back, enveloped in a misty atmosphere and intoned in a deep voice. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." A faint gray fog arose, accompanied by an unsettling aura. Suppressing the sluggishness of his thoughts and the tingling sensation beneath his skin, Lumian fixed his gaze upon the bluish-black flame of the candle. Following the instructions of Madame Magician, he recited the subsequent incantation in the ancient language of Hermes. I implore your protection." After a series of gestures, Lumian caught sight of the divine angel, seemingly materialized from pure light. Simultaneously, he faintly heard a dreamy sigh, a sigh originating from an infinite height. Descending from above in resplendent and ethereal form, the angel extended its arms to embrace Lumian. Wings of radiant light enveloped him. When Lumian regained consciousness, everything had returned to its usual state. As evening descended upon 19 Rue Scheer, Avenue du Boulevard, Lumian once again found himself in the basement, face to face with Mr. K. Clad in his customary voluminous hood and black robe, Mr. K sat silently upon a chair with a crimson backrest. Meeting Lumian's gaze, Mr. K nodded gently and spoke in a low, raspy voice. "I'm highly pleased with your adeptness in action. What's more, unknowingly, your actions align with the teachings of my lord, countering those blessed of evil beings." Pausing momentarily, Mr. K inquired, "Had you given it sufficient thought?" "Yes, I have," Lumian replied, lowering his head. "You have revealed to me the magnificence of the Lord." "Ha!" Mr. K burst into a maniacal laughter, as if his sanity had slipped away. After a few seconds, he regained composure and disregarded the attendants, ensuring they stayed put. He continued, "My Lord's honorific name is the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows, the ruler of the mind world, and the degenerated nature of all living things. Choose any 3 and entreat him in Hermes." The mere description by Mr. K caused Lumian's garments, skin, flesh, and bones to dissolve completely, leaving behind an unnerving sensation of pure consciousness and self-awareness. Involuntarily trembling, Lumian instinctively recited, "The Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows." Lumian's mind was too overwhelmed to deliberate, and he unconsciously selected the first 3 phrases. Almost instantly, his surroundings darkened, as if enshrouded by a heavy curtain. Beyond the illusory and profound shadowed veil, a pair of eyes fixated upon Lumian, penetrating his consciousness and nearly rendering him unconscious. After an indeterminate period, Lumian regained his faculties, his body drenched in cold sweat. Rising from his seat, Mr. K's deep voice seemed laced with a smile. Henceforth, you are our brother, truly one of us. We are a secret organization that believes in the true creator. We go by the name of the Aurora Order. Aurora Order? Lumian was taken aback. Isn't this the terrorist organization that took the blame for me? It seems that the official Beyonders did not misidentify their target. I have truly become a member of the Aurora Order. Dismissing the attendants from the basement, Mr. K addressed Lumian. Gardner Martin is a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. This secret organization once revered our Lord, but in recent years, they have distanced themselves from us and ceased their frequent prayers. They appear to be plotting something of great significance. I have assigned you to infiltrate their ranks, for I hope you can discover the cause behind their actions and unravel their intentions. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 232, Financing of Activities. The Iron and Blood Cross Order appears to have some significant plans in the works. Lumian finally grasped Mr. K's true intentions for persuading him to join a mob. The Iron and Blood Cross Order, an equally secretive organization, seemed to be related to a competition of faith and trier situation. Curiosity stirring within him, Lumian inquired, what exactly is the Iron and Blood Cross Order? The more Lumian understood, the more he inclined towards actions that would gain Gardner Martin's approval. Mr. K let out a chuckle. Allow Gardner Martin to personally enlighten you. If you possess knowledge about their circumstances before they disclose it to you, they are likely to notice some problem. So, you found a wanted, simple country boy like me to be a spy. You wanted someone with a clean slate and humble background? Lumian pondered, nodding thoughtfully. His thoughts wandered to the mysterious item Gardner Martin had smuggled into Trier through Rat Christo, as well as the support the Savoy mob extended to Hugues Artois. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Lumian voiced his suspicion. Could the Iron and Blood Cross Order's plan be connected to Hugues Artois? In a raspy voice, Mr. K responded, according to the information we've gathered, that is merely one component, not the primary one. I see. Lumian then broached the topic of mirror people before continuing. Gardner Martin seemed aware that the item he had the smuggling caravan transport could trigger a corresponding incident. Mr. K fell silent momentarily before speaking. I suspect that item holds immense importance. It's a matter you'll need to unravel. Don't worry. Our Aurora Order is generous with rewards. When the time comes, you can make any request. Just as Lumian was about to internally utter the words, help me revive my sister, Mr. K added, as long as it lies within my power. Very straightforward. If I genuinely become an official member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order and gain access to pertinent information, they will undoubtedly grant me certain privileges. And in turn, I can seek rewards from the Aurora Order. Yes, this is akin to further fulfilling Madame Magician's mission. She won't reject me, the bearer of a minor arcana card. Such treatment is rare, to receive 3 rewards for a single task. As Lumian silently sighed, he assumed it wouldn't matter if he faced rejection. I now require some financing for my future endeavors. The purpose of these funds was to enhance Lumian's personal strength and establish a solid foundation for completing the mission. Mr. K nodded. No problem. I will provide you with 10,000 Vroldor later. This is one of the perks of officially joining our Aurora Order and participating in a high-risk mission. In Intis, perk was a commonly used term coined by Emperor Roselle. Very generous. At that moment, he found himself wondering if he should seek out more secret organizations like this one, just to enjoy additional membership perks. Rising from his seat, Mr. K extended his hands and began to circle Lumian slowly. As he walked, he spoke in a solemn tone. My Lord is the great being who created this world, the father of all living creatures. We all originate from him, carrying the divine essence he bestowed upon us. Divinity exists within every living being, and no one is inherently more noble than another. We distinguish our status based on our proximity to our Lord and our ability to embrace his teachings. It is through our shared divinity that we can consume potions, face trials, and accumulate more divine power. Ultimately, we can become angels in service to my Lord. Is he preaching? Lumian couldn't help but feel that there were similarities between Mr. K's words and Madame Magician's story of the original creator, the oldest one, fragmenting and manifesting different Beyonder characteristics. They seemed to share a common essence. This led him to suspect that the true creator of the Aurora Order corresponded to the oldest one. After nearly 15 minutes, Mr. K concluded his preaching and traced a cross on his chest, starting from the top and moving to the bottom, left and right. Praise be to you, the creator of all things. Praise be to you, who carries the burdens of the world's sins. Lumian followed suit, offering his own words of praise. Mr. K then proceeded to introduce the Aurora Order. We currently have a total of 7 saints and 22 oracles, each designated by alphabetical code names, scattered across various locations. There are still 21 individuals as powerful as Mr. K. The saints are Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 demigods with godhood. And there are a total of 7 in the Aurora Order. Lumian was taken aback by this revelation. The Aurora Order was far more formidable than he had anticipated. As for whether there were any figures on the level of angels, Mr. K did not mention it, leaving Lumian to wonder. Concluding the introduction, Mr. K took hold of his right index finger with his left hand and tore it off. He then tossed it to Lumian, the finger dripping with blood. Use it in times of dire need. Lumian caught the finger, its blood already congealing, and imagined the phantom pain he had experienced before. Although he was unafraid of pain or injuries in battle, and could stab himself without hesitation when necessary, he couldn't simply pluck out a finger without reason, as Mr. K had done. In a matter of moments, a new finger sprouted from Mr. K's hand, its skin fair and unblemished. With a gathering scheduled for 9 p.m., Lumian secured the 10,000 Vril d'Or and made his way to Psychic's Old Journal Library, a lavish off-white 6-story building located at 19 Rue Shear. He stayed there until 6 p.m. Then he leisurely found a nearby restaurant and spent 2 Vril d'Or on an inexpensive set meal. The meal included an ordinary bottle of red wine, a bowl of soup, 3 dishes, a dessert, and an unlimited supply of bread. Lumian made his selections from the provided menu, opting for a beef chowder, braised rabbit meat, and a serving of roasted cauliflower. As the gathering commenced, Lumian, already in possession of the scorpion poison, sold the aquatic monster's blood, poisonous scales, and other items he had no use for, fetching him 100 Vril d'Or. Thus far, he had amassed a total of 14,710 Vril d'Or and 24 kopit in cash, mostly courtesy of Mr. K. This filled him with confidence that he could gather the remaining 30,000 Vril d'Or within a short span of time. If he borrowed a bit here and pocketed a bit there, combined with the spoils of war, wouldn't he have enough? Shortly before 11 p.m., Lumian returned to Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman. Roure and Michel, residents of the 3rd floor who made a living selling photos of street maîtresse d'atelier near the Suet steam locomotive station, were hauling a bulging flaxen-colored cloth bag up the stairs. Lumian cast a curious glance at the white-haired duo and asked, slightly puzzled, so late. He knew that Roure and Michel also worked as part-time scavengers, having encountered them on a few occasions before. However, he recalled that their work typically ended by 9. Roure, clad in tattered clothing with a slight hunch to his back, mustered a smile and replied with a touch of joy. Tonight, the Member of Parliament's office hosted a celebratory feast and discarded a lot of valuable rubbish. We waited until the bags could no longer hold before returning. The Market District's Member of Parliament's office was celebrating Hugues Artois' election. Lumian nodded subtly and walked past the elderly couple, making his way to room 207. Before igniting the carbide lamp, he noticed a square-folded white paper on the table, illuminated by the faint crimson moonlight streaming through the window. Observing the neatly folded paper, Lumian suspected it to be a letter from Madame Magician. The pyromaniac potion formula? Did she have the messenger leave the pyromaniac potion formula here before my arrival? Is she so confident in my ability to become an official member of the Aurora Order? Or does she have something else to inform me about? These thoughts raced through Lumian's mind as he ignited the carbide lamp, picked up the white paper, and carefully unfolded it. Your next mission is to complete the task assigned by Mr. K. Do you understand what I mean? Pyromaniac potion formula. Main ingredient, fire salamander gland, magma elf core. Supplementary ingredients, 50 milliliters of fire salamander blood, 10 grams of magma pyroxene powder, 10 grams of red crown balsam powder, 10 drops of sunstar extract. Usage, what do you think? She actually wrote down the main ingredient. Does this mean I'll need the accompanying parts for the potion? Is Madame Magician also interested in uncovering the Iron and Blood Cross Order's current situation? How did she know that today would be the day Mr. K would assign me this task? Or does she simply disregard Mr. K's intentions? Does she only hope that I can gain more of Mr. K's trust and gradually become a key member of the Aurora Order? Lumian leaned towards the first possibility, but he couldn't dismiss the latter. For now, he had no choice but to follow her instructions. Having attended 2 mysticism gatherings, Lumian had developed a certain understanding of the potion formula's value. He knew that the pyromaniac potion formula in his possession was worth at least 30,000 Vrildor. If he were to sell it, he could exchange it for the pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic. Of course, this idea was fleeting. Without Madame-Magician's explicit agreement, he didn't dare entertain it. Wouldn't it be equivalent to trading Madame-Magician's potion formula for her pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic? Instead, Lumian found a more feasible plan, inspired by a popular trade scheme in Intis, which was also known as Commercial Paradise or Financial Empire. The plan required a down payment of 10,000 Vrildor, with the remaining 20,000 to be paid in installments over a year, along with a 10 to 15% interest. After careful consideration, Lumian, sensing a high likelihood of Madame-Magician possessing godhood, dismissed the idea. He had already gathered almost half of the required funds. There was no need to risk offending a demigod by negotiating installments. Even if Harvest Sacrifice didn't yield a satisfactory price or Franca had little savings due to her extravagant lifestyle, Sal the Ball Breeze still had a substantial amount of cash in its safe. As the protector of the dance hall, what harm would there be in embezzling a small sum? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 233, Advance Payment. Realizing the lateness of the hour, Lumian planned on delving into Aurora's grimoire until midnight. He resolved to seek out Franca the next morning and inquire about the sale of Harvest Sacrifice. Additionally, he intended to ask her to keep a watchful eye on the supplementary ingredients like fire salamander blood and magma pyroxene powder. Franca is known for her late sleeping habits. If I go searching for her now, she'll surely still be awake. Most likely, she'll be asleep before 11 a.m. tomorrow. Taking this into consideration, Lumian had a change of heart. He tidied the wooden table, rose from his seat, and departed from a Baird's Du Coq door. 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, in front of apartment 601. After knocking a few times, Lumian caught sight of Franca. Her flaxen locks were disheveled, and she wore a lake blue silk nightgown as she opened the door. "What's the matter this time?" the witch inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she stepped aside to make way. Lumian didn't respond immediately. He glanced around and inquired, "Is Jenna not here?" Unconsciously, Franca's smile faded away. "Are you here for her?" "She doesn't have to perform tonight. She left early today." Lumian nodded. "That's good. I won't have to climb the outer wall and leave later then." Franca's lips twitched, and she clicked her tongue with a chuckle. "So, you've come to mock me?" After playing a simple prank, Lumian settled himself on the gray divan. Just as he was about to speak, Franca, who had curled up in the recliner, causing her nightgown's hem to slip, let out a soft chuckle. "You missed quite a show in the market district this afternoon. The police took care of all the places tied to the mob. Brignays, Simon, Christo, and Black were all apprehended and brought to the police headquarters. They nearly fell into the clutches of the official Beyonders and received their customary treatment. Luckily, Gardner managed to contact the newly elected Hugues Artois and convinced him to exert pressure on the 2 churches and the police headquarters. By throwing a few scapegoats under the bus, the matter was resolved. Hugues Artois is indeed in cahoots with the boss." Lumian chuckled. "You didn't get caught? I didn't go to any of those locations today. I spent the whole afternoon playing Fighting Evil with Jenna and my star dancer. Why would I get caught? You see, there's nothing wrong with being lazy." "My favorite saying is that lazy people are blessed by being lazy," Franca replied, amused. "I've never heard that before," Lumian asked casually. "Where does this proverb come from?" "I made it up," Franca replied nonchalantly. Pondering Franca's explanation, Lumian's suspicions were confirmed. Did Jenna suggest staying indoors in the afternoon and playing cards? "How did you know?" Franca exclaimed in surprise. She scrutinized Lumian, her gaze turning suspicious. Could it be that Jenna told him herself? Had they shared so much in private? Lumian had nothing to hide and spoke frankly. "Charlie paid me a visit today, and Jenna happened to be there. From him, I learned that the official Beyonders and the police headquarters planned a joint operation to clean up the mobsters in the market district this afternoon. I advised Jenna to keep it a secret so as not to trouble Charlie. And it seems she's proven to be trustworthy. She simply kept you occupied in the apartment," Lumian explained. Franca's face brightened with understanding. "No wonder you weren't around in the afternoon." A smug expression crossed her features. "Jenna is still on my side." She let out a satisfied sigh before curiosity tinged her voice as Franca asked warily, "Why did Jenna come to you?" Lumian smiled knowingly. "After the demise of Black Scorpion Roger, she finds me suspicious due to my ongoing conflict with the Poison Spur mob. Franca's response was a mix of relief and amusement. The Aurora Order ended up being the scapegoat in this case. Since I arrived in Trier, I've noticed in the newspapers that whenever something happened, a terrorist group known as the Aurora Order would claim responsibility. But I never imagined that we would finally get a taste of that treatment. The subsequent investigations were misled, and no one suspected us. The Aurora Order is indeed responsible for this. After Lumian mocked Franca, he steered the conversation back on track. Taking advantage of the situation, I attended a mysticism gathering in the afternoon and managed to obtain the formula for the pyromaniac potion, as well as some clues about its main ingredient. "You're quite fortunate," Franca exclaimed, her eyes widening slightly. "If we weren't in Intis, I doubt your story. It's only in Intis that the pyromaniac potion formula is so readily available." Lumian then made a request. "Please help me keep an eye on the supplementary ingredients: fire salamander's blood, magma pyroxene powder, and red crown balsam." He omitted mentioning Sunstar, as it was relatively common and could be found in larger flower shops. "No problem," Franca assured him. She inquired about the quantities of each ingredient in detail before raising another concern. "Do you have enough money? I mean, enough to purchase the main ingredient for the potion?" From her perspective, Lumian had likely spent all his savings on the pyromaniac potion formula. Lumian seized the opportunity to respond. "Actually, I was just about to ask if Harvest Sacrifice had been sold." "How can it be sold so soon? It's only been a day." "I haven't even had the chance to attend any mysticism gatherings," Franca replied, pausing before offering a solution. "If you urgently need money, I can lend you some. After all, I don't have any immediate need for the next potion." "There's no rush," Lumian replied after considering the matter. He still needed to gather all the supplementary ingredients. Franca estimated, "Based on my experience, Harvest Sacrifice won't fetch a high price due to its inevitable side effects. You can expect it to sell for around 10,000 to 12,000 Vrildor. When you need the money, I can directly provide you with 6,000 Vrildor, considering it a buyout of Harvest Sacrifice. Additionally, I can lend you 20,000 to 30,000 Vrildor, but you must return it within 3 months." "All right," Lumian agreed without hesitation. He then produced Fallen Mercury and said to Franca, "I need to find someone who can repair Beyonder weapons." Franca examined the dirk with its ominous patterns and asked in confusion, "What's the point of repairing a Beyonder weapon? Its energy will deplete eventually. It's tremendously useful. I want to utilize it for as long as possible," Lumian admitted, though he naturally refrained from mentioning that he had a means to replenish Fallen Mercury's energy. Of course, he had to wait until he reached Sequence 6 and could withstand the corruption. Otherwise, Termabaros would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to cause trouble. That's true. Franca recalled Fallen Mercury's impressive performance in the battle against Black Scorpion Roger. "I'll help you inquire, but no artisan would likely accept the task of repairing a suspected corrupted Beyonder weapon. They fear the potential adverse effects it could have on them." "Artisan, a Beyonder skilled in repairing mystical items and Beyonder weapons?" After exchanging a few more words with Franca, Lumian left room 601 and returned to Avenue du Marquet, entering Salle de Bal Brice. Despite it almost being midnight, the place was still bustling. Lumian made his way to the finance office on the second-floor corridor. As he unlocked the safe, he asked about the accountant and the cashier on the night shift. "How much cash do we have at the moment?" The accountant, a refined, bespectacled woman in her 30s, replied with a hint of apprehension, "Approximately 28,000 Vrildor and some change." Lumian had already opened the safe's door by then, revealing stacks of banknotes and shimmering golden coins. After a quick calculation, he calmly requested, "Give me 12,000 Vrildor." "Huh?" Both the accountant and the cashier exclaimed fearfully. While Monsieur Seal was the protector of Salle de Bal Brice, taking away such a substantial amount of cash in one go was unthinkable. The accountant exchanged a glance with the young cashier, silently indicating her to find the dance hall manager, Renee, in the adjacent office. Dressed in formal attire, Gardner Martin's designated representative glanced at the open safe and inquired, "Monsieur Seal, why do you need to withdraw 12,000 Vrildor?" "Personal expenses," Lumian replied calmly. Renee pondered for a few seconds before responding, "No problem." In the first 2 years, Baron Brignays would take between 40,000 and 50,000 Vrildor from the dance hall annually. During the transition, he even withdrew 15,000 Vrildor, which would have counted as part of the first half of the year. And it's not even the second half yet. "Monsieur Seal, consider this 12,000 Vrildor in advance." "Sure." Lumian didn't concern himself with the details. He simply wanted the 12,000 Vrildor. After securing the cash in a cloth bag, Lumian let out a silent sigh of relief. He had nearly gathered the required 30,000 Vril to purchase the pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic. Now, all he had to do was await news of the supplementary ingredients. Currently, he possessed a total of 26,710 Vril. With an additional 6,000 from the harvest sacrifice, he would have enough. As Lumian, laden with a significant amount of cash, left Sal the Ball Breeze, a sense of unease suddenly washed over him. He wasn't afraid of being robbed. Rather, he worried that a conflict might damage the money bag or tear the banknotes. I must find a safe place for it. I can't keep carrying it like this. Lumian strolled along Avenue du Marquet, contemplating transferring the funds to the safe house. Before long, his eyes caught sight of the brightly illuminated office belonging to the Market District's Member of Parliament. It stood as a classic four-story building, boasting a khaki-colored facade with statues adorning the top two floors, a sunbird and giant gears. The celebration banquet is still underway. Lumian shook his head disapprovingly. Pausing for a moment, he settled in the shadows across the street, observing the departing guests from the banquet hall. Hugues Artois, who enjoyed the combined support of the Savoy mob and the Poison Spur mob, not to mention Lady Moon's praise, was undoubtedly a man of influence. Some of the guests he had invited could very well be problematic individuals connected to the schemes of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. As time went by, an increasing number of guests emerged from the Member of Parliament's office. Lumian found no one who aroused suspicion. He could only confirm that most of them belonged to the upper echelons of society. They were elegantly attired, and their faces had graced the pages of various newspapers. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Gardner Martin, an amiable man with chubby cheeks, a few silver strands of hair at his temples, and brownish-red eyes. Gardner Martin, the boss of the Savoy mob. Dressed in a tailcoat and a dark bow tie, Gardner seemed to sense something. He abruptly turned his head, fixing his gaze on the shadowy spot where Lumian sat. Lumian's heart skipped a beat. His thoughts raced, and he swiftly made up his mind. Rising to his feet, he approached Gardner Martin. Gardner Martin regarded him with a penetrating stare, revealing no trace of emotion. "Good evening, boss," Lumian greeted as he drew nearer. Gardner Martin asked nonchalantly, "What brings you here?" Lumian replied candidly, "I left Sal the Ball Breeze and noticed that the Member of Parliament's office banquet was still ongoing. I thought I'd check which guests Monsieur Hugues Artois had invited, so as to avoid offending the wrong people in the future." Gardner Martin nodded subtly and spoke calmly. "That's a commendable habit." With a gesture signaling Lumian to depart, he proceeded towards a private carriage, accompanied by butler Faustino. Lumian's heart stirred as he followed suit, taking the initiative to speak. "Boss, I took an advance of 12,000 Vril from the dance hall today." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 234, Sincerity. Gardner Martin's brows lifted in surprise as he cast a curious glance at Lumian, taking a moment to ponder the situation. "Let's converse inside the carriage." Upon hearing this, butler Faustino took the initiative to settle himself in the front of the carriage, right beside the driver. Silently, Lumian trailed behind Gardner Martin and entered the carriage, taking a seat opposite him. As the carriage slowly set in motion, Gardner Martin fixed his gaze upon Lumian and spoke up. "Why did you advance such a hefty sum of cash?" Lumian responded with candor. "Given the opportunity to enhance my strength, I aspire to become a Sequence 7 pyromaniac." Gardner Martin hadn't anticipated Lumian's straightforwardness. After a brief pause, he smiled and inquired, "Is 12,000 Vril sufficient?" Lumian didn't bat an eye as he replied, "In addition to the 18,000 Vril you provided last time and my previous savings." Gardner Martin nodded slowly. "Did you come across anyone selling the main ingredient for the pyromaniac potion elsewhere? And do you possess the formula for the potion?" "Yes," Lumian confessed without reservation. Gardner Martin chuckled. "You've divulged all of this to me. Shouldn't these matters be kept secret?" Lumian displayed an unusual sincerity as he responded, "I feel prepared to consume the pyromaniac potion. It won't be long before I advance to Sequence 7. When that happens, if a conflict arises, concealing the change in my strength would be impossible. Boss, you'll soon discover it anyway. So why not tell you now?" Furthermore, Rene, the manager of the dance hall, worked under Gardner Martin. He would undoubtedly report the 12,000 Vril advancement. Lumian paused momentarily before continuing. "That's one reason. Another reason is that I've lived on the streets, endured rural life, and faced persecution. Now, I adhere to a single principle. I treat those who treat me well." He wasn't attempting to flaunt his loyalty. According to Jenna, such exaggerated loyalty would seem untrustworthy, especially when he had only met Gardner Martin once. His main goal was to convey his allegiance. Similarly, Gardner Martin would definitely comprehend the underlying purpose behind Lumian's frankness. It was a display of his astuteness. Gardner Martin lifted his head and burst into laughter. Very good. Brignays, Christo, and the others have their own secrets. They assume I'm oblivious. The fact that you can accurately grasp your situation, your future progress, and my stance indicates that you're more astute than them. Most times, sincerity proves to be the most effective approach. Sincerity? Lumian seized the opportunity to express himself with extraordinary sincerity. Boss, I have leads on the main ingredient, but I'm unsure where to acquire the supplementary ingredients. Could you keep an eye out for fire salamander's blood, magma pyroxene powder, and red crown balsam? From Lumian's perspective, Gardner Martin, suspected to be a Sequence 6 or perhaps even a Sequence 5 Beyonder of the Hunter pathway, would have an easier time finding the supplementary ingredients for the pyromaniac potion compared to Franca. Perhaps he still possessed leftover supplementary ingredients from advancing to pyromaniac? According to Aurora's grimoire, spiritual supplementary ingredients could be preserved for an extended period if the method was correct. Gardner Martin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Seal making such a direct request. Initially, he had intended to inquire about a few matters of concern and understand Lumian's needs before offering assistance to win him over. After a brief pause, Gardner Martin nodded and responded, "No problem." Observing that Gardner Martin didn't inquire about the quantities of the 3 supplementary ingredients, Lumian grew increasingly convinced that the Savoy mob boss was a mid-sequence Beyonder of the Hunter pathway. Gardner Martin peered out of the window and spoke inquisitively. "While you were observing the Parliament member's office, did you notice anything suspicious?" No, Lumian shook his head. "They're just individuals whose pictures occasionally appear in the newspapers." Gardner Martin smiled nonchalantly. "Indeed, there's the president and vice president of our Savoy Chamber of Commerce, Bono Goodville, the owner of Goodville Chemical Factory, Clement, the manager of Nova Mechanical Prosthetics, and Etienne from St. Ger Phlogiston Factory. I was invited as a shareholder of Ristox and the head of Rist Shipping Company and Savoy Construction Company, not as the boss of the Savoy mob." Gardner Martin let out a soft sigh. "However, we can barely squeeze into Trier's high society. In the business world, the true heavyweights are the chairman and proprietors of Trier Bank, Suchit Bank, and Asset Credit Bank. They are the shareholders of behemoths like Suet Textile Group, Tillisai Coal and Steel Consortium, Anubai Steel Company, Southern Liquor Merchants Federation, Folger Weapons Group, and Balampaz Import and Export Corporation." Lumian had come across these names in newspapers and magazines. The company that had left the deepest impression was Balampaz Import and Export Corporation. To protect their interests in the West Balam and Paz Valley of the southern continent, they had even been allowed to finance a substantial private army and a fleet as mercenaries. Noticing that the carriage was about to depart from Avenue du Marquet, Gardner Martin signaled the driver to halt and nodded at Lumian. "Before consuming the potion, ensure your condition is favorable. It's better to delay than to take unnecessary risks." After acknowledging Gardner Martin's advice, Lumian left the carriage and headed towards Rue de Blouses Blanches. He intended to conceal all his cash within the confines of the safe house. After walking a certain distance, Lumian hesitated. Safe houses didn't guarantee absolute safety, especially in lower-class areas like the Market District and Quartier du Jardin Botanique, where the population was denser. Thieves ran rampant in such places. If a burglar were to stumble upon Aurora's grimoires, they would be of little value to them. At most, they would search through them in the hopes of finding hidden banknotes, but the sum of over 26,000 cash would undoubtedly be taken. Should I set up a few traps in the safe house to deter thieves? Lumian's thoughts raced, and suddenly, a better idea struck him. That idea was to provide Madame Magician with an advance payment of 26,000 Vrildor. This way, there would be no risk of losing such a large sum of cash. Furthermore, a lofty individual like Madame Magician would not deny accepting the advance payment. Phew. With his mind made up, Lumian arrived at the safe house on Rue de Blouses Blanches and retrieved pen and paper to write a letter. Esteemed Madame Magician, I have already procured 26,000 Vrildor. I will offer this as an advance payment. Once I gather the remaining 4,000, you may send me the Pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic. Looking forward to your reply. Lumian refrained from requesting Madame Magician to grant him the Pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic immediately, as he had yet to acquire the corresponding supplementary ingredients. Preserving beyond her characteristics proved to be quite troublesome, and there was a risk of losing them. After summoning the puppet messenger and entrusting it with a cloth bag containing cash and coins, along with the letter, Lumian felt a significant sense of relief. However, he couldn't help but worry that the messenger might fall victim to robbery in the spirit world. Before long, the puppet messenger adorned in a golden dress returned with a reply from Madame Magician. 26,000 Vril d'Or has been received. Magician? It's akin to receiving a receipt. Lumian murmured to himself, expressing gratitude to the puppet messenger. He then departed Rue de Blouses Blanches and made his way back to Aubert's du Coq d'Or. As was his routine, Lumian used a short wire to open the door, quietly traversed the dimly lit lobby with only the basement bar's glow, and ascended the stairs. Reaching the second floor, he pursed his lips and continued upwards to the third floor, arriving at room 310, where Flaming had once resided. The wooden door to the room stood ajar, and the curtains remained undrawn, allowing the crimson moonlight to filter through the glass. It was an unwritten folklore often believed by the lower-class citizens of Trier. In a room where someone had met their demise, the door had to be left open and the curtains undrawn for 3 days. This was done out of concern that the ghost of the deceased might be reluctant to depart. Lumian stood at the doorway, gazing into the empty room, as if he could see the madman clutching his head and whispering, "I'm dying." After a while, he silently averted his gaze and proceeded towards the stairs. As he approached the staircase, he overheard a conversation emanating from room 302, despite their attempts to suppress their voices. The room belonged to Roure and Michel, the sellers of counterfeit photographs who worked as part-time scavengers. There was no sign of a kerosene or carbide lamp being lit within the room. No light seeped through the crack in the door. Lumian's acute hearing allowed him to instinctively tune in to the discussion between the elderly couple. "Old woman, look at these. They're worth a fortune. Those gentlemen and ladies simply discarded them. I reckon this bag alone could fetch 5 Vril d'Or. 5 d'Or. It's worth at least 15. Old man, if only we could stumble upon such valuable rubbish every day. Then we'd have to vote for a member of parliament every day. Praise the sun. Let that member of parliament host a banquet every day. In that case, we could return to Ormer and purchase 10 acres of fields to cultivate grapes within a year. You're quite the dreamer, old woman." "What's wrong with dreaming? Don't you dream? Even without the banquet, we've managed to save up a significant sum. Another 4 or 5 years should suffice." "True. When the time comes, we won't have to toil as hard as we do now, and we won't need to worry about being unable to work." Lumian ceased eavesdropping and silently chuckled. Descending the stairs, he returned to room 207, briefly freshened up, and climbed into bed. In the midst of the night, half asleep, he was suddenly startled by hurried footsteps. As he sat up and glanced towards the corridor, there came a knock on his door. Lumian, feeling a mix of wariness and confusion, approached the wooden door and opened it. Standing outside was Madame Michel, the short gray-haired woman adorned in a yellow cloth dress. She spoke with fear and panic. "Roure has taken ill suddenly. Seal, Monsieur Seal, can you assist me in carrying him to the clinic on Rue de Blouses Blanches? I have the money for his treatment. Monsieur Roure is unwell. He was perfectly fine when I fell asleep." Lumian was taken aback. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 235, Disease. Observing Lumian's silence, Michel spoke with anxiety creeping into her voice. "If you're not willing, I can find someone else. Who should I look for? They don't really like us. They can't stand our foul odor." That was precisely why she sought out Lumian, a leader of the mob. Lumian and Charlie were the only ones at Aubert's du Coq d'Or who could calmly communicate with the couple, but Charlie had already left. Glancing at the short and hunched figure of Madame Michel, Lumian let out a sigh and responded, "I'll go and check it out." Still perplexed, he walked past Madame Michel, hastened up to the second floor, and entered room 302. The place was filled with various kinds of rubbish, emitting an indescribable stench. Lumian raised his hand, pinching his nose, and maneuvered his way through the cramped space, barely fitting a single person, until he reached the yellowish and greasy bedsheet. Roure, with his wrinkled eyes tightly shut, lay on the bed, his face flushed and his breath ragged. He had fainted. "He's seriously ill." Lumian furrowed his brow, holding his breath. He turned around and carried Roure out of the room. Meanwhile, Michel swiftly rummaged through the piles of trash, uncovering hidden spots with single banknotes and coins, which she promptly concealed on her person. Soon they left room 302. As Michel locked the door, she spoke to Lumian. Monsieur Seal, pay me no mind. Send Ruhr to the clinic without me. I'll catch up. Lumian nodded, quickened his pace, and sprinted out of Aubert's Du Coq door. He was familiar with Rue de Blanche's clinics, often frequenting the area. After a short sprint, he spotted the Roblin Clinic, a small hospital in all but name. Lamarque du Quartier du Gentleman and Quartier de Noël had been neighboring districts for some time now. The Holy Palace Hospital, funded by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, was located across the bridge. As a result, only a few clinics were situated on this side of the bridge. Roblin Clinic had 2 doctors on duty during the night. Temporary beds were set up in a spacious hall, with a few patients lying on them, receiving infusion treatments. Lumian carried Ruhr to one of the doctors and gently placed him on a treatment bed. The doctor, donning gold-rimmed glasses and in his early 30s, glanced at Lumian. Without directly mentioning any consultation fees, he disdainfully examined Ruhr's condition. After a few minutes, he adjusted his glasses and spoke. He's running a high fever, but there don't appear to be any other symptoms. I suggest we try to bring down the fever first. If it persists, we should immediately transfer him to the Holy Palace Hospital. All right. Lumian possessed limited medical knowledge, so he could only heed the doctor's advice. The doctor swiftly wrote a prescription for Lumian and instructed him to make the necessary payment. Lumian complied, receiving the fever medicine and infusion drip from the pharmacy. The full pharmaceutical company's Type 1357 fever medicine. Lumian glanced at the prescription's contents and then proceeded to the payment window. Madame Michel finally arrived, panting and exhausted. She accepted the prescription from Lumian and glanced at the price. In a burst of frustration, she exclaimed, "It's 5 vril d'or." Without waiting for Lumian's response, she clenched her teeth and retrieved copper and silver coins. She gathered 5 vril d'or and paid the consultation fee. Before long, Ruhr was carried to a temporary bed for the infusion. This treatment had gained popularity only in recent years. Madame Michel finally regained her composure and spoke to Lumian. "Thank you, Monsieur Seal. You can go back and rest. I'll stay with Ruhr." Lumian didn't insist. After all, he wasn't a doctor. He nodded slightly and directed his gaze towards Ruhr. Concentrating, he intended to check on his luck. Lumian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Monsieur Ruhr was on the brink of death. However, it wasn't severe or evident. Unlike the previous vagrant, there seemed to be a chance of salvation. Just as Lumian was about to suggest transferring him to the Holy Palace Hospital, Ruhr's condition took a turn. Translucent blisters resembling burns emerged on his skin. They swiftly filled with light yellow pus, exhibiting signs of festering. Such symptoms, such progression, and such rapid evolution caused Lumian's pupils to contract. His intuition informed him that this was no ordinary illness. Perhaps it was connected to mysticism and supernatural forces. Monsieur Ruhr is merely a scavenger. Why is he affected by superpowers? Lumian raised his head and pointed at the unconscious Ruhr. He addressed Madame Michel. "You're believers of the Eternal Blazing Sun, correct? Take him to the Église Saint Robert and give it a try." He sensed that the Holy Palace Hospital might not be equipped to treat an illness involving superpowers. It would be better to visit the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral and determine if purification could eliminate the effects. Madame Michel noticed her husband's peculiar transformation and pleaded with a sobbing tone, "No, transfer him to the Holy Palace Hospital. Transfer him to the Holy Palace Hospital." To Madame Michel's understanding, seeking blessings at the cathedral was akin to giving up on treatment and preparing for the solace of a deathbed. Lumian refrained from persuading her, realizing that it was the dead of night and Église Saint Robert had long closed its doors. Moreover, Ruhr and Michel were nothing more than a couple of scavengers, so the chances of the cathedral opening for them were slim. Additionally, Église Saint Robert was quite far away. Ruhr's condition was rapidly deteriorating, and he might not survive the journey, let alone live long enough to rouse the cathedral's caretakers to unlock the door. Lumian observed Ruhr, whose blisters had burst and were now oozing pus. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke to Madame Michel. "Find a doctor and transfer him to the Holy Palace Hospital immediately." All right. Michel snapped out of her daze and hurriedly approached the doctor who had attended to Ruhr. Once she vacated the temporary bed, Lumian positioned himself to block the view of the other patients. From his pocket, he retrieved an iron-colored metal canister adorned with a spring fountain pattern. This was the healing agent he had obtained from Baldy Harmon. Lumian believed that ailments as a result of mysticism could only be countered by mysticism remedies. Although uncertain whether this agent, primarily meant for external injuries, would work on Ruhr, he was determined to give it a shot. Unscrewing the cap, he pinched Ruhr's mouth open and forced down half of the agent. Ruhr, seemingly parched, instinctively swallowed the clear liquid resembling a refreshing spring. After 2 gulps, he began to calm down. In less than a minute, Madame Michel returned with a doctor. The blisters on Ruhr's face shriveled, scabbed over, and silently fell away. It actually worked. Lumian breathed a sigh of relief and focused on observing the shifts in Ruhr's fate. This time, there were no signs of impending death. Ruhr's destiny for the next few days appeared somewhat chaotic, making it difficult for Lumian to decipher or speculate upon. Perplexed, the doctor glanced at Ruhr and asked Madame Michel, "Isn't he in pretty good shape?" Madame Michel also noticed that the dreadful blisters that had marred her husband's face were now gone, leaving behind only scars and wrinkles. His breathing had steadied and was no longer labored. "I apologize for my anxiety," she quickly apologized. The doctor, irritated by the stench emanating from her and Ruhr, waved his hand dismissively. The full pharmaceutical company's medications are far more effective than others. Since the situation has improved, keep a close eye on him. Don't rush to transfer him to the Holy Palace Hospital. With that, he hastily departed from the temporary bed. Madame Michel slumped down next to Ruhr, occasionally checking his forehead to gauge his body temperature. Lumian remained by their side. He pulled up a stool and sat, attentively observing Ruhr's condition. 10 minutes later, Ruhr opened his eyes and gazed blankly at the unfamiliar white ceiling. "Where am I?" Michel let out a sigh of relief and swiftly recounted his sudden illness. "Why did I fall ill out of the blue?" Ruhr was bewildered. "I felt perfectly fine before going to bed." Interrupting their conversation, Lumian casually inquired, "What did you do before bed that was different from your usual routine?" "Nothing," Ruhr pondered for a moment before replying. "Just the usual routine. I sorted through the trash I collected, went to the washroom, had a chat, and then went to sleep. Maybe I came back late last night. It was nearly 1 o'clock by the time I finished sorting. I guess I ended up sleeping too late. Could there be something amiss with the garbage? Or did something occur during the day that only manifested in the dead of night?" Lumian delved deeper, hoping for valuable clues from Ruhr and Michel, but alas, his efforts proved fruitless. Ruhr recuperated swiftly. Once the 4 had been administered, he insisted on leaving the Roblin clinic immediately, unwilling to spend any more money and determined to return to the motel before dawn. Observing that Ruhr's luck remained unchanged, Lumian didn't try to dissuade him. "Aubert's du Coq d'Or, room 302. Lumian furrowed his brow, surveying the piles of garbage emitting various odors, hoping to pinpoint the problematic one. Ruhr and Michel stood beside him, expressing their gratitude incessantly. Given the peculiar environment, his sense of smell proved useless. Lumian activated his spirit vision and observed for a while, yet found no clues. He could only say to Ruhr and Michel, "We can't rule out the possibility that there might be something contaminated in this trash that caused your illness. Sleep in a different room tonight and wait until morning." Lumian intended to seek the assistance of Franca, a skilled witch in divination, once she awoke, in order to identify the source of the problem. Before Ruhr could respond, Michel, terrified by her husband's sudden illness and brush with death, spoke up. "All right. Thank you, Monsieur Seal." 2 vacant rooms were available on the 3rd floor. Lumian arranged for Ruhr and Michel to rest in room 307. It was already past 4 in the morning. Lumian returned to room 207 and lay on the bed, contemplating the reason behind the strange occurrence. Gradually, he drifted off into a dazed slumber. Suddenly, he jolted awake, barely catching a glimpse of a woman's anguished cry. Lumian's heart tightened as he grabbed fallen Mercury and left the room. Following the sound of the wailing, he ascended to the 3rd floor. In the darkness, his heart sank as he slowed his pace, filled with trepidation. Finally, he halted outside room 307. In the crimson moonlight that filtered through the curtains, he spotted Madame Michel kneeling before the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Sensing his approach, Michel, clad in a yellow gown, turned her tear-streaked face in the dimness and directed her gaze towards the door. Her voice hollow, she uttered, "Seal, Monsieur Seal, Ruhr is dead." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 236, Morning Light. He's dead. Lumian thought, his heart heavy with the news he had anticipated but couldn't fully accept. Leaving the clinic, Ruhr had appeared to have recovered, escaping the clutches of death. How could he have died so suddenly? With a heavy heart, Lumian stepped into room 307, fixing his gaze upon the bed. There lay Ruhr, his body plagued by festering wounds that oozed a faint yellow pus. His complexion was pale and sickly, and he lay completely still. Ruhr's eyes were wide open, and there was evidence of vomit around his mouth. After a few moments of silently studying Ruhr's dazed, pained eyes, Lumian spoke in a deep voice. When did he pass away? Michelle, her white hair now devoid of its usual luster, slowly shook her head and replied, I was exhausted and fell asleep. When I awoke, he was already gone. Did he return to room 302 before bedtime? Lumian inquired, pressing for details. No, he only went to the washroom near room 302. I followed him. Michelle's voice carried a deep timbre, but gave Lumian an otherworldly sensation, as though a part of her soul had left her body. They had all visited the washroom. One fell victim to the strange ailment, while the other remained unscathed. Lumian furrowed his brow, determined to investigate the washroom. If nothing seems amiss there, the likelihood of Madame Michelle being abnormal becomes increasingly probable. As Lumian departed from room 307, heading toward the designated washroom, Michelle remained kneeling by the bed, quietly weeping, unaware of the other's movements. The third-floor restroom was no longer as filthy as before, thanks to the regular cleaning ladies. Although some stains and trash were unavoidable after a day's use, it was still passable for civilized individuals. Lumian glanced around, taking in the sight of the toilet bowl and sink illuminated by the moon's crimson glow streaming through the window. He noticed the rusty tap and mirror, reflecting his own image. After careful observation, he noticed a white silk handkerchief draped over a pipe in a hidden corner. Even with a casual glance, Lumian could tell that it didn't belong to any of the current residents of Aubert's du Coq d'Or. The fabric was of superior quality, adorned with elegant embroidery, a clear sign of its expense. An outsider, perhaps? Lumian's initial instinct was to pick up the silk handkerchief and examine it more closely. However, he quickly reminded himself of the sight of Monsieur Ruhr's festering body when he had fallen ill and forced himself to restrain his impulses. Lumian's mind raced as he left the washroom and returned to room 307. He approached Madame Michelle, who was still sobbing, and inquired, Do you know who the handkerchief in the washroom belongs to? Confused and filled with sorrow, Michelle instinctively replied, It's Ruhr's. Monsieur Ruhr's? Lumian was both surprised and convinced. He pressed further. Where did it come from? Madame Michelle gazed at Ruhr's grotesque, lifeless form and spoke dreamily. It was among the trash we collected tonight. I wonder which gentleman or lady discarded it. It had phlegm on it but was undamaged. Ruhr cleaned it and intended to sell it secondhand instead of throwing it away. After you mentioned the possibility of something unclean in the trash, Ruhr took it out and hid it in the washroom. He didn't dare to return to room 302. Phlegm. Lumian felt he had discovered the root of the problem. He let out a slow exhale and said, Did Monsieur Ruhr touch the handkerchief again? Did you? I don't know. Madame Michelle shook her head slowly. He went to the washroom by himself. I didn't touch it, as expected. Lumian retrieved his gloves and put them on. He returned to the washroom and used fallen mercury to lift the white silk handkerchief. He carefully placed it in the white paper he had with him, folding it neatly. Throughout the process, he made sure not to touch the handkerchief directly. Afterward, Lumian wiped fallen mercury's blade with another piece of white paper and tossed the crumpled ball into the toilet bowl. He waited for it to soften and then flushed it away. Stepping out of the washroom, he noticed Madame Michelle standing silently by the door of room 307, like a ghost wandering in the darkness. As Lumian approached her, the old lady with white hair wore a pleading expression. It's almost dawn, Monsieur Seal. Could you help me move Ruhr back to room 302? Her voice still held a dreamy quality. Lumian was taken aback. After a brief pause of 5 or 6 seconds, he replied, Okay. He entered room 307 and carefully wrapped Monsieur Ruhr's body in the bedsheets, hoisting him onto his back. With just a few steps, Lumian carried the lifeless form and placed it on the bed in room 302. Madame Michelle, having squeezed through the trash, expressed her profuse gratitude before striding towards the wooden table and drawing back the curtains. It was almost 6 a.m. As the first rays of dawn broke through the sky, dimming the crimson moonlight, Michelle listened to the vendors outside the motel and fixated her gaze on Ruhr. Lumian retreated from room 302 and returned to the corridor, stepping out of the reach of the light. He leaned silently against the wall, not disturbing the serene scene. After a few minutes, Madame Michelle suddenly sprang into action. She rummaged through the room, finding more banknotes and coins. Then she hastened out of the room and descended downstairs. Lumian didn't follow. He raised his right foot to the wall and leaned against the sleeping darkness of the wall. As time passed, Madame Michel returned with an abundance of items. There was a bottle of red wine, grilled cod, cured meat, meatloaf, soybean paste, hot sauce, and apples. Without sparing a glance for Lumian, Madame Michel entered room 302. She collapsed onto the bed and placed the food beside the decaying corpse. After a moment's contemplation, she rose again and ignited the carbide lamp on the wooden table, filling the room with its glow. Madame Michel once again lowered herself to the floor, picked up the meatloaf, and brought it to Ruhr's mouth. Smiling, she uttered, "Haven't you been craving meatloaf lately? I bought it for you today." After allowing some of the oil to moisten the corpse's lips, Madame Michel took a bite of the meatloaf and savored it with closed eyes. "It's delicious. How long has it been since we last ate?" 2 weeks, right?" Having taken a few more bites of the meatloaf, Madame Michel seized the bottle of red wine and took a swig. Mumbling, she continued, "Oh man, our vines have produced red wine. We needn't worry about what the future holds." Engaging in one-sided conversation with Ruhr's lifeless body, she continued to indulge in wine and various delicacies. Outside the door, Lumian remained in the darkness, leaning against the wall as he silently observed the unfolding scene. He neither entered nor departed. Soon enough, Madame Michel began to feel the effects of her intoxication. As a former barmaid, she began to sing loudly. Trier, a city dressed in gold. A ball that endures till dawn unfolds. Chicken roasted, dripping with oil's grace. A castle cake to fill each eager embrace. A bow-tied attendant glides amongst the guests, merrily dancing with joy and delight. My beloved, hidden midst the crowd. Among them, a beacon shining bright. Among them, my love resides. In the capital of joy, forever Trier. Madame Michel rose unsteadily and stumbled towards the wooden table, gathering the banknotes in front of the carbide lamp. In an instant, the cash caught fire and flames erupted on the table, emitting a bright yellow glow. With her arms outstretched, Madame Michel shouted, "In the capital of joy, forever Trier." She retrieved the rope that had once bound the sack and climbed onto the wooden table, tying the rope firmly to the window frame with a tight knot. In the flickering light of the fire, Madame Michel turned to face Ruhr, lying motionless on the bed. She positioned the knot around her neck and bent her legs. The knot tightened, and Madame Michel's eyes bulged in her struggle for breath. Outside the window, the sky grew brighter, casting a faint light that bathed a portion of the corridor. Lumian leaned against the wall, concealed in the shadows. With his hands in his pockets and his right foot propped up, he gazed impassively at Madame Michel, suspended from the window frame. He witnessed her mouth gradually open, her expression contorted in pain, and her bent legs letting up upon her demise. In the morning light, the corpse swayed gently. At 6:35 a.m., 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, apartment 601. Startled by the knocks on the door, Franca, her flaxen hair disheveled, wore a bitter expression as she rose from her slumber. "I've only had 3 hours of sleep." 3 hours. Help me inspect the contents for any anomalies. Lumian ignored Franca's complaints and presented the handkerchief wrapped in white paper. "Be cautious. It might be infectious." Infectious? Franca snapped out of her daze and retreated to her room, donning translucent, pale yellow rubber gloves. She carefully unwrapped the outer layer of paper, extracted the silk handkerchief within, and placed it on the glass coffee table. Tapping her teeth while observing intently, Franca spoke with a solemn expression. "There is indeed an issue. There are numerous small but active spirits lingering on it. They belong to the same category. I suspect it's a pathogen. It spreads through direct contact with the skin or even blood exchange. Based on your description, it's not highly contagious." Although Lumian didn't comprehend the concept of a pathogen fully, he grasped the essence of Franca's explanation. He fell into silence momentarily before saying, "Can you determine the owner of this handkerchief?" "No problem. With a powerful medium present, as long as they don't possess strong anti-divination abilities, I can locate them." As Franca spoke, black flames flickered on her rubber gloves. After cleansing the area, she removed her gloves and retrieved a makeup mirror. Hovering her left palm over the handkerchief, she stroked the mirror with her right hand. Reciting a series of incantations in a hushed tone, her eyes darkened. She repeated the divination statement. "The owner of this handkerchief. The owner of this handkerchief." After several repetitions, the mirror emitted an aqueous glow, reflecting a figure in the darkness. It was a slender young man with a pale complexion and an unhealthy appearance. His curly dark yellow hair framed his face, and his brown eyes conveyed an unmasked indifference. Clad in a black tailcoat, he clutched a white silk handkerchief. He coughed twice and expectorated into the fabric. Lumian strained to capture the person's features, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. It was as if he had encountered this individual somewhere before. After a brief recollection, it dawned on him. This was a member of Hugues Artois' campaign team, the one who stood behind the red-haired woman. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 237, Concealment. So, do you know him? Franca glanced at Lumian, seeking his insight. Lumian shifted his gaze away from the mirror, its reflection gradually fading, and spoke with a deep voice. He's one of Hugues Artois' men. I spotted him during the campaign. Franca furrowed her brow, closing her makeup mirror and inquiring, what happened? Lumian recounted the encounter between Roer and Michel, concluding, there's something suspicious about this man. Franca sighed, remarking, they're already in such dire straits as scavengers, and yet they still have to face such a situation. She scoffed, adding, considering Lady Moon's endorsement of Hugues Artois as an open-minded individual, it wouldn't surprise me if he surrounded himself with peculiar characters. Pausing to look at Lumian, Franca continued, Hugues Artois is now a member of Parliament. He'll have both visible and covert protection. If we make a move against him or his associates, we'll easily be tracked down. The consequences would be severe. Let's entrust this matter to the official Beyonders for further investigation. I can't guarantee much else. At the very least, the Inquisition's purifiers and members of the machinery hive mind won't turn a blind eye to such affairs. They will find a way to uncover the truth and assess the situation, Franca suggested. Lumian nodded slowly and inquired, then which sequence or pathway could it be? Can phlegm transmit such a deadly disease? As he made his way from Aubaire's du Coq d'Or to Rue de Blouses Blanches, Lumian diligently recalled the 22 paths of the divine detailed in Aurora's grimoires, but found no match for the current circumstances. Franca pondered deeply and said, my understanding of the 22 paths of the divine is similar to your sister's, but I have a more comprehensive knowledge of certain aspects. I can only think of one pathway that fits the criteria, but it's of a higher level and exclusive to women. It doesn't align with the target situation. Considering we've encountered the Great Mother and the blessed of the Mother Tree of Desire, could our target be someone blessed by another evil deity? Heh. If it truly involves the faith of an evil god, the Beyonders from both churches will undoubtedly intensify their efforts. Yes, Roer's death is peculiar indeed. As long as the investigating police aren't blind, they'll swiftly report it to their superiors, who will assign someone capable to handle the case. Lumian acknowledged her words briefly, his expression softening. After bidding farewell to Franca, he made his way back to Aubaire's du Coq d'Or. As he walked past the reception desk, Madame Fels rose to her feet, a mix of fear and flattery evident in her voice as she greeted, Good morning, Monsieur Seal. A few days ago, the police had informed her that Monsieur I was believed to be involved in a cult and had become a wanted criminal. They had requested her to use the rental income to cover expenses and ensure the motel's smooth operation during this period. Additionally, they wanted her to keep a record of the accounts. Once the elections were over, they would settle the matter of Aubaire's du Coq d'Or's ownership promptly. Madame Fels felt uneasy, fearing that the new boss would dismiss her. Subconsciously, she tried to win Seal's favor, hoping that a leader of the Savoy mob would stand up for her when the time came. Whoever took control of Aubaire's du Coq d'Or would not want to offend the corresponding mob, unless they had influential connections. Good morning, Lumian replied simply. He walked along the wall, covered in newspapers and pink paper to conceal stains, cracks, and bedbugs, making his way up to the third floor. He had locked the door to room 302 before the other tenants on the third floor had awakened, so as of yet, no one had discovered the lifeless bodies of Roer and Michel. Madame Michel's singing before she took her own life had failed to disturb the neighbors. To those residing on Rue Anarchy, various noises during the night were commonplace. Singing, gunshots, brawls, shouting, and sporting activities were nothing worth paying attention to. Lumian returned the silk handkerchief to its hidden spot in the washroom before pausing in front of room 302. Extending his left hand clad in a black glove, he turned the handle and opened the creaking wooden door. Madame Michel's lifeless form hung silently in the room. The aroma of food mingled with the surrounding stench of garbage, filling the space as the light grew brighter. Lumian gazed at the scene for over 10 seconds before slowly turning away, preparing to leave. It was nearly 8 o'clock when the two police officers arrived at Aubaire's du Coq d'Or. They spotted Lumian, who had disguised himself using the mystery prying glasses. Why is there another death? grumbled the officer who had previously interrogated Lumian. His face was rugged, lacking in handsome features, and bore the marks of age. Lumian responded calmly, "One died of illness. I'm no doctor, unable to save him." "And the other one?" The officer pressed for more information. Lumian replied honestly, "She took her own life after the blow." The older-looking policeman furrowed his brow and entered room 302, accompanied by his partner. The first sight that greeted them was Madame Michelle's lifeless body hanging from the window frame. The officer instinctively covered his nose. The place was far too filthy and foul-smelling. Next, his gaze fell upon Ruhr's decaying corpse, observing the putrefying flesh and spilled blood. "Son of a bitch, you call this an illness?" He couldn't help but turn to Lumian, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Lumian briefly recounted the events of the previous night, omitting the fact that Ruhr's condition had worsened while he was at Roblin Clinic and had been revived by half a bottle of healing agent. Lumian attributed the credit to the Fool Pharmaceuticals' fever-reducing medicine. He also mentioned his suspicion that the Ruhrs had encountered an infectious source within the pile of garbage they had collected the previous night, causing them to sleep in room 307. Lumian brought up Madame Michelle's mention of a silk handkerchief in the washroom as well. The more the two officers listened, the quieter they became, their expressions slightly off. After Lumian finished speaking, they hurried to the washroom to confirm the presence of the silk handkerchief. The older-looking officer glanced at Seal outside and whispered to his partner, "Another mysticism incident. Stay here and guard the scene. I'll report the situation." The other officer nodded. "No problem." Lumian observed as they divided the tasks, patiently awaiting the arrival of the official Beyonders. In less than half an hour, the older-looking policeman returned to Aubert's Du Coq door alone. "Where are the official Beyonders?" Lumian's eyes widened in surprise. The older-looking policeman avoided Lumian's gaze and pulled his partner to the end of the corridor, engaging in a hushed conversation. Lumian stood at a distance, straining his ears to catch their words, but they remained unintelligible. After a while, the older-looking officer approached Lumian, his expression grave. "We've preliminarily determined it as death due to illness and suicide. No further investigation?" Lumian's eyebrows twitched in disbelief. The officer repeated what he had said when they had taken Flaming's body away. He donned gloves, carefully placed the silk handkerchief into a cloth bag, and secured it tightly. Lumian silently observed as they removed the corpses, wrapped Ruhr's body, and placed him in a body bag. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Even though he died in such a manner, the official Beyonders don't find it suspicious? No need for further investigation? Or perhaps the police officer didn't report the matter, and the official Beyonders remain unaware. Could someone have intervened and persuaded them to treat this as an ordinary death case, not involving any criminal offense? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lumian quietly followed the officer carrying the two bodies to the carriage. From a distance, he trailed them, detecting the lingering odor emanating from Ruhr's and Michelle's bodies. He tracked them all the way to the entrance of the police headquarters in the Market District. Lumian furrowed his brow as he observed uniformed police officers entering and exiting the building. His initial suspicion was that an officer from the police headquarters had halted the investigation, but he couldn't confirm the identity. Even if he were to enter the police headquarters, given the circumstances and his own status, it would be impossible for him to trace their steps all the way to the relevant office. If he observed from outside, he wouldn't be able to discern who might be involved from the people coming out. Lumian pondered the direction of his investigation once more. Get Franca to use divination? But there's no medium available. Alternatively, why did the officer stop the investigation? Was he aware that someone would be implicated? Had someone already alerted him to such matters beforehand? If it's the latter, there's a high chance that he holds considerable influence within the parliamentarian's office. Lumian's heart stirred as he left the entrance of the police headquarters and swiftly arrived outside the four-story khaki-colored building that housed the parliamentarian's office in the Market District. Taking cover in an alley across the street, he found himself in the company of a group of vagrants. Before long, his eyes landed on an officer. The officer was plump, in his early 40s, with brown hair and blue eyes. Three-petaled silver-white sweet irises adorned his black epaulets. This indicated that he was a chief inspector, one rank lower than a superintendent. As Lumian watched the chief inspector enter the parliamentarian's office, a smile curled upon his lips. In the khaki-colored four-story building, on the second floor, Tybalt, his face pale and his hair curly and yellow, entered the office of the Member of Parliament secretary. The secretary, a man in his 30s with neatly combed back black hair and blue eyes hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, possessed refined features and an air of sophistication. He glanced at Tybalt, who was coughing, and tossed a cloth bag on the table. With a cold expression, he spoke, "We've recovered your handkerchief." Tybalt, his dark yellow hair curly, was attired in a black suit. He smiled and replied, "That was quick." "You bastard," the Member of Parliament's secretary cursed. "Do you not realize that your phlegm can spread diseases to others? Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the two churches?" Tybalt's brown eyes remained indifferent as he nonchalantly remarked, "At most, 2 or 3 commoners might die. No one would care about them. I've been sick for far too long without receiving a new boon. It frustrates me, and it makes me want to kill someone." The Member of Parliament's secretary stared at him for a few seconds before admonishing in a deep voice, "If I hadn't taken precautions in advance, the purifiers would have come looking for you. Your life is inconsequential. Don't jeopardize us." "Tybalt, there will be no next time." Tybalt shrugged, accepting the reprimand. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 238, Endure. Lumian sat in the alleyway across from the Member of Parliament's office, blending in with a group of tramps. Having followed and observed carefully, he had pieced together the entire situation. Within the office, someone had managed to find a reliable officer beforehand and instructed him to monitor cases of mysterious illnesses in their jurisdiction. This officer would keep things quiet, refraining from reporting to the corresponding official beyonders. Furthermore, any evidence he discovered would be sent to the Member of Parliament's office. This revelation implied that the sickly lad who had spat into the handkerchief and discarded it knew the consequences of his actions. As long as he kept his mouth shut, the Member of Parliament would never seek assistance from the police headquarters. Lumian's gaze fixated on a khaki-colored 4-story building. His hands unconsciously balled into fists, yet he restrained himself from taking any drastic measures. After a while, he let out a slow exhale. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the door of the building that housed the Member of Parliament's office. This man donned a silk top hat and wielded a dark cane. Clad in a sharp black suit, a thick brown beard adorned his mouth and chin. Deep wrinkles framed his dark blue, almost black eyes. It was Bono Goodville, the owner of Goodville Chemical Factory. He had left the celebratory banquet earlier than Gardner Martin, the boss of the Savoy mob, the previous night. Occasionally, his photos would appear in certain newspaper reports. Lumian averted his gaze and waited. Only when the chief inspector left the Member of Parliament's office unaccompanied and returned to the police headquarters did he rise from the alleyway teeming with tramps. He casually found a cafe and enjoyed a simple late breakfast. Shortly before 11 a.m., he knocked on Franca's door once again. How did it go? Have the official beyonders taken over? Franca had already risen from bed and changed into her favorite white blouse and light-colored breeches. Lumian shook his head. No. As he stepped into the apartment, he elaborated. It was brushed under the carpet by a chief inspector from the police headquarters. Franca comprehended the situation and couldn't help but scoff. Even the folks at the Member of Parliament's office recognized the problems of spitting anywhere. Lumian found a spot on the sofa and sat down. He recounted everything, from the moment the police arrived to investigate the scene until the chief inspector entered the Member of Parliament's office. Franca peered into his eyes, contemplating for a few seconds before speaking up. I understand that you find it hard to accept and that a fire might be raging in your heart. I truly empathize with you. Though that couple had no relation to you, you tried your utmost to save them, only to meet with failure. Many people can sympathize with such tragic encounters. But I must insist, be patient, endure, restrain yourself from rash actions or seeking revenge. These individuals are connected to the Member of Parliament. If anything were to happen, the situation would explode. It's beyond our capacity to bear. Observing Lumian's silence and absence of emotional outburst, Franca let out a sigh of relief and continued, I'll say it once more. It's best to leave this matter to the official beyonders for investigation. Later, through my contacts, I'll inform them of this case and provide the suspect's identity and description. Although crucial physical evidence might have been lost by now, and the body likely cremated hastily, as long as the official beyonders discover the existence of abnormal pathway beyonder powers in their jurisdiction, targeting the person I identified through divination, they will discover his problem sooner or later. Upon hearing Franca's advice, Lumian nodded, his thoughts aligning with her suggestion. Let's go with that plan. Franca relaxed, taking a moment to contemplate before speaking again. I won't divulge the precise details. I'll merely mention a peculiar ailment causing festering in the market district. There's suspicion that someone from the Member of Parliament's office might have wrapped a handkerchief around thick phlegm, and similar incidents may have been concealed by the police headquarters. If I don't do this, the official Beyonders might suspect you as the source of the information and thoroughly investigate you. Lumian acknowledged her concerns with a curt response, signifying his agreement. After bidding farewell to Franca and departing Rue de Blouses Blanches, he encountered Jenna on his way to Salle de Balbrise. Well, if it isn't Celia, Lumian greeted. Showy diva, dressed in a simple grayish-blue gown, had her brownish-yellow hair tied up in a natural bun. Her face lacked makeup, giving her an elegant appearance without her usual air of decadence. Upon hearing Lumian call her by her real name, Jenna clenched her teeth and retorted, "Just call me Jenna." Lumian sized her up. "Did your mother hit you with a broomstick? Are you considering leaving the underground singer circle? Damn it. You can't seem to wish anything good upon me, can you?" Jenna exclaimed. "My mother is a gentle and reasonable person. Why would she hit me with a broomstick?" She smirked confidently. "Initially, she opposed my singing in the dance halls, thinking it was dangerous and prone to debauchery. But after I explained how much I could earn each week without having to sleep with any man, she relented. She even said she'd come to Salle de Balbrise after work today to watch me perform." "Damn it, what am I going to do?" Lumian deliberately asked. "If your mother saw you wearing a revealing dress and deliberately raising your leg while singing 'His touch is skilled indeed,' how would she react?" Jenna tousled her brownish-yellow hair. "She'd storm the stage and beat me to a pulp." She mumbled to herself before suggesting, "I don't have to wear overly revealing dresses. Remember when I tried singing in a cocktail dress last time? The response was pretty good. It's been a while, but I can give it another shot. The key is the song selection. I'll discuss it with Franca. She has excellent taste. She even knows how to compose her own songs and write lyrics, though they're all rather peculiar." Lumian smiled and spoke up. "If that doesn't work out, I can have Renee organize a themed night event at Salle de Balbrise. Tonight's theme will be love. This would pair well with less suggestive love songs." Jenna's eyes lit up. "That's a brilliant idea." She looked at Lumian awkwardly, offering her thanks. "You're quite quick-witted." Damn it, thank you." Without waiting for Lumian's response, Jenna instinctively glanced around and lowered her voice. "I also told my mother that I'm good friends with Red Boots from the Savoy mob, and that she's protecting me. That's how I can sing at Salle de Balbrise and stay safe. Remember, I came to you that day to negotiate a higher singing fee. And thanks to Franca, you agreed. If my mother asks you, just give this answer." Lumian nodded and teased. "It's called collusion. It's called a harmless fib," Jenna replied gleefully. "Just hold on to that story until I've been singing for another year. I'll save up enough money for my tuition and pay off my debts." Lumian glanced at the apprentice actress and pondered, "Haven't you thought about seeking proper compensation for that accident?" "How?" Jenna's eyes widened in confusion. "The court hasn't reached a final verdict yet." Lumian chuckled. "Why wait for the court? Settling debts is protected by the guardian of businesses. We can handle it ourselves. That factory owner never said he wouldn't pay us. His constant appeals are just about the division of responsibilities and the amount of compensation." Jenna eyed Lumian suspiciously. "Are you suggesting we force him to compensate us? That's illegal." "Illegal?" Lumian looked amused. "As a mob leader, I break the law every day. Didn't you want to assassinate Margot and avenge your friend? Did legality matter to you back then?" Jenna's words faltered as she muttered. "Margot is a mob leader who has committed countless crimes. Each one of them is deserving of the gallows. So you want to be his judge and jury?" Lumian smiled. "That factory owner may have done many wrongs. Let's mask our faces, infiltrate his house, tie him up, and make him compensate everyone. Alternatively, we can convince him to hand over the money quietly and split it among ourselves to avoid arousing suspicion during subsequent investigations." Jenna wore a troubled expression. "I'll think about it. I'll consider it." Seal lived up to his reputation as a mob leader. Discussing breaking the law came as naturally to him as eating and drinking. Lumian didn't press the matter further. Since Jenna wasn't in a hurry, he saw no need to worry about her. As evening approached, Lumian sat in a cafe on the second floor of Salle de Balbrise, awaiting another night. For now, he had nothing to occupy his time. All he could do was wait for Franca or the boss to procure the additional ingredients for the pyromaniac potion, the final step before his breakthrough to Sequence 7. "Boss, what would you like to have for dinner tonight?" Lewis asked Lumian as the sky grew darker. Just as Lumian was about to respond, Jenna approached. Showy Diva had transformed herself, donning a dress the color of roses. The hem of her gown appeared to defy gravity, resembling an inverted flower. Her long brownish-yellow hair was fashioned into a simple bun, with most of it cascading smoothly over her shoulders. Her makeup was subtle, accentuating her complexion and striking features. A mole adorned the right side of her face, and she held a beautifully patterned fan in her hand. This left Lewis and Sarkota dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that this was the same little minx Jenna. Jenna nervously asked Lumian, "Is this suitable?" "Quite impressive." Lumian didn't discourage Jenna. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed in the distance. The ground trembled visibly, and the cafe's glass windows rattled. "Damn it, what's happening?" Jenna exclaimed, peering out of the window in shock. Lumian stood up and made his way to the window. As he looked outside, he noticed the perplexed and flustered pedestrians. In the distance, a plume of black smoke billowed from the south. "Find out what's going on," Lumian instructed Lewis. Once Lewis departed, Jenna approached Lumian, her gaze fixed on the dark smoke rising from the southern part of the market district. Anxiousness and concern filled her. After some time, Lewis returned to the cafe and reported to Lumian, "Boss, there was an explosion at the Goodville chemical factory." A thud interrupted the conversation as Lumian turned to see Jenna's fan fall to the ground. Jenna appeared to lose her spirit as she murmured, sounding disoriented, my mother is there." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 239, Fighting Fire. Before she could finish, Jenna snapped out of her daze. Adorned in a rose-colored dress that hugged her slender frame, she hurried towards the staircase and descended. Witnessing this, Lumian motioned for Lewis and Sarkota to maintain order in Saldabal breeze before giving chase. Anxiety and fear filled Jenna's face, her expression teetering on the edge of collapse. She made no attempt to conceal her beyond her identity. She exerted every ounce of her strength, as if she intended to soar through Avenue du Marquet and into the streets leading south of the market district. Only the darkness of the sky and the unlit gas street lamps, combined with the chaos caused by the panicked pedestrians after the explosion, prevented anyone from noticing the extraordinary speed at which the woman ran. Lumian swiftly caught up to her, his pace surpassing hers. He urgently tapped her shoulder and said, "Take to the shadows." Determined to reach Goodville Chemical Factory as swiftly as possible, Jenna ran a distance before comprehending Lumian's meaning. She altered her course slightly and darted towards the dimly lit area cast by the unilluminated street lamps, blending in seamlessly. Assassins possessed the ability to conceal themselves within shadows. Jenna's emotions surged, making it difficult for her to maintain control. Additionally, sprinting at full speed weakened the effectiveness of this ability. At times, she would become visible, and at others, she would vanish. Nevertheless, compared to before, she managed to avoid drawing much attention from passers-by. Lumian ran alongside the shadows, paying no heed to the perplexed gazes directed his way, his nostrils filled with the lingering scent of Jenna's perfume. Pushing his hunter's speed to its limits, he left observers dumbfounded. Certainly, such behavior would arouse suspicion, but he paid it no mind. As the two Beyonders endowed with enhanced physiques raced at full tilt, they arrived at Rue Saint-Gare near Trier's city walls within a mere 10 minutes. The area was teeming with factories, and the sky was shrouded in dusky smoke tinged with a yellowish hue, obscuring the fading glow of the sunset. Emerging from the shadows, Jenna caught sight of the blazing metal container. Goodville Chemical Factory was engulfed in flames, with firefighters battling desperately to extinguish the inferno and rescue those trapped inside. Some of the rescuers wore peculiar masks adorned with elongated, pointed beaks, while others sported mechanical octopuses on their faces. Several donned black helmets that appeared to consist of multiple layers. The commonality among them was the presence of apparatuses resembling steam backpacks, albeit with significant differences. Thick rubber hoses extended from the contraptions, connecting to the masks. Without a moment's hesitation, Jenna rushed for Goodville Chemical Factory, where sporadic explosions continued to erupt. The pungent odor in the air threatened to overwhelm Lumian's sense of smell. He seized Jenna's shoulder and spoke in a deep voice. "Do you know which factory your mother is in?" Jenna was taken aback. "I don't know." "Had you come equipped to shield yourself from chemical contamination?" Lumian switched questions. "No," Jenna replied, her confusion evident. "Then are you attempting to commit suicide?" Lumian scolded. "Perhaps your mother has already been rescued. Let us first search the area where the injured are being attended to. Are you venturing inside to create further chaos for the rescue team?" Jenna's heart churned with conflicting emotions. She yearned to rush to the chemical plant to find her mother, Yet she couldn't deny the logic in Lumian's words. After Lumian pulled her back, she followed him with a vacant mind for a few paces. Then her senses returned, and she sprinted toward Église du Sifflet, not far from Rue Saint-Hilaire. It stood as the grand cathedral of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Jenna had witnessed the rescued victims being carried there. In a matter of seconds, she and Lumian arrived at the square outside the cathedral. It was teeming with workers from Goodville Chemical Factory, groaning in agony. However, a significant number of them lay unconscious, and some no longer drew breath. Doctors and nurses, clad in white coats, maneuvered through the crowd, feverishly providing first aid. They guided those deemed salvageable to a two-story carriage stationed at the square's periphery, adorned with various coats of arms or sacred emblems. From there, they transported them to several major hospitals in Quartier de Noël. Jenna's body involuntarily quivered as her gaze swept over the lifeless bodies and injured individuals, fearing what she might witness. Lumian seized her arm and guided her across the square in search of Elodie. The gas lamps lining the square cast a rudimentary glow, granting a modicum of illumination. After a few minutes, Lumian's keen hunter eyesight detected a wounded figure whom he suspected to be Elodie. Upon receiving the news, Jenna dashed over, crouched down, and studied the unconscious person's face. The injured individual's golden wig had mostly been singed away, exposing her flaxen hair, now blackened by the flames. Her eyes, adorned with smudged eyeshadow, remained tightly shut, her countenance marred by soot. Burns covered her body, and her lips bore an unnatural blue tinge. It was none other than Elodie, the cleaner at Aubert's Du Coq d'Or, Jenna's mother. Mom. Mom. Jenna's strength evaporated, and she crumpled beside Elodie. Realizing her mother's unconscious state, occasionally punctuated by twitches, Jenna abruptly rose to her feet and muttered to herself, "We need a doctor. We must get her to a hospital without delay." Having confirmed the victim's identity, Lumian focused on assessing Elodie's luck and deduced that it was dire. Even if she were swiftly transported to the hospital, her chances of survival seemed slim. Swiftly, he seized Jenna and spoke in a solemn tone, "Help me shield her from prying eyes." Jenna regarded him with astonishment. Infused with his composed demeanor, she turned her body to block the area on Elodie's left side. "I possess a healing agent for mysticism. Let us first test its efficacy," Lumian explained in a hushed tone as he circled around Elodie's right side, his back serving as a barrier for her other flank. A healing agent for mysticism. Jenna's eyes sparkled, a glimmer of hope illuminating her face. Intently, Jenna watched as Lumian produced an iron-colored metal canister, unscrewed the cap, and poured its contents into her mother's mouth. After more than 10 seconds, Elodie appeared to regain some consciousness and swallowed the curative liquid. Observing this, Jenna felt a slight wave of relief wash over her. She instinctively sensed that her mother's condition had improved marginally. Time seemed to stretch unbearably, suffocating her. A minute felt like an eternity. Finally, she witnessed the burns on Elodie's body start to heal at an astonishing pace, and the bluish tint on her lips gradually faded. Jenna looked up at Lumian, her astonishment palpable. Countless words clamored to escape her lips, but they remained lodged there, unable to form coherent utterances. Lumian met her gaze and nodded. He whispered, "This agent works wonders in treating external injuries and alleviating ailments caused by chemical fumes. It can transform near-fatal wounds into severe injuries into minor ones, and minor injuries into complete recovery. Your mother suffered severe injuries earlier. For now, her life is no longer in immediate danger. However, she will require extensive treatment in the days to come. Otherwise, her condition may deteriorate." Upon hearing the words, "no longer in immediate danger," Jenna's vision blurred. She had suppressed her tears, determined not to let them hinder her search and her mother's treatment. But now tears streamed down her face. She raised her hands, clumsily wiping them away, and muttered incoherently, "Thank you. Thank you." Amidst her words, distant cries reached their ears. Relatives of the deceased had arrived. Just as Lumian was about to offer a jest to lighten the mood, muffled thunder resounded in the air. Rumble. Instinctively, Lumian looked up and beheld a thick dark cloud looming over Rue Saint-Hilaire, where flames still flickered and explosions echoed. The cloud wasn't expansive, enshrouding only a few streets. Silver-white lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by muted thunderclaps that reverberated through everyone's hearts. Torrential rain poured down, concentrated over Rue Saint-Hilaire and Goodville Chemical Factory. The grayish-black smoke tinged with yellow swiftly dissipated, settling to the ground. The flames were swiftly extinguished, and no further explosions occurred. As swiftly as it had arrived, the storm dissipated. The dark clouds dispersed, and the setting sun on the horizon cast a fiery glow. Within the golden red light, a behemoth soared above Rue Saint-Hilaire. It was a dark gray airship, its elongated and circular balloon emitting a loud buzzing sound. At the rear of the hull, paddle wheels spun frenziedly, while numerous cannon muzzles and bomb ports adorned its surface. At that moment, a translucent turquoise liquid rained down upon Goodville chemical factory below. The acrid stench in the air began to subside. Are the authorities resolving the catastrophe? The dark clouds, the lightning, and the rain didn't seem natural. Could they be the work of a beyonder or sealed artifact? It almost resembled the handiwork of a deity. Lumian withdrew his gaze, a tinge of astonishment in his eyes. Jenna had also witnessed what had just happened, but her focus remained fixed on her mother's injuries, not dwelling too deeply on what had transpired. Elodie's burns had mostly healed, leaving behind only a few charred remnants. Her breathing had stabilized, and although her lips remained pale, it didn't seem to cause much concern to those around. The curative agent had taken full effect, bringing stability to her condition. Jenna closed her eyes and absent-mindedly wiped her face. At that moment, a voice nearby called out, "Celia." Jenna glanced to the side and waved her hand. "Julian, over here." A young man, standing nearly 1.75 meters tall, swiftly made his way to Elodie's side. Clad in a grayish-blue worker's uniform, he had flaxen-colored hair and eyes that mirrored Jenna's blue hues. His features were rather pleasing to the eye. He looked at Elodie with concern and asked hurriedly, "How's Mom?" Jenna pursed her lips and replied, "She sustained serious injuries, but she'll pull through." Relief washed over Julian, who then cast a curious glance at Jenna. "Why are you dressed like that? And who is he?" Only then did Jenna realize she was wearing a rose-colored gown. Hastily she explained, "I came straight from the theater. This is my friend, Seal. He has been a great help." "Thank you." Julian sincerely expressed his gratitude to Lumian. Lumian nodded and advised, "Fetch a doctor and arrange for a carriage to take her to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, her condition may worsen." "All right." Julian dashed off to find a nearest doctor and nurse. Lumian turned to Jenna and said, "If you can't secure a carriage promptly, hire one yourself." Jenna nodded, her gaze filled with gentle concern as she looked at her unconscious mother. She whispered, "I owe you my gratitude this time." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 240, Bewitchment. Lumian cast a contemplative gaze at Jenna, his lips forming a tight line. "You lack the awareness of an assassin and the understanding that you've stepped into the realm of mysticism. Had you possessed such insight, you might have joined mysticism gatherings through Franca and procured valuable resources in the past month or two. Though they may not rival the potency of my healing agent, it would have been a proactive step instead of watching your mother's condition deteriorate." Jenna, instead of erupting in a fit of humiliation and resorting to vulgar retorts, remained silent for a few moments before curtly acknowledging his words. This response left Lumian at a loss. He clicked his tongue and spoke again. "Of course, considering your financial constraints and the weight of debts and tuition fees, even if you were to participate in these mysticism gatherings, you wouldn't be able to afford much. It would be more of an opportunity to earn money or valuable items by accepting commissions." Just then, Jenna's brother, Julian, arrived with a doctor and 2 nurses. The doctor glanced at Elodie with a puzzled expression and inquired, "I recall that there was no need to resuscitate her." "You remembered incorrectly," Lumian calmly interjected. The doctor, overwhelmed by the influx of injured patients, had his memories tangled and disorganized. Upon hearing Lumian's remark, he assumed he must have mistaken the person. Consequently, he swiftly tended to Elodie's remaining external injuries and arranged for her to be carried into the carriage, awaiting transportation to the hospital. Connected to Quartier de Noël and the bustling market district stood Passy Bridge, one of the 5 bridges that stretched over the mighty Strenzo River in the city of Trier. Nestled beside Passy Bridge was the Holy Palace Hospital, generously funded by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Elodie, a devout follower of the Eternal Blazing Sun, had been admitted to this renowned establishment. Placed on the top floor of the white 6-story building, she shared a ward with 5 other patients. Jenna watched as doctors and nurses meticulously drew blood, conducted examinations, and administered intravenous drips. A soft sigh escaped her lips. The hospital has undergone quite a transformation in the past few years. "Oh." Lumian was puzzled. Jenna's expression darkened as she replied, "A few years ago, when my father and the others were brought to the hospital, The more severe cases were immediately taken to the operating room. Those with lesser injuries were simply bandaged and given medication to gauge its effectiveness. There was no blood being drawn, and the examinations were rudimentary. It's completely different now. The entire process seems to have changed. That's a good thing. Lumian nodded. It looked more professional. As the two spoke in hushed tones, Jenna's brother, Julian, diligently assisted the doctors and nurses. He answered inquiries about the patient's normal physical conditions, aided in moving 4 stands, and was dispatched to the pharmacy as needed. However, even after the medical professionals in their white coats had concluded their tasks, he had yet to return. The doctor overseeing Elodie's care approached Jenna, holding a writing board, and observed her rose-colored gown. His expression softened. "Is Elodie your mother?" he inquired. "Yes," Jenna confirmed with a nod. The male doctor pondered for a moment before speaking. "Your mother's condition is better than I anticipated. It seems surgery may not be necessary at this time. Of course, this assessment is preliminary and contingent upon the results of the tests we conducted." "That's some good news. On the other hand, your mother has suffered severe burns. She may need to remain hospitalized for months, half a year, or even longer. Even if she recovers, she will likely be in a weakened state. The church's philanthropic foundation will cover the initial 2 days of treatment. The remaining expenses will be deducted once the accident insurance from the factory is settled. However, you must be prepared to bear the subsequent costs yourself. It won't be a small sum. I must caution you not to have excessive expectations of the accident insurance. From my experience, it typically takes an average of 3 to 5 years to obtain compensation. You must understand that our INTIS laws tend to favor factory owners and bankers in order to protect their interests." Jenna didn't hesitate for a moment. "I will ensure my mother's full recovery." Jenna had already contemplated the possibility of borrowing money from both Franca and Lumian if she found herself in need of a substantial sum. She was willing to repay them in installments at a later date. Whether it meant making monthly or weekly payments for the treatment, she was prepared to cut back and save, reducing her previous debt payments, while also relying on her income as a part-time underground singer. However, this meant that her plan to remain an underground singer for just 1 year, as she had initially intended, would need to be extended. It seemed she might have to continue as an underground singer for 2 or even 3 years. The doctor briefly assessed Jenna's appearance and attire before giving her the necessary instructions. "Take this form and make a payment of 200 Vril at the payment counter on the first floor." 200. Jenna breathed a sigh of relief. She signed the form under her real name, Celia Bello, and took it with her as she descended the stairs. On her way down, she glanced at Lumian, who was by her side, and hesitated before speaking. "If I ever find myself in need of a large sum for medical fees in the future, I think I would like to borrow from you." Jenna had always been a stubborn individual with her own principles. In the past, when she worked tirelessly to earn money in various dance halls within the market district, the thought of borrowing from Franca or asking for her help in securing an easy and lucrative part-time job had never crossed her mind. But now, for the sake of her mother, Elodie, she was willing to let go of her stubbornness in this regard. Although Lumian had already squandered more than 700 Vril on himself and received an advance from the proceeds he could obtain from Sal de Balbrise, he showed no signs of concern. He replied nonchalantly, "Okay." Jenna regarded him suspiciously. "I thought you might hesitate for a moment. Franca mentioned that you needed a significant sum of money for something important." Lumian chuckled. "That's for advancing and purchasing the main ingredient for a pyromaniac. However, it doesn't prevent me from lending you money. As a beyonder and the leader of the Savoy mob, even if I don't have a copit at the moment, I can assist you in acquiring the necessary funds. The simplest solution would be to have Renee sign a long-term contract with you, advancing you 10,000 Vril. Then 50% of your income from the dance hall will be deducted each day to repay the loan in installments. Once it's fully repaid, the contract will naturally be terminated." Jenna fell silent for a moment, realizing that something that had deeply troubled her was easily resolved in Seal's presence. Lumian glanced at her and smirked. "As an assassin, you shouldn't fret about medical expenses like these. If you aim to advance in the future, you'll need tens of thousands in funds. You need to change your mindset now. Don't hold the law in such high regard. As you heard earlier, Intis's laws don't protect the poor. We can only protect ourselves. Once you've come to terms with this, we'll kidnap the former factory owner and extract enough cash from him. After the verdict is announced and he pays the compensation for your father's accident, you can donate the money to someone in need. As long as we execute it cleanly, combined with Franca's anti-divination measures, The likelihood of success is exceedingly high. It won't leave a trace behind. It's improbable for a factory owner like him to have beyonder bodyguards. Jenna's heart raced at his words. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. It just doesn't sit right with me. Damn it, are you the instigator, or will I become the instigator? How are you so adept at bewitching people? Eventually, you'll have to face the consequences of breaking the law, won't you? Lumian smirked once again. I didn't finish. We only do what's necessary. We can't act recklessly. Not only would it bring danger, but it could also increase the risk of losing control. Kidnapping the factory owner is to reclaim the compensation your family deserves. Jenna fell silent once more. Realizing they were about to reach the first floor, she hurriedly said, I need to use the washroom. By the time she emerged from the washroom, she had a stack of 200 vrld or notes in her hand. Seeing Jenna pay the initial treatment fee, Lumian glanced at her rose-colored gown and commented, You can't tend to a patient dressed like this. I'll return to the dance hall and fetch your clothes. I'll also help you secure some time off. If your mother's condition worsens, come to me or Franca immediately. Having just examined Elodie's luck and confirmed that her condition was no longer critical, though still uncertain of improvement, Lumian found it somewhat chaotic. It might have been dependent on the hospital's treatment effectiveness. Okay. Jenna pursed her lips and nodded. On the second floor of Salle de Balbrise. Just as Lumian was about to inform manager Renee about Jenna and ask him to reschedule tonight's performance, Louis approached him. Louis cast a quick glance around and lowered his voice. Boss, about half an hour ago, Boss sent someone to deliver a bag of items to the financial safe. He said it was for you. Something from Boss. Supplementary ingredients for the pyromaniac potion? As expected of a mid-sequence beyonder of the hunter pathway. Lumian nodded slightly, pleased, and passed through the cafe, entering the second-floor corridor. Upon opening the safe, he felt a burning sensation. Inside the grayish-white cloth bag were 3 glass bottles. One contained bubbling crimson blood, from which flames burst with each bubble. Another held blood-colored powder at the bottom, while the third contained a finger-sized stone emitting a red fluorescent light. Fire salamander blood, red crown balsam powder, magma pyroxene. Indeed, supplementary pyromaniac ingredients. Lumian picked up the items satisfied. 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, outside apartment 601. Lumian, having left Salle de Balbrise, headed straight to Franca's place. He intended to borrow 4,000 vrl d'or, using his share of the harvest sacrifice as collateral. Upon opening the door and seeing Lumian, Franca clicked her tongue and remarked, Did you hear? There was an explosion at a factory in the southern part of the market district. Numerous incidents have been occurring in the market district lately, giving me the sense that a storm is brewing. Upon hearing this, Lumian instantly recalled something. He spoke in a deep voice. There was an accident at the Goodville chemical factory. This morning, the owner of the factory paid a visit to the Member of Parliament's office. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 241, Indomitable Spirit. After hearing Lumian's words, Franca exclaimed, Damn it. Are we dealing with those lot again? What's Hugues Artois up to? I can't quite fathom the purpose behind causing a chemical plant explosion either. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Bono Goodville and Hugues Artois have quite a good relationship. It's not unusual for him to pay a visit, but it just so happens that there was an explosion at the chemical plant today, Lumian pondered before speaking. He couldn't dismiss every coincidence in life, but he also couldn't treat each one as a problem. Franca nodded thoughtfully and remarked, True enough. However, I must remind you that the chemical plant explosion isn't meaningless. It may have already resulted in numerous deaths, and that holds great significance for certain dark rituals. The living are always the third best sacrifice. Could this also be part of a ritual? Lumian was somewhat taken aback. Franca corrected him. There's no real distinction between using a knife to sacrifice someone and using a chemical plant explosion to kill the intended victim as part of a ritual for the deity the host desires to invoke. Your understanding of ritualistic magic is still too narrow. Some rituals may indeed require such explosions to be effective. It's akin to the substitution spell, requiring a substitute to assume the identity to be replaced for an extended period before the ritual. Lumian grasped the idea. Franca let out a sigh. This is merely my conjecture. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true. However, we must alert the official Beyonders to be vigilant for signs of a ritual and to investigate the role of the Member of Parliament's office in this catastrophe. F*CK. If that bloke wasn't a Member of Parliament, I'd have captured him tonight strung him up from the ceiling, and given him a thrashing. I'd interrogate him about his intentions and his connection to those heretics. In that explosion just now, countless individuals lost their parents, spouses, siblings, or children. I wonder how many people are praying, worrying, and suffering for their injured loved ones. Like Jenna, Lumian interjected. Franco was momentarily stunned. What did you say? Jenna's mother works at the Goodville chemical factory. Didn't you know? Lumian inquired. Franco was taken aback before asking with concern, how is her mother? Lumian briefly recounted how he had accompanied Jenna to Rue Saint-Hilaire in search of Elodie and had used the last bit of healing agent to save her from near death. Franco let out a sigh of relief and expressed in anguish. Why wasn't I there? Why wasn't I there? Lumian's lips twitched as he calmly said, you still have a chance. Jenna is fretting over the subsequent medical expenses. I'll go to the Holy Palace Hospital right away. Franca's eyes lit up, and she was about to dash out of the apartment. Lumian hastily called out to her, don't forget to bring the poison spur mob's healing agent with you. I'm concerned that her condition might worsen, just like Monsieur. Without waiting for Franca's response, he added, also help Jenna bring the dress she wore this morning. Right? I need to borrow 4,000 Vril d'Or from you and offer half of the harvest sacrifice as collateral. I've already gathered the supplementary ingredients for the pyromaniac potion. So soon, Franco exclaimed, taken aback. I haven't even begun searching for you. Lumian smirked once again. Last night, I ran into Boss at the entrance of the Member of Parliament's office and confessed my plans to advance and about the advance on my pay. I requested he keep an eye on the supplementary ingredients for the pyromaniac potion. The more Franca listened, the more complicated her expression became. You're more cunning than I realized, kid. Confiding in Gardner about this matter is indeed the best approach. However, can't you consider me? Don't you know that I also wanted to help you gather the supplementary ingredients for the pyromaniac potion through Gardner? He's a Sequence 6 conspirer or a Sequence 5 hunter, and he has a group of hunters working with him. He won't be lacking in such things. Luckily, I haven't approached him in the past 2 days. Otherwise, he would have surely suspected that we were having an affair. Lumian had always assumed Franco would seek materials through the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. He hadn't expected her to approach Gardner Martin out of convenience and proximity, almost exposing their secret relationship. Franca returned to her room and retrieved a banknote worth 4,000 Vril d'Or from somewhere. She handed it to Lumian and solemnly reminded him, once you obtain the main ingredient, don't rush to concoct the potion. You must ensure that your condition can withstand the impact of your advancement. Otherwise, it's best to delay it for a while. The main ingredient is much easier to preserve than the potion itself. I'm well aware, Lumian replied calmly. After a moment of thought, he asked, before you go to Jenna, it would be wise to inform the authorities. The explosion just happened, so there might be some clues left behind. Yes, Franca agreed. Before bidding farewell, Lumian asked curiously, if the living are the third best sacrifice, what are the second best and the best? The second best are beings with beyonder characteristics. And the best. Franca smiled. They are demigods. Quartier de Noël, 6th floor of Holy Palace Hospital. As Jenna returned to the ward from the washroom, she spotted her brother Julian assisting their mother, Elodie, in tucking the corners of the blanket. Elodie remained unconscious, but her complexion showed signs of improvement. Julian stood up and beckoned his sister to the side. He whispered, Celia, don't fret about the upcoming medical expenses. I'll find a solution. Keep attending your acting lessons at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. Jenna's heart swelled with gratitude as she inquired, did the doctor talk to you? Yes, he just did. Julian nodded with solemnity. Jenna pressed her lips together and assured him, don't worry. My friends have agreed to lend me money. I can repay them over 3 years with minimal interest. With my earnings as an underground singer and your wages, if we are frugal, it should be enough without affecting our respective apprenticeships. There was a moment of silence as Julian pondered, before he finally spoke. That seal? Yes, he's one of them, but I have other friends too. And Franca, the red boots I mentioned last night. Jenna felt the need to clarify the situation, fearing her brother might resort to extreme measures. She recalled how 2 years ago, Julian had contemplated secretly selling himself to Balinpa's Import and Export Corporation, unbeknownst to their mother, in order to become a disposable mercenary and repay all their debts, allowing Jenna to pursue her dreams as an apprentice actress. Fortunately, that plan had been thwarted in the end. Just as Julian was about to respond, his gaze fell upon a tall, slender woman standing at the ward's entrance. She donned a blouse, light-colored breeches, a thin black-on-white checkered tweed top, and vibrant red boots. Her long flaxen-colored hair was tied back in a simple ponytail. With eyebrows that extended toward her temples and eyes that sparkled with energy, she exuded an irresistible charm. Jenna eagerly approached her. Franca. Ruta blouses Blanches, inside the safe house. Lumian, having acquired Sunstar and currently distilling its extract, took a seat and awaited Madame Magician's response. On the desk in front of him, fire salamander blood, magma pyroxene powder, and red crown balsam powder were neatly arranged. Just as the Sunstar extract was about to be completed, the Armheight doll dressed in a light gold gown, with exquisite yet slightly peculiar facial features, appeared on the windowsill. It placed a metal biscuit tin on the windowsill and sniffed the air. Use this extract the next time you summon me. All right. The request from the other party was so unusual that Lumian was momentarily taken aback. His instinctive response was the only thing he could offer. In an instant, the puppet messenger vanished before his eyes. Lumian opened the bright silver biscuit tin and beheld the small crimson heart burning silently within. Without hesitation, he grabbed a prepared beer mug and dropped in the pyromaniac beyonder characteristic. Immediately afterward, Lumian poured over 50 milliliters of fire salamander blood into the cup. With a sizzling sound, the crimson liquid evaporated, transforming into a mist of blood that swirled around the heart. The pyromaniac beyonder characteristic softened considerably, its surface rippling like the water of a lake. Following the potion formula's instructions, Lumian added magma pyroxene powder, red crown balsam powder, and Sunstar extract into the beer mug. As he did so, the blood mist surrounding the heart abruptly shrank, giving rise to a yellowish liquid with red bubbles. In Lumian's eyes, this was the pyromaniac potion. Rather than consuming it immediately, Lumian closed his eyes. In his mind, he conjured images of Flaming's lifeless body dangling from a window frame, the lunatics will inscribed on a sheet of white paper. He envisioned Monsieur Roure, his body ravaged by decay. He pictured Madame Michel, drowning her sorrows in drink and singing boisterously, only to ultimately meet her demise by hanging herself in the morning light. He also saw the cries that echoed through Syphillet Square. Then, he glimpsed his own stubborn and determined self as a wanderer. He witnessed his unwavering spirit, refusing to surrender despite the repeated blows. He envisioned an alternative outcome for himself. He witnessed the sorrow, anger, powerlessness, and oppression that came with pursuing hope, only to be engulfed by darkness. The mocking laughter of fate resounded in his ears, igniting a raging fire within his heart. If this is the unavoidable conclusion, if this is the fate of insignificance, if efforts yield no fruit and hope remains forever out of reach, then I shall fight with every ounce of my being to change it all. Even if there is no light ahead and hope dwindles to a mere flicker, I will fight until my last breath. Motherf * Cur Member of Parliament. Motherf * Cur Guillaume Benet. Motherf * Cur Heretics. Motherf * Cur Termoboros. Motherf * Cur Inevitability. Lumian's eyes snapped open as he solidified his final acting principle as a provoker. Provocation symbolized indomitable spirit. He didn't need this for digestion assistance. With a fire raging within his chest, he seized the beer mug and guzzled down the liquid. It burned from his mouth, down his esophagus, into his stomach, and seared into his heart. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 242, Pyromaniac. Instantaneously, Lumian felt an inferno raging within him. The scorching agony seared through his body and soul, engulfing him completely. This sensation was not alien to him. Whether it was the dire wounds inflicted during his pursuit of the flaming monster or the brink of losing control while receiving a boon, all had set him ablaze. In this very moment, the tormenting fire failed to extinguish the blazing determination in his heart. He defied destiny, yearning to alter the course of events, to incinerate the oppressive flames of despair and desolation. Instead of succumbing to the pain and collapsing to the ground, Lumian remained upright. Clenching his teeth and contorting his face, he refused to bow down. Gradually, the agony became unbearable, and his body began to bend. Nevertheless, Lumian mustered all his strength to straighten his back, just as he had confronted Guillaume Benet, the Padre, and Termoboros, who had unleashed a cataclysmic calamity upon Cordu. Step by step, he lowered his body and raised it again. The scent of singed flesh filled his nostrils, and the voice from infinity reverberated in his ears. A familiar, excruciating pain pierced his skull, eliciting an involuntary cry. Cracks formed on his skin, and molten liquid akin to lava coursed beneath. Desperately, Lumian leaned on the desk before him, seeking support. The spot he touched promptly blackened and charred, permeating the air with the scent of burning timber. His instinctive scream was stifled. His mouth hung open, expelling searing gas. Instead of immediately uncorking the vial of gray amber perfume, he relied on the fire within his chest to combat the mounting anguish and the increasingly hazy thoughts welling up from within. Seconds ticked away. Lumian, with gritted teeth, sensed the flames within his chest surging forth, mingling with the inferno raging throughout his being. Gradually, the manifold pains subsided, and his muddled thoughts gradually cleared. Using his hands as support, Lumian hoisted himself up and directed his gaze towards the full-length mirror in the room. Reflected in the looking glass, his blonde locks retained a tinge of black, his attire reduced to tatters. His body bore scorch marks that swiftly scabbed over and fell to the floor, revealing his fair complexion. Simultaneously, Lumian beheld two crimson flames ablaze within his blue eyes. It was only after striving to regain composure and still his racing heart that the flames gradually dissipated. In the next second, in the next heartbeat, Lumian raised his right hand, manifesting a crimson flame in his palm. He had triumphantly advanced to sequence 7 of the Hunter's Path, emerging as a pyromaniac. From his palm, flames surged, intertwining with the original crimson hue, constantly compressing. After a span of more than 10 seconds, the fiery crimson transformed into an incandescent white. The temperature and explosive force it contained surged to greater heights. I can wield the crimson flame directly or, by accumulating and compressing it for a duration, unleash an even more scorching white-hot blaze. Lumian's palm appeared impervious to the scorching heat as he allowed the white-hot flame to silently burn. Having already conducted a preliminary assessment of his condition and the mystical knowledge he had acquired, Lumian had gained a fairly comprehensive understanding of the superpowers bestowed upon a pyromaniac. First and foremost, a pyromaniac's spirituality had seen a remarkable improvement, leading to a transformative shift in Lumian's spirit vision. No longer confined to a chaotic spectacle, he now possessed the ability to employ a more discreet and expeditious activation method. Moreover, he could finally perceive the hues and shades his sister had described, discerning the various components of the ether body. This newfound insight proved invaluable to a hunter, enabling Lumian to better grasp an adversary's physical state and thereby target them with greater precision. Secondly, his instinct for danger had undergone significant enhancement. Gone were the days when he only sensed trouble at the very brink of eruption. Through careful observation of his surroundings and the assimilation of information, Lumian could now activate his intuition preemptively. Consequently, he could detect if he was being followed and employ his anti-tracking techniques more effectively and flawlessly. Thirdly, his command over flames had brought with it a handful of accompanying spells. At present, Lumian's primary ability involved controlling the flames that originated from within him or were conjured by his own hands. While he possessed an affinity for flames and combustible substances in his vicinity, his influence over them remained somewhat limited. It was possible that, upon digesting the pyromaniac potion or advancing to a higher sequence, corresponding changes might occur. Furthermore, Lumian could employ the flames he created as weapons against his adversaries. However, once the flames left his body, they no longer fell under his dominion unless he had pre-invested a portion of his spirituality in them. In essence, altering the trajectory of a fireball in mid-flight proved to be quite challenging, necessitating a supplementary expenditure of spirituality. The control of flames could be categorized into 7 distinct aspects. Firstly, there was compression, bombardment in the form of a fireball. The longer the compression lasted, the more flames gathered, resulting in a more potent strike. Secondly, Lumian could ignite a layer of flames over his body, affording him a measure of defense against freezing effects, poisonous gases, and other forms of assault. Thirdly, he could fashion various temporary weapons using flames, capable of inflicting scorching, cutting, and piercing damage. Depending on the time spent channeling the flames, this ability could be categorized as either crimson or blazing white. Fourthly, Lumian had mastered the art of delayed explosions. By employing additional spirituality and manipulating the structure, he could fashion a flame bomb that would detonate at a predetermined time, rather than immediately upon impact. Fifthly, he possessed the power of area of effect attacks. By extending the reach of the flames instead of hurling them forth, Lumian could ensure precise control over their detonation, causing them to erupt at a desired location or manifest in different forms. Sixthly, Lumian had honed the technique of fire infusion. Through close-quarters combat and the forceful clash of strength, he could gradually inject flames into an opponent's body before triggering their detonation. Finally, the seventh aspect involved imbuing his weapon with fire damage. The fire-type spells Lumian had acquired were instrumental in these various aspects, leveraging certain techniques to achieve effects that he could not ordinarily produce. The spells at Lumian's disposal were as follows: Fire Raven, Blazing Spear, Wall of Fire, and Giant Fireball. Of them all, the Fire Raven spell stood out as the most enchanting. With its aid, Lumian could swiftly condense a flock of flaming ravens around him, bestowing a fraction of his spirituality upon each avian form. This granted him a degree of control even after they departed from his body, enabling them to momentarily adjust their flight path and lock onto their intended targets. Without this spell, Lumian, a recent convert to pyromaniac, would need to expend at least 3 times his present store of spirituality and energy to achieve a similar outcome. Moreover, the fire ravens would possess a significantly more clumsy and rigid disposition. Blazing Spear, on the other hand, entailed the rapid condensation of white flames, though they could only maintain the shape of a spear. Infused with spirituality, they could roughly guide Lumian's created fireball. By utilizing the ground as a conduit and drawing upon its own essence, Wall of Fire summoned forth a pair of flaming serpents that slithered toward the enemy, erecting a scorching barrier around them. Giant Fireball demanded a span of 10 to 20 seconds, akin to the compression of numerous crimson fireballs into a single devastating blast. While the pyromaniac's flames originated from his physical form and primarily inflicted bodily harm, they were also capable of burning his spirit body. Lumian was no longer defenseless against creatures of soul-like nature, though he still relied on external assistance. Additionally, the potion's modifications had bestowed upon his body a remarkable resistance to flames. Even if doused in animal fat and subjected to the flames of a torch for half a day, the damage he suffered would be minimal. Nevertheless, the concussive force of a fireball's explosion could still harm him in a conventional manner. Lumian held the belief that as he advanced to higher sequences, his body might even merge with fire itself. With a casual flick of his right hand, the blazing white flame dissipated into the air. Then, with a firm grip, he summoned a longsword crafted from crimson flames, materializing it from thin air. Lumian brandished the fiery blade a few times, his disappointment evident. He muttered silently to himself, "It possesses the ability to harm the enemy, but it cannot block or parry." The flaming sword lacked a tangible form. Lumian surmised that he would need to reach a higher sequence before he could turn such a weapon corporeal. He dismissed the flaming longsword and drew Hedzy's dagger. As his fingers caressed the dagger's surface, a fiery blaze enveloped the blade. Lumian tightened his grip on the hilt and executed a few thrusts with the dagger. He observed the rapid dissipation of red sparks in the air, creating an ethereal spectacle. It can block and deal fire damage. Though it may lack scorching temperatures in this form, it remains highly useful. The current problem lies in the fact that ordinary weapons cannot endure exposure to flames for long. Lumian pondered, nodding approvingly. Having confirmed his beyonder powers as a pyromaniac, he swiftly organized his desk and donned a linen shirt, a brown jacket, and dark trousers. Lumian cast a final glance at his reflection in the mirror, a smile curling upon his lips. He placed the dark blue cap upon his head, turned on his heel, and strode purposefully toward the door. Crimson flames silently erupted in his wake, an ephemeral and blinding display. On Avenue du Marquet, outside the khaki-colored 4-story building that housed the Member of Parliament's office, Lumian once again found himself seated among the destitute at the alley opposite, quietly observing the steady flow of people entering and exiting the targeted establishment. In the wake of the explosion at Goodville Chemical Factory, countless workers had tragically lost their lives, leaving many more injured. The entire city of Trier was abuzz with news reporters flocking to the scene. As a result, Hugues Artois' office remained aglow with gas-powered wall lamps, as his staff tirelessly attended to visitors with varied intentions. The Member of Parliament had yet to return home, and his entourage naturally remained within the khaki-colored building. Every room seemed to radiate with illumination, brimming with activity. Leaning against the wall of the street, Lumian observed the comings and goings within the Member of Parliament's office, his mind churning with contemplation. He yearned to ignite a fire. He yearned to incinerate the despicable scoundrel responsible for spreading disease. He was fully aware of the dire consequences that awaited him. As a pyromaniac, he understood that he alone was not yet strong enough to face off against the evil gods blessed who surrounded Hugues Artois. Yet, he simply longed to take action. He couldn't shake the feeling that no matter how fierce a conflagration may be, it all started with a single spark. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 243, Visit. Lumian's fury did not mean he would lose his composure. To just disguise himself and sneak into the Member of Parliament's office, where he would find the fellow who had dared to casually spit and incinerate him on the spot. It wasn't a ridiculous scheme, but without enough information, taking such a risk could easily turn into suicide. First and foremost, Lumian had no knowledge of the number or strength of the heretics present in the Member of Parliament's office. He also had no idea how many protectors Bureau 8 or the two churches had assigned to Hugues Artois, nor did he know their abilities. Furthermore, he lacked precise details about the target's whereabouts or situation. Even if he managed to infiltrate the office successfully, finding the target would be no easy task. Lastly, he hadn't yet devised a plan for sneaking in and, more importantly, a plan for a safe retreat. Nevertheless, Lumian couldn't deny that the chaos caused by the Goodville chemical factory explosion provided an excellent opportunity for his infiltration. For now, his temporary strategy was to be a patient hunter. He would trail the target silently, observing his movements and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Based on the target's status in Hugo Artois' campaign, Lumian surmised that the man couldn't be too powerful. He certainly didn't possess godlike abilities. Even if he were a mid-sequence Beyonder, he would likely be no higher than a sequence 7. Lumian wasn't overly concerned if his judgment was wrong. The target turned out to be a sequence 6 or even sequence 5. In fact, he believed that Mr. K would find the hunt for heretics quite intriguing. Phew. Lumian breathed out slowly, his gaze fixed on a brightly illuminated khaki-colored 4-story building. He continued to gather useful information for his upcoming operation. As time passed, he noticed middle-aged scavengers carrying linen bags, sifting through the trash pile beside the building. This sight made Lumian sigh, fueling the fire of determination in his heart. In Trier, people couldn't scavenge just for the sake of it. Each scavenger had an employer, whether they worked full-time or part-time. They were assigned specific scavenging areas and were not allowed to cross boundaries. Violations often led to conflicts and violent encounters. As a result, Roer and Michel wished fervently that Hugues Artois would host banquets every day instead of wandering into areas where banquets were already being held, as those spots belonged to other scavengers. The difference between full-time and part-time scavengers lay in their employment terms. Full-timers received a monthly salary from their employers, and the employers owned all the trash they collected. Occasionally, if they stumbled upon valuable or usable items, they might decide whether to surrender them or keep them for personal use. Part-timers like Roer and Michel didn't have a fixed salary. They scavenged in the morning and evening, delivering everything they found to a designated waste disposal site, typically owned by their employers. These circumstances restricted street tramps to scavenging for food and clothing, with little opportunity to exchange their findings for money. Lumian patiently waited until 9 p.m., observing as the number of guests visiting the Member of Parliament's office gradually dwindled. People stepped out onto the balconies for a smoke or a brief respite. And then his eyes widened as he spotted a figure. Standing on the balcony of a second-floor room, there he was, the thin, pale man with curly dark yellow hair and piercing brown eyes. Dressed in a blue shirt, black vest, and a somber suit, complete with a bow tie, he held a cigarette, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, occasionally taking a drag. Lumian had seen him before in Franca's magic mirror divination. It was the Spitter. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of violent coughing shook the frail young man, as if he wished to expel his lungs from his body. Finally, he hacked up another glob of thick phlegm after some harumphing. Pulling out a handkerchief, he spat the viscous phlegm into it, wrapping it up and tucking it away in his pocket. He didn't discard it carelessly. Lumian's eyes narrowed. He knows that his phlegm can transmit diseases as a result of mysticism. As more people flocked to the balconies of their respective rooms, Lumian swiftly identified the familiar faces. Member of Parliament Hugues Artois from the Market District occupied the room at the top floor, boasting the largest balcony. The red-haired woman resided on the same floor, right next door to him. On the second floor, on the opposite end of the corridor from the Spitter, was a man in his 30s with gold-rimmed glasses, a document always in hand. Every now and then, he would wander to the balcony to enjoy a smoke and a view, displaying a lack of concern for the aftermath of the Goodville chemical factory explosion. The third floor housed a tall, muscular middle-aged man, occupying the central office. Directly beneath Hugues Artois on the fourth floor was a refined young woman in a white shirt and a dark blue coat. She shared the same side of the building as the man with gold-rimmed glasses, deliberately avoiding any proximity to the Spitter. Lumian observed closely and deduced that the rooms adjacent to the spitters were part of a collective office, likely accommodating several employees. This implied that the probability of them holding any significant status or possessing beyonder powers was negligible. So the other heretics intentionally distanced themselves from the incessant coughing and spitting man. They believe the Member of Parliament's office is heavily guarded and that individual possesses beyonder powers. It's highly unlikely for an attack to be directed at him. True enough. If an assault were to occur in the Member of Parliament's office, the target would undoubtedly be Hugues Artois and not one of his subordinates. Only then would it be worth the risk. Lumian pondered this realization earnestly for a moment and suddenly sensed an opportunity emerging. The dilemma now lay in how Lumian could infiltrate the Member of Parliament's office unnoticed, particularly given his conspicuous golden hair with a touch of black. After all, he didn't have Franca's help. After careful consideration, Lumian devised a plan. He departed from the vicinity of the office and made his way back to the safe house on Rue de Blauses Blanches. Without hesitation, he set up an altar and offered a prayer to the great existence, seeking his protection. Lumian firmly believed that since the embrace of an angel would shield him from the prying eyes of any deity, it definitely ensured sufficient anti-divination effects. Just as before, he found himself bathed in the radiant brilliance and divine majesty of the angel. Overwhelmed by indescribable emotions, he witnessed cascades of luminous wings enveloping him. Once he completed this ritual, Lumian pressed his hand to his head. His golden and black hair erupted into flames, cascading down like withered grass until only a few hair roots remained. Putting on his trusty dark blue cap, he concealed his features behind mystery-prying glasses. With his transformed appearance, Lumian left Rue de Blauses Blanches and ventured towards Avenue du Marquet near Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman. There, he located a clothing store that didn't specialize in cheap garments. The two shop assistants, a man and a woman, were taken aback when they saw a person dressed like a vagrant entering, unsure of how to react. In a panicked tone, Lumian explained, "I encountered a perverted thief who stole my clothes and trousers. I had no choice but to purchase this set from a nearby beggar." The female shop assistant struggled to suppress her laughter. They had witnessed similar situations countless times before, well aware that those who made such excuses were often involved in affairs with certain ladies, fleeing in a state of undress with their wallets once their husbands returned, only to seek refuge in the garments of a beggar. When someone confidently claimed that their predicament stemmed from an affair, it usually meant they had genuinely encountered a twisted thief. In the end, Lumian acquired a suit that appeared decent but was actually quite ordinary. It included a shirt, coat, bow tie, and a dark cane. Additionally, he opted for a brown wig and a matching fake beard. The total cost came to 78 Vrildor. After carefully covering his tracks and returning to the safe house on Rue de Blauses Blanches, Lumian shed his disguise and once again adorned the mystery-prying glasses. Following his recollection, he skillfully applied makeup to achieve his desired effect. His aim was to transform himself into an older version. As he gazed into the mirror, Lumian gradually took on the appearance of a middle-aged man, complete with a fake brown beard affixed to his mouth and chin. Thus, Lumian assumed the identity of Bono Goodville, the proprietor of the Goodville Chemical Factory. Though the resemblance was only around 40 to 50%, anyone acquainted with Bono Goodville would instinctively mistake Lumian for the man, provided they didn't scrutinize or closely distinguish him. In this guise, Lumian intended to infiltrate the Member of Parliament's office. Before embarking on his mission, he ventured into the underground and stashed the tramp's attire in a cavern within the quarry. Emerging from underground Trier, Lumian hastened to the khaki-colored four-story building that housed the Member of Parliament's office, cane in hand. After observing for a brief moment and ensuring that the figures in each room remained relatively unchanged, he lowered his head, partially concealing his face, and approached the entrance. "Whom are you seeking?" inquired an armed guard donned in a dark blue uniform, blocking his path. Lumian raised his head, withdrew his hand, and responded with anxiety in his voice, "I'm looking for the Member of Parliament." One of the guards caught a clear glimpse of the visitor's face under the glow of the street lamp and involuntarily exclaimed, "Monsieur Goodville, what brings you here again?" Abruptly, he halted his words, realizing that this gentleman, who had recently experienced a devastating explosion at his factory, had abundance of issues to address this night, along with numerous concerns that required assistance. The two guards refrained from further inquiry and stepped aside, granting Lumian passage. The lobby on the ground floor bustled with activity, despite the late hour. Reporters, officials, representatives of charitable organizations, hospital staff reporting in, and various personnel responsible for receiving them filled the space. Lumian preserved his desire to remain inconspicuous. With his head lowered, partially obscuring his face, he proceeded directly to the staircase. Employing the same tactic, he passed by the two armed guards and ascended to the second floor. Orienting himself, Lumian bypassed the two employees who emerged from a nearby room and arrived in front of the office belonging to the unhealthy young man. Embedded on the vermilion door was an aluminum white nameplate inscribed with a few golden incision words, Assistant Secretary Tibblejock. Tibble. Lumian smiled, donned his gloves, and tapped lightly on the door. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 244, Red and Black. Knock, knock, knock. The office reverberated with an urgent knock. A feeble and disinterested voice floated through the air. Come in, please. Lumian turned the doorknob and pushed open the vibrant vermilion door. Before him stood a frail, gaunt young man. Dressed in a blue shirt, black waistcoat, and somber suit, he stood by the expansive desk, his eyes fixed on the door. As Tibblejock recognized the visitor to be Bono Goodville, a chuckle escaped the assistant secretary. Don't fret. Decay is an unavoidable fate. It afflicts humans and organizations alike. Once the decay sets in, all sorts of troubles will arise. Before Tibble could conclude, he saw Lumian approach. Guard raised, he blurted out, What do you think you're doing? Bam. Lumian threw a punch, accompanied by a blazing crimson flame. His action cut off Tibble's words, forcing him to instinctively raise his forearm to block the blow. Flames flickered, consuming Tibble's sleeves. Simultaneously, a taunting voice reached his ears. So weak. Originally, Lumian's plan was to cloak his fist in flames, launching a surprise attack on his adversary without alerting the nearby employees. In the ensuing chaos, he aimed to use fallen mercury and inflict a wound upon him. Then, before his foe could recover, Lumian would forcefully make his way past him, exiting the khaki-colored building housing the Parliament member's office through the balcony. Throughout this endeavor, he would employ fireballs, fire raven, and other techniques to impede his opponent. Even if he sustained injuries, he had to escape into a nearby alley and disappear into underground Trier before Hugues Artois' security personnel, the red-haired woman, and the other campaign members could react. After all, the fiery armor he created had the power to incinerate pathogens. With limited contact, the chances of contracting an illness were slim. And if something did manage to slip through, the symptoms would be mild enough for Lumian to endure until 6 in the morning. If worse came to worst, he could borrow half a canister of healing agent from Franca. Even Ruhr, a scavenger with his advanced age, succumbed to the illness only an hour or two after being exposed to the thick phlegm. Lumian believed it would be even less of a problem for him. Of course, the condition was that the thick phlegm represented one of Tybalt's more potent methods. He couldn't concoct a highly virulent disease that triggered symptoms within a minute or two. Nonetheless, Lumian had his flames to shield him. Yet now, after a swift exchange, Lumian realized that Tibblejock was far weaker than he had presumed. This revelation instantly altered Lumian's course of action. Silently, his form became shrouded in a cloak of fiery crimson. The flames undulated like liquid, seamlessly encasing his skin, hair, garments, and hat. They hung there, a constant flickering and flowing. Crimson flames continued to emerge from Lumian's being, melding with the inferno. It felt as though Lumian had wrapped himself in a crimson cloak. Amidst the swirling blaze, his disguised countenance and blue eyes, each harboring a blazing fire, came into view. With a snap, he discarded the dark cane and launched a fist wreathed in flames towards Tybalt. The cane's handle remained aglow, eradicating any traces of fingerprints, sweat, or handprints. Bang, bang, bang. Tybalt staggered back 2 steps, as though battling a tempest of fire. His eyes burned with a reddened intensity. He harumphed and expelled thick phlegm at Lumian. The viscous yellow-green phlegm met the fiery cloak and was instantly incinerated, emitting a sizzling sound. Bam, bam, bam. Lumian's arms, engulfed in crimson flames, swung repeatedly, pinning Tybalt to a corner of the office. His back pressed against the wall, with no escape or retreat. All he could do was defensively parry with his arms. Witnessing the sputum of disease prove futile and the surrounding air heating up under the flame's influence, causing his skin to scorch, Tybalt's heart constricted, and he was about to cry out for help. However, just as he opened his mouth, Lumian's flaming fist collided with his arm, causing him to tremble. His words became trapped in his throat. Tybalt attempted to call for aid, but his pleas were repeatedly interrupted by the adversary. The deep voice of his foe resounded in his ears. Is that all you have? How dare a feeble fledgling like you spit so recklessly? Didn't your deity teach you to behave with civility? I shall summon 100 vagabonds to spit in your mouth. The mockery inflamed Tybalt's eyes, and he momentarily forgot about seeking assistance. All he yearned for was the other party to suffer and perish. Translucent blisters materialized on his exposed skin, brimming with a sickly yellowish-black fluid. Bang, bang, bang. Lumian's flaming fist consumed Tybalt's sleeve, rupturing the translucent blister within. Yet, the repugnant yellowish-black liquid failed to touch his flesh. It was first scorched by the flames before being halted by the gloves. The lingering pathogens on the surface of the gloves rapidly dissipated beneath the crimson flame's effect. Amidst the relentless but non-lethal strikes, all the translucent blisters burst of their own accord within the increasingly sweltering environment. The faint yellowish-black liquid sizzled and evaporated, forming an almost imperceptible mist around Tybalt. However, the mist was either consumed by the flames or melted by the soaring temperatures. It couldn't breach the fiery cloak and corrode Lumian's body. In that moment, Tybalt, battered multiple times, regained his senses from the provocation. He opened his mouth and cried out for aid. High-temperature gas and dissipating flames infiltrated Tybalt's mouth as Lumian's fist connected. The heat contorted his expression, rendering him unable to scream. Feeling grand, are we? Enjoying yourself? When you spat without a care, did you ever consider that it would lead to your own demise? Taking your life is no different from slaughtering a chicken. Lumian locked his gaze onto Tybalt's eyes, witnessing despair, fear, and pleas for mercy slowly emerge. He didn't relent. With fists ablaze in crimson flames, he unleashed another relentless onslaught of strikes. He had no intention of evading Tybalt's feeble attempts at defense. Each blow found its mark. With a subdued thud, Lumian abruptly halted and withdrew his hands. Tybalt remained motionless against the wall, his eyes vacant. The flames enveloping Lumian's form dissipated like a receding river, leaving behind a trace of crimson in his footsteps. Without sparing Tybalt a second glance, Lumian stooped to retrieve his cane. He took Mr. K's finger and pressed it against the wall beside Tybalt. Having done so, Lumian removed his half-top hat and placed it upon his chest, bowing to Tybalt. Then he strode past his lifeless, statue-like prey and ventured onto the balcony. Concealed by the shadows, he pressed against the wall and effortlessly leaped to the side of the khaki-colored building. Only then did the occupants upstairs sense something amiss. Several individuals rushed out, peering into the outside world. Lumian's figure had already vanished into the depths of the dark alley. Simultaneously, a muffled sound emanated from Tybalt's rigid body. Boom. In an instant, he erupted from within, crimson flames splattering flesh and internal organs in every direction. Fire infusion. Pyromaniac's fire infusion. Prior to Lumian's departure, Tybalt had teetered on the precipice of death. His organs and brain had been consumed by the injected flames. What ensued was primarily the annihilation of his spirit body. There were 3 reasons why Lumian had a change of heart at the last moment, opting to forego the quickest and simplest method of dispatching Tybalt. Firstly, utilizing the monstrous ghost could potentially impact Tybalt's family. If possible, it was preferable to avoid such measures, despite the high probability that they had already succumbed to the influence of an evil deity. Secondly, he could utilize the implosion to create a gruesome scene of carnage, strewn with flesh and blood. Coupled with Mr. K's fingerprint, it would point subsequent investigators in the direction of the Aurora Order. It would also serve as a clear indication that Tybalt was a follower of an evil god. Thirdly, by utilizing fire infusion, he could delay the explosion and dismantle Tybalt's spirit body, thereby minimizing the efficacy of the evil god's blessed investigations through spirit channeling. Furthermore, there was another reason. Beating and cursing Tybalt to death brought Lumian an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Before long, a group of 7 or 8 individuals, including Hugues Artois, the red-haired lady, and the bespectacled secretary, arrived at Tybalt Jacques' door. What greeted their eyes were scattered flesh, fragments, and internal organs, along with scorch marks that marred the ground. The sight of red and black intermingled was jarring, rendering everyone present speechless. Who could have done this? Hugues Artois exclaimed, horror etched on his face. In his mind, the murder of Tybalt and macabre aftermath served as a chilling warning and a preview of his own impending demise. After all, who would go to such lengths to target an assistant secretary? The red-haired lady cast a brief glance at Hugues Artois before speaking in an androgynous tone. Based on the evidence before us, it appears that the perpetrator is a pyromaniac, or perhaps even more formidable. Given Tybalt's capabilities, he should have been dispatched within 10 seconds. However, the assailant deliberately prolonged the act. It seems that the goal was to create this gruesome scene. It bears the hallmark of those lunatics from the Aurora Order. Hugues Artois' eyes narrowed, and he lapsed into silence for a couple of seconds. Why would the Aurora Order target me? I cannot say. The red-haired lady peered deeply into Hugues Artois' eyes, shaking her head slightly. While the official Beyonders conducted their investigation, the original campaign team returned to Hugues Artois' office. The red-haired lady turned her attention to the secretary with gold-rimmed glasses. What has Tybalt been involved in recently? She inquired. Due to his chronic illness, he intentionally disposed of his disease-ridden handkerchief and ended the lives of 2 elderly scavengers who had no children. The secretary with gold-rimmed glasses truthfully replied. I have managed to keep this matter under wraps. The red-haired lady muttered to herself, her voice barely audible. 2 childless elderly scavengers. It seems that Tybalt's demise is undeniably targeted at Monsieur Member of Parliament. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 245, Speech. All eyes turned towards Hugues Artois, the distinguished Member of Parliament, his prominent nose and graying temples giving him an air of refinement. He had quickly regained his composure and wore a smile as he spoke. There's no need to fret. If the assailant possessed the means to breach 2 layers of defense and confront me directly, there would be no reason to go through the trouble of assassinating Tybalt. This seems more like an act of blackmail, surface-level threat. The 4 members of the campaign present nodded simultaneously, coming to the conclusion that Monsieur Member of Parliament's deduction was accurate. Hugues Artois turned to the lady with red hair. Cassandra, my knowledge of mysticism is limited. I've only heard that Beyonders can extract the truth from a deceased soul through spirit channeling. Will Tybalt's spirit betray us? Cassandra, with her red hair flowing, slowly shook her head. Under normal circumstances, we would have to take the risk of cleansing the situation. However, in the recent attack, the assassin clearly took ample time to obliterate Tybalt's spirit, thereby concealing his own identity. It's equivalent to assisting us. Hugues Artois nodded slightly and cast a glance at the 2 anxious secretaries. With a smile, he reassured them. Roan, Margaret, fear not. Time is on our side, and the future lies within our grasp. A minor setback will not hinder the ultimate outcome. You must always believe that our actions represent justice. Roan, donning gold-rimmed spectacles, and the refined Margaret were bewildered. They couldn't fathom being associated with the concept of justice. Not only them, but even Cassandra with her red hair and the middle-aged muscular Beduva looked at Hugues Artois in confusion, sensing they might have misheard. Cautiously, Hugues Artois glanced towards the door, silently questioning if anyone might be eavesdropping. After the red-haired Cassandra nodded, he launched into an impromptu speech. Ladies and gentlemen, while I may not possess the ability to convert and pray for a boon due to a binding contract, I have acquired a profound understanding of our world. You, better than anyone, should be aware that the vast cosmos above us represents an expansive universe. Countless planets exist within it, each akin to its own world. Many of these worlds harbor their own civilizations. The world we inhabit is but one among an endless expanse, as insignificant as a speck of dust. The 7 deities have imprisoned us in this realm, preventing us from making contact with the civilizations that thrive in the universe. They desire our blindness and deafness, seeking to keep us enslaved for generations. They label these magnificent beings as evil gods. They weave falsehoods, warning us of the peril that lies in believing in these evil gods. Their goal is to prevent us from making contact with these higher civilizations, to keep us confined. If the belief in an evil god were genuinely dangerous, why do numerous civilizations in the universe, comprising different species, still exist? They are afraid. If these mighty entities were to descend upon our world, they alone would face destruction. Only the saints, angels, and fanatics who follow them would be affected. For most people, it would merely be a shift in faith, devoid of peril. Believing in one of the 7 deities is deemed faith, but believing in other great beings is not. We can no longer remain captive to the 7 deities. We must venture forth into the future of humankind and the course of civilization. From the mere fact that boons can be obtained, these great beings are mightier than the 7 deities. They will bestow protection and willingly offer their power. Their divine benevolence is boundless, akin to the vast sea. In the days to come, when we navigate the universe and reflect upon the journey we have undertaken, you shall come to comprehend that our cause is one of justice. In this process, death is an inevitability, yet those who perish are deserving. They are either aged, feeble, unlucky, or destined to meet such a fate. Most of the blame does not lie with us. Furthermore, they constitute only a minority. We cannot impede the majority from seeking refuge with a higher civilization, pursuing a better future. Ladies and gentlemen, sacrifices are inherent in any cause. As long as we steadfastly believe that our actions are driven by justice and persist unwaveringly, the future shall unquestionably be ours. In a decade's time, humanity will secure a ticket to join the circle of cosmic civilization. We shall no longer be barbarians, hiding in the shadows of obscurity. The red-haired Cassandra, Secretary Roan, and the rest were left dumbfounded. Who was the true believer of the evil god? Each had their own reasons for following different evil gods, and deep down, they knew they had veered onto the wrong path. Nevertheless, they had already set foot on this journey and had no choice but to press forward. Thus, they either used faith as a facade to gradually reshape their understanding, or they completely surrendered themselves, seeking any motivation to propel them onward. And yet, Hugues Artois, someone who clearly wasn't a believer and hadn't received any favors or undergone significant assimilation, managed to speak such astonishing and captivating words straight from the depths of his heart. The 4 members of the campaign were taken aback, realizing the sense behind Hugues Artois' words, causing them to reevaluate the meaning behind their past actions. After a few moments, the red-haired Cassandra let out a slow exhale. She looked at Hugues Artois and sincerely praised him. An exceptional speech, Monsieur Member of Parliament. In the future, when you choose your faith, I can recommend one for you. Oh, Hugues Artois inquired in a nasal voice. Cassandra smiled and elaborated. Among the boons bestowed by that individual is one called orator. Hugues Artois nodded and flashed a relaxed smile towards the 4 members of the team. Do not be disheartened by Tybalt's demise. We will remain steadfast in our original plan. Cassandra, Roan, Margaret, and Beduver responded in unison. Yes, Monsieur Member of Parliament. In the depths of underground Trier, Lumian took a detour and returned to the quarry cave. Swiftly, he shed his clothes and shoes, removing the wig and beard that concealed his true appearance. Once he changed back into his ragged tramp attire and adorned a dark blue cap, semi-translucent crimson fire ravens materialized around him. The fire ravens darted out, alighting upon the cane, shirt, bow tie, wig, and other objects, causing them to erupt in soft explosions of flame. Lumian, having turned his back, proceeded towards the exit of underground Trier. Crimson flames surged in his wake, consuming everything related to the previous attack, casting an illuminating glow within the dark cavern below. Around midnight, in the depths of the eternal blazing Sun Inquisition beneath Église Saint-Robert, Angoulême de Francois, engrossed in perusing the investigation records, heard a knock on his office door. His brown coat, adorned with 2 rows of golden buttons, hung neatly on a coat rack near the entrance. He wore a light golden shirt featuring the emblem of the Sun's Sacred Order, along with dark brown pants. Please, come in, Angoulême calmly invited. Valentine, powdered hair and face adorned with subtle makeup, entered the room. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of Cordoue all this time. Upon learning of survivors appearing in the Trier region, he had submitted an application and transferred to this post. His wife and child had long yearned for the bustling city of Trier, so they eagerly moved with him without much persuasion. He was on night duty with a few teammates and happened to encounter the murder of the Member of Parliament's assistant secretary. Valentine, clad in a slim blue tweed coat with a golden brooch, took a seat across from Angoulême and spoke directly. Deacon, why haven't we investigated Hugues Artois? While most members of the Aurora Order may be crazy, they possess an uncanny ability to detect heretics. Although not every person they target is a believer in the evil gods, at least 70% are. Considering the information we've gathered, we can reasonably conclude that Tybalt Jacques, who met his demise tonight, was a heretic and wielded the power of decay. Furthermore, he served as Hugues Artois' assistant secretary. We cannot allow a highly suspicious individual to continue serving as a member of Parliament. Investigating him is not only a responsibility to the people of the Market District, but also to Hugues Artois himself. If we find no evidence of wrongdoing, we can assist him in purging any heretics surrounding him. Angoulême hadn't anticipated his new team leader to be more devout and zealous than himself. He couldn't help but raise his hand and furrow his brows. With a bitter smile, he responded, "Perhaps you are unaware, but every member of Parliament has signed a contract with the 2 churches and received a notarized contract. In this contract, they pledge their faith, display their abilities and associated sources. The 2 churches promise not to restrict the personal freedom of any member of Parliament or their key staff without substantial and compelling evidence. They won't be subject to the influence of Beyonders. This is to safeguard the authority of the National Convention. According to the contract, Hugues Artois believes fervently in the mighty eternal blazing sun and is not a Beyonder. Hence, you may question him and his core staff, but that is the extent of it. Valentine couldn't conceal his disappointment. Why is such a contract in place? It is a byproduct of the past coup d'etat, a change that accompanied the course of history. Angoulême provided a simple explanation. Valentine let out a sigh, rose from his seat, and extended his arms. Praise the sun! Praise the sun! Angoulême stood up and returned the gesture, watching his subordinate exit the office. Quartier de Noël, Holy Palace Hospital. Jenna sat upon a small stool, slumped beside her mother Elodie's lightly slumbering form in the hospital bed. After bidding farewell to Franca and sending her brother Julian home, who had to attend to his factory duties come dawn, Jenna found herself alone. The Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons had yet to resume its acting training, as plans were underway to auction it, along with Aubert's Du Coq d'Or at the police headquarters. However, the recent explosion at the Goodville chemical factory had caused a delay in those proceedings. Suddenly, Elodie stirred. Jenna startled awake, her eyes fixating on her mother, who gradually opened her own. Elodie's gaze mirrored the face of her daughter as she mustered a smile. "I thought I was about to see your father." Without awaiting Jenna's reply, Elodie inquired, her voice frail, "How are my injuries?" Jenna, overjoyed to witness her mother awaken from her coma, beamed genuinely and responded, "They're not severe. Look, no surgery is required." Elodie heaved a sigh of relief and nodded slowly. Still recovering from her coma, her body and mind weren't yet in their prime state. After a brief exchange, she drifted back into slumber. Jenna clasped her mother's hand and beheld the contentment that graced the wrinkled, gray-haired countenance beneath the gentle illumination streaming in from the window. Observing for a while longer, she glanced upward and caught sight of the first rays of dawn gradually painting the sky with light. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 246, Resolution. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the room, Lumian slowly opened his eyes, awakened by the gentle chime of bells from Église Saint-Robert. The previous night, he had stayed at Aubert's Du Coq d'Or. He raised his right hand to touch his head. His bald head had grown thick and healthy hair once more. Leaving the comfort of his bed, Lumian walked over to the full-length mirror and saw a reflection that looked both familiar and unfamiliar. Back in Cordoue, his hair had never been dyed golden. But in the morning light, he couldn't help but smile, feeling better than he had in a long time. At the very least, he didn't meet with failure with everything he did. Killing and taking revenge didn't pose a problem. After breakfast at a street vendor, Lumian planned to find a barber shop in either Quartier de l'Observatoire or Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative to revert his hair color to golden. But before he could set out, hurried footsteps approached his room. He braced himself, thinking someone might kick the door open, but instead, there was a knock. It was Franca, who rarely rose so early. She couldn't hide her surprise upon seeing Lumian's pure black hair. "You dyed it back," she exclaimed. "Sort of," Lumian replied, observing Franca as she entered room 207 and closed the door behind her. Without mincing words, Franca confronted him. "Did you kill Hugues Artois' assistant secretary? And did you rush to advance to Pyromaniac last night?" Lumian stood up, smiling. "Yes." Franca was momentarily at a loss for words with a frank admission. After a few seconds, she hissed and said, "You brat, you promised me you would hold back and endure, but the very next moment, you went ahead without hesitation. You really can't suppress your hatred for a night, can you? If you keep going like this, I seriously doubt you'll survive this year. No, this month." Lumian explained simply, "Actually, I didn't intend to kill Tybalt last night. I merely wanted to monitor him, gather information, and plan a proper approach to deal with him together with you. But an opportunity presented itself, and it was too good to pass up. I couldn't convince myself to hold back. Right, I made preparations in all aspects, including measures against divination and tracking." Relieved, Franca asked, "That Tybalt guide seemed weak. Was it easy for you to handle him? He mainly transmitted diseases through contact, and pyromaniacs happened to counter that ability. If not for my anti-divination and anti-spirit channeling preparations, I could have taken care of him in 10 seconds, Lumian recalled. Franca sighed, admitting, "You got lucky. Had you considered the possibility that your target might be much stronger? My initial judgment was that he wouldn't be too formidable. If he exceeded a certain threshold, I was prepared to use my dirk," Lumian replied before asking, "Why are you up so early?" "Gardner woke me up," Franca replied with gritted teeth. He instructed me to gather the leaders of the Savoy mob and find the person responsible for killing Hugues Artois' assistant secretary. When I heard the details, I knew it had to be you. I told you last night to get in the right condition before drinking the pyromaniac potion, but you went ahead and consumed it anyway. Lumian spoke earnestly, his voice filled with sincerity. I believed that I was in the perfect state to advance to pyromaniac, so I swiftly concocted the potion. Will boss suspect me? For now, no, Franca replied, shaking her head. Besides yourself, nobody expected you to consume the potion last night. Moreover, you cunningly framed the Aurora Order. Gardner doesn't see any motive in you. Franca glanced at Lumian's head and suggested, Come here, I'll help you restore your original hair color. It's best not to make any changes during a time like this to avoid arousing suspicion. All right, Lumian agreed, feeling delighted to save some money. In the morning, the ward buzzed with more activity compared to the somberness of the night. Echoing through the air were the cries of those being carried away, the presence of relatives escorting loved ones back home, and the determination of some patients who defied the cries, choosing to depart from the hospital's confines. Jenna and Elodie, who had regained consciousness, observed the scene in silence. They understood the painful reality unfolding before them. Not everyone could bear the weight of insurmountable medical expenses, nor did they wish to drag their families into the depths of despair. Sometimes, the patient surrendered while the family persisted. Other times, it was the family that gave up, leaving the patient with no choice but to accept their fate. At times, patient and family would tacitly leave the ward, exchange silent glances, and be unable to hold back their tears as they cried or wailed. After a while, as the ward regained a semblance of tranquility, Elodie, who had managed to sit up, whispered softly, How long will I have to stay here for treatment? Jenna pondered for a moment before deciding to tell her mother the truth. It was an impossible matter to conceal. The doctor's rounds, treatments, and further examinations would inevitably reveal some information. Besides, Elodie would piece it together based on her physical condition and the fact that she hadn't been discharged after several days. Organizing her thoughts, Jenna explained, The doctor said you'll be here for months, possibly even half a year. Your external injuries aren't severe, but your body has suffered significant damage. Unless you make a full recovery, your condition may worsen. Before Elodie could respond, Jenna smiled reassuringly and continued, I've already secured the funds for your treatment. I borrowed the money from Franca. She has no shortage of resources. She promised Julian and me that we could repay it in 2 to 3 years, in installments. By then, Dad's accident compensation will surely have been paid. There may even be hope for yours. Elodie's expression faltered for a moment. After a few seconds, she spoke with weariness in her voice. Why will it take so long? With such a massive explosion in the chemical gases, it's a miracle that you survived, Jenna said before asking. What exactly happened back then? Elodie contemplated for a moment and replied wearily, I don't know. The explosion happened so suddenly, and I lost consciousness. I think it originated near the metal tank. Many of the factory's facilities are old and prone to breakdowns. They require repairs, but the boss refuses to invest in replacements. After chatting for a while, Jenna noticed her mother's energy waning. She advised Elodie to rest for a while and headed towards the washroom at the end of the corridor. As soon as Elodie witnessed Jenna's departure from the ward, she mustered all her strength, disconnected the four, and leaned against the wall for support. Gasping for breath, she took 2 steps towards the ward diagonally opposite, where doctors and nurses meticulously examined each injured individual. Elodie located the doctor, provided her ward and bed number, and inquired, How long will my treatment last? The doctor leafed through his records and responded, We don't have all the results yet, but we estimate it will take about 5 to 7 months. What will be the cost of treatment each month? Elodie inquired. The doctor pondered for a moment and replied, Let's wait for the complete assessment. If all goes well, it should amount to around 200 Vrildor per week. As treatment progresses, the cost will decrease. However, if your condition isn't too favorable, it might range from 300 to 400 Vrildor per week. Furthermore, even after you leave the hospital, you must prioritize rest and avoid exerting yourself. Elodie found herself rendered speechless. The nurse assisted her back to the ward and reinserted the needle into her arm. Shortly before noon, Julian rushed into the ward, his concern for his mother evident in his eyes. After conversing with him for a while, Jenna announced, I'll go to the hospital cafeteria and bring back some food for you. With that, she departed the ward, moving briskly as she descended the stairs. Thanks to Lumian's guidance, Jenna had come to realize that she possessed extraordinary abilities as a Beyonder. She was no longer an ordinary individual. With a willingness to take calculated risks, she had numerous avenues to earn money. Consequently, the expenses for Elodie's treatment and the overwhelming debt held no power over her. The fact that her mother had been saved was cause for celebration, a reason to extol the son. In the ward, Elodie gazed at Julian, who sat beside her, and posed a question with a tender expression. "You're nearly 23, aren't you?" "That's right," Julian replied, a smile gracing his face. "I've been a provider for the family for quite some time now. But in your eyes, I'm still a youngling." Elodie offered a faint smile and spoke. "That's because my criteria for true adulthood differ from others. I've always believed that one can only be considered an adult when they possess a skill that consistently earns them money. You're still a year away from that, and Celia has another year and a half to go. You've endured so much these past few years." "It was you who endured," Julian responded with a sigh. "Before I could truly assist, you worked 3 jobs a day for a whole year, from 6 a.m. until midnight." Emotions surged within him, causing him to blurt out, "We'll definitely cure you." Elodie chuckled in delight, her hand gently caressing her flaxen hair. "Unfortunately, my wig is gone." "And your sister?" "She previously deceived us, claiming that the theater required her to dye her hair a brownish-yellow shade. In reality, it was to prevent herself from being recognized when she went to sing at the dance hall. I don't know what to do with her. Sai, I truly don't want you to shoulder more debt. It will waste years. By then, you won't be young anymore." Julian swiftly consoled his mother, assuring her he excelled at his job and would undoubtedly receive a salary increase next year. After rambling for a few minutes, Elodie clutched her chest and beseeched Julian, "I'm not feeling well. Please find a doctor for me." "Okay." Julian stood up abruptly and dashed out of the room. Elodie promptly removed the 4-needle and stumbled toward the ward's window, relying on the nearby beds for support. Meanwhile, on the first floor of Holy Palace Hospital, Jenna emerged from the cafeteria, carrying a wooden lunchbox, and began her journey up the staircase. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she witnessed a figure hurtling downwards, resulting in a resounding thud. Jenna's heart skipped a beat, her mind filled with unease. Hastily, she turned around, uncertain about the source of her apprehension. She dashed out of the hall and approached the spot where the person had jumped, maneuvering through the gathering crowd. In the next instant, she beheld a crimson liquid seeping and a familiar face adorned with delicate wrinkles. With a thud, the lunchbox slipped from her grasp, crashing onto the ground. Her eyes grew vacant, reflecting a vivid red. The lifeless body belonged to her mother, Elodie. The person who had leaped from the building was her mother, Elodie. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 247, Instigation. In the cafe on the second floor of Salle de Balbrise, Lumian finished his lunch and caught sight of Franca once more. She was attired in a white shirt, light-colored breeches, and vibrant red boots. This time, her countenance was grave, causing an uneasiness to settle upon Louis, Sarkoda, and the other gangsters. They feared that trouble might accompany her arrival. Lumian rose from his seat, casting an inquisitive gaze in her direction. Franca exhaled slowly and spoke, her tone weighted with solemnity. "Jenna's mother passed away." Lumian was taken aback, as though he had witnessed Flaming's lifeless body dangling from a window frame or Ruhr decaying to the bone. His eyes narrowed, and his hands clenched into fists. After a few moments, he inquired, was it due to her declining condition? No, Franca shook her head. It was suicide. Observing Lumian's perplexed expression, she sighed and elaborated. "Last night, when I sought out Jenna, I worried that she might put up a brave facade and keep her difficulties concealed or seek our assistance, so made a point to meet the attending physician and the nurses responsible for her mother's care. I treated them to coffee and dessert, urging them to keep a close watch on Jenna's mother. I arranged for them to notify me immediately of any complications, and I pledged to cover any necessary expenses. They informed me that upon learning about the months-long treatment and its approximate cost, Jenna's mother took advantage of Jenna's visit to the cafeteria and Julian's absence in search of a doctor. She leaped from the 6th floor. Alas, her health was already frail, and she perished instantly upon impact." Lumian fell into a pensive silence. Suddenly, he pressed his left chest and sneered, "Is this fate?" Franca couldn't provide an answer. At 1 p.m., Lumian and Franca arrived at the Holy Palace Hospital. The nurse, whom Franca had deliberately befriended, guided them to the Farewell Sanctuary, situated on the ground floor of an annex. The place was known as the Farewell Sanctuary, where the departed awaited their purification. Julian, Jenna's brother, sat by the door, his head in his hands, wearing a pained expression as he stared at the sky-blue painted wall opposite. Approaching him, Franca asked in a hushed voice, "Are Auntie and Jenna inside?" Julian nodded slowly and whispered to himself in anguish, "I shouldn't have left her alone in the ward. I shouldn't have left her alone in the ward." Franca didn't know how to console him. All she could do was sigh and enter the farewell sanctuary alongside Julian. Elodie's body lay on a bed covered by a white sheet, concealed beneath a plain white cloth. The blood on her body had been cleansed. Her face appeared pallid, and her eyes were tightly shut. Jenna sat on a stool across from her mother, her gaze empty and her voice absent, as if her soul had departed. Franca called out, a mix of pain and concern in her tone, but Jenna ignored her, as if she had encased herself in another realm. Lumian pulled up a chair and seated himself next to Jenna, his gaze also fixed upon the lifeless figure of Elodie. After a few seconds, he spoke in a deep voice. "I understand what you're feeling. Not long ago, I too lost the family member who meant the most to me." Jenna remained silent, as if she had transformed into a statue. Lumian directed his gaze toward the same direction as Jenna and continued, "But you need to know who is responsible for this tragedy. Is it your fault? Is it your mother's fault? Is it your brother's fault? No, you did nothing wrong. Faced with accidents and debts, you chose to endure them with determination. You chose to rely on your own labor and suffering to secure a new life. It took you several years to emerge from it slowly. Is that wrong? No. This time, you didn't abandon your loved one. You fought hard to find a solution. Is that wrong? No. You didn't hide anything from your mother. You informed her about the duration of the treatment, the costs, and the source of funding. Is that wrong? No. There was no way to conceal it. Your mother loves you and wants you to avoid reliving the painful past few years. She wants you to walk in the light, not in darkness. Is that wrong? No. Who is at fault? It's the factory owner who continuously appeals and delays the compensation for the accident, subjecting you to years of painful and oppressive existence. It's the laws that protect their actions. It's Bono Goodville, who disregards safety regulations and fails to replace worn-out machines. It's the exorbitant cost of treatment that plunges the less fortunate into despair. It's the National Convention and the government who have caused all of this. Jenna's expression finally shifted, a glimmer of pain surfacing in her vacant eyes and impassive face. Lumian turned towards the door, his voice resonating with depth as he spoke. "I have something else to say. Perhaps the explosion at Goodville Chemical Factory, which led to your mother's tragic fate, wasn't an accident." Jenna instinctively turned to face Lumian and Franca. Lumian directed his gaze towards Elodie's corpse. Perhaps it was a murder, a sacrificial offering to an evil deity. Our honorable member of parliament, Hugues Artois, has been assessed by the blessed of powerful evil gods as an open-minded individual. He is surrounded by heretics, including Thibault Jacques, the assistant secretary responsible for spreading diseases and taking innocent lives. Yesterday morning, Bono Goodville paid a visit to the parliament member's office, and by evening, his chemical plant had exploded. When I encountered Thibault Jacques in the guise of Bono Goodville, he mentioned something about unavoidable troubles following an organization's decay. It convinced me that the chemical plant explosion was something they eagerly anticipated. It might have been orchestrated with a specific purpose that remains unknown to us. Are you consumed by anger? Do you feel a burning hatred? Can you accept this? Do you wish to sit here and watch as the murderers responsible for your mother's death and the destruction of your happiness revel in champagne, indulge in dance parties, and inflict more heartbreak on innocent families? Jenna's expression twisted slightly, as if she grappled with conflicting emotions within. Eventually, she raised her hands to cover her face, weeping bitterly. "But my mother, she cannot be brought back." Franca crouched down before Jenna and embraced her, allowing her tears to flow freely. As Jenna wept, Franca offered her guidance. "What your mother desires most is for both you and your brother to be free from the burdens of debt and to embark on a fresh new life. She wishes for one of you to become a remarkable stage actress, while the other escapes the constraints of ordinary labor and masters a particular skill. She yearns for you to live well. Can you bear to disappoint her?" Jenna sobbed and asked, "But isn't it said that the night will pass and light will emerge? Why? Why is it always so dark? Why can't I see any light?" It will come," Franca repeated, patting Jenna's back soothingly. "What you must do now is to give your mother a proper burial and consider doing something meaningful in her honor." "Okay," Jenna agreed tearfully. She wept until exhaustion overtook her, finally finding stability within her emotions. At that moment, the clergyman from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, who had come to offer his final words of solace, arrived. Clad in a white robe adorned with intricate golden threads, He entered the room alongside Julian and positioned himself beside Elodie's lifeless body. In one hand, he grasped the Holy Bible and recited a prayer, while the other hand held a suspended bottle of holy water. Eventually, a beam of sunlight, accompanied by the holy water, materialized from thin air and gently bathed Elodie. Praise the sun, may this sister find peace and enter the realm of God. The clergyman extended his arms. Praise the sun. Jenna and Julian joined in prayer. Observing the ceremony, Lumian bowed his head and silently scoffed. Franca, a devout follower of the god of steam and machinery, refrained from praising the sun as well. With the purification ritual concluded, the priest departed from the farewell sanctuary. In his place, the administrator in charge of the Holy Palace Hospital morgue entered and posed a question to Julian and Jenna. Should we proceed with burial or cremation for this sister? Shall we send her to the catacombs, cimetière de innocence, or cimetière de portraits? Julian and Jenna exchanged glances before responding. Cremation. We'll personally escort her to the catacombs. Their father also rested there. The morgue administrator made a notation and added, there have been numerous casualties from last night. The crematorium won't be available until next week. Would you like this sister to remain in the morgue for the time being? Very well. Jenna's voice trembled slightly. And so, the four of them watched as Elodie's visage was veiled with a white cloth and her body was gently guided out of the farewell sanctuary. They trailed behind the wheeled bed, descending through the steam-powered elevator into the subterranean realm until they arrived outside the morgue. The morgue door gleamed in a silvery gray hue, while the interior emanated an eerie coldness, producing a misty white fog at the intersection. Jenna stood in a daze as her mother, Elodie, was propelled through the door, vanishing into the frigid chamber filled with metallic cabinets illuminated by gas-powered wall lamps. She remained fixated as the silver-gray door slowly shut. Unconsciously, she took a few steps forward, halting at the threshold. Silently, the door closed. Her mother was now forever beyond her sight. As they returned to Passy Bridge in Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman, Jenna's eyes fixed on her brother Julian, who walked ahead of her with a heavy heart. Sorrow engulfed her as the bright afternoon sun blinded her vision. Franca averted her gaze from Julian's retreating form and contemplated finding a task to occupy Jenna's mind. Your brother is emotionally distressed. It seems he blames himself. Offer him guidance in the upcoming days and assure him that it wasn't his fault. Any ordinary person would have hurriedly sought a doctor. Jenna momentarily snapped out of her sorrow and tersely acknowledged, I'll counsel him. But what if it doesn't work? She glanced at Lumian and Franca, her expression filled with helplessness. Franca nodded reassuringly. When the time comes, I can assist him in finding a genuine psychiatrist, one with beyond her abilities. Jenna let out a sigh of relief, her nose sniffing with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you both. Lumian, drawing from his own experiences, reminded her, you must also attend to your own mental well-being. Jenna pressed her lips together and nodded, her gaze gradually transforming into one of determination. In a hushed, raspy voice, she addressed Franca and Lumian. Tonight, I intend to pay a visit to Bono Goodville, Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 248 Visitors. In Quartier de Thermes, at 55 Rue Chestnut, stood a three-story building tinged with a grayish-blue hue. It boasted a delightful garden, a well-kept lawn, and even stables. Within the establishment, a band played a melodic tune from a corner. Bono Goodville, the owner of this fine establishment, gracefully navigated through the guests with a glass of golden champagne in hand. Engaging in conversations about the aftermath of the chemical plant explosion, he cunningly aimed to evade his responsibilities while securing a substantial compensation from the insurance company. Between his interactions, he chatted with the wife of a government official, conferred with his lawyer, and sought out influential figures relevant to the matter at hand. Like a natural social butterfly, he effortlessly flitted from one person to another, exhibiting wit and vigor amidst the elegant setting. The light from the crystal chandelier illuminated his dark blue eyes and thick brown beard, lending them a captivating sparkle. As he gracefully maneuvered around an unassuming guest, Bono Goodville unexpectedly encountered Travis Everett. The superintendent of Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman was not in uniform that evening. Clad in a sleek black suit paired with a stylish blue bow tie, he held a glass of light golden champagne in his hand. Superintendent Everett, it is imperative that you ensure my protection during this trying time. Bono Goodville smiled at Travis Everett, expressing his concerns. The explosion claimed many lives, and I fear their bereaved relatives might resort to drastic measures. Everett adjusted his black-framed glasses and returned the smile. You see, Quartier de Thermes falls beyond my jurisdiction. Moreover, once I stepped onto this street, it became evident that the frequency and intensity of police patrols have notably increased. Indeed, but didn't you hire numerous bodyguards? What is there to worry about? Those who perished were ordinary workers. They pose no threat to you. Furthermore, they are unaware of your place of residence. Everett jestingly remarked, his tone lighthearted. But if the injured and their families discover that you continue to host a lavish banquet, serving fine wine while being serenaded by a small accompanying symphony band, their anguish might drive them to madness. They could drag you and your family into the depths of despair. Bono Goodville sheepishly smiled and replied, "The banquet is unrelated to compensation. I must adhere to the law and await judgment. Superintendent Everett, if I were to return to the market district to handle matters, I humbly request your assistance in assigning 2 or 3 police officers to protect me." Everett gently nodded. "That is my duty, but I must remind you that several police officers' families are employed at your chemical plant." Implicitly, he emphasized the urgency of compensating his subordinates, hoping for a swift resolution. Bono Goodville nodded silently, seemingly unaffected. The banquet continued into the early hours of the morning. Amidst the lingering fragrance, Bono Goodville bid farewell to his 3 children, embracing each one before ascending to the 3rd floor. Untying his bow tie, he entered the bedroom with his wife, ready to retire for the night. With a flick, the gas wall lamp ignited, casting a soft glow that reflected in Bono Goodville's wide eyes. There, in his cherished recliner, sat an unexpected guest. Although seated, the man leaned forward, exuding an air of superiority that made Bono Goodville feel small and insignificant. Clad in a worker's uniform of muted grayish blue, complete with a dark blue cap, his face concealed behind swaths of white bandages, leaving only his piercing blue eyes and a glimpse of his nostrils visible. Bono Goodville's heart raced, his instinct urging him to scream for help. However, before a sound could escape his lips, a phantom-like crimson flaming raven materialized behind the surprise visitor. With a swift swoop, it crashed into Bono Goodville's teeth. A soft bang resonated as Bono Goodville's mouth seared with pain, and 2 teeth clattered to the ground. Agony distorted his features, stifling his cry. At that precise moment, a pair of sharp daggers pressed against the backs of both Bono Goodville and his wife. Emerging from the shadows of the doorway, Franca and Jenna closed the bedroom door behind them, effectively trapping their captives. One of them donned a black robe with a concealed hood and leather armor, her face veiled by darkness. The other sported a man's linen shirt, a brown jacket, dark brown trousers, and laceless leather boots. A silver-white metal mask adorned her upper face, leaving only her eyes exposed. Franca used her free hand to steady Bono Goodville, preventing him from collapsing in agony. Maintaining his seated posture, Lumian grinned. "Monsieur Goodville, consider that a warning. It could have been much worse. Those 2 missing teeth and minor injuries are nothing compared to what could have transpired." Bono Goodville's wife snapped out of her daze, her voice trembling with fear as she asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Who am I?" Lumian chuckled, a hint of mischief in his tone. "You may consider me your father." With a glance toward Franca, she retrieved the truth serum Lumian had provided earlier and administered it to Bono Goodville. As Lumian awaited the serum's effects, he maintained his smile and continued, "Monsieur Goodville, I had hoped for a more challenging encounter, but instead here we are having a pleasant conversation. You disappoint me." He hadn't received a boon. Under the influence of the truth serum, Bono Goodville wore a bitter expression as he mustered the courage to ask, "What do you want?" "I have a considerable sum of money in my safe. I can give it to you." Jenna's anger flared up, surging from her chest to her head. In a sudden motion, she raised her left foot and delivered a swift kick to Bono Goodville's calf. Oh, how she longed to strike him where it truly hurt, but circumstances prevented her from doing so. "Damn it, take your money to the catacombs." Bono Goodville's body leaned, and the sound of bones cracking reached his ears. Before his instinctual scream could escape, Frost materialized, sealing his voice. Lumian nodded in approval, acknowledging Jenna's actions. Once Bono Goodville had regained composure, Lumian spoke, "I want to know why you orchestrated the detonation at your own chemical plant." Bono Goodville's expression transformed, and he blurted out, "How did you find out?" Before he could finish his sentence, he wished to raise his right hand and slap himself. Shouldn't he have denied the accusation first? Why did he utter his thoughts so recklessly? Well, you are quite forthcoming. "I was merely testing you, and you readily confessed," Lumian remarked, his tone almost causing Bono Goodville's brain to seize. Jenna felt as if her soul had vacated her body. Though Lumian's analysis had mentally prepared her, hearing the admission still left her in disbelief. Could there truly exist such a wicked individual? Hundreds of families were devastated. Snapping out of her stupor, Jenna clenched her teeth tightly, fearing that any relaxation might ignite her anger, prompting her to stab Bono Goodville. No, it would be hundreds of stabs. Goodville's wife also stared at her husband in a state of shock and fear. She had believed the explosion at the chemical plant to be a mere accident. Lumian cast a cold gaze upon Bono Goodville and questioned, "Why did you do it? Does it have any connection to someone within Hugues' Artois office?" Upon hearing the latter inquiry, Bono Goodville could not contain his astonishment and dread. After consuming the peculiar liquid and confessing to orchestrating the chemical plant explosion, Bono Goodville's psychological defenses crumbled. In that moment, an overwhelming urge consumed him to drag someone down with him and share the burden of his sins. It's Roan and Tybalt. They are secretary and assistant secretary to Member of Parliament Hugues Artois. They have been dropping hints that the chemical plant has been deteriorating for years and could explode at any given moment. I thought I might as well find a way to cash in on the insurance compensation I had purchased in the past. And when the time came, Member of Parliament Hugues Artois would use the excuse of setting up a factory to boost the economy and protect the interests of the factory owner, thereby securing funds for reconstruction and compensation. They kept saying that everything decays. My chemical plant was no exception, so I anticipated various problems. Instead of waiting for it to explode naturally, I decided to exchange it for greater benefits. I visited them again yesterday morning. For some reason, I was foolish enough to be convinced by their words. When the explosion actually occurred, I grew fearful and went to the Member of Parliament's office thrice. They assured me everything would be fine. What an idiot. He's not even a heretic. Could superpowers have influenced him? Tybalt had also mentioned decay when he saw me disguised as Bono Goodville. What is their true agenda? Lumian pondered for a moment, about to inquire further about the conversation, when the sound of a doorbell being pulled suddenly resonated from the iron gate outside the lawn. Lumian and Franca exchanged swift glances, both coming up with guesses. To arrive at such an hour, ringing the doorbell politely, it could only be either a friend or an official investigator seeking Bono Goodville. Without uttering a word, Lumian rose to his feet, and Franca sheathed her dagger in silence. Jenna reacted instantly, comprehending their intentions. Taking a diagonal step, she raised her dagger high and thrust it into Bono Goodville's shoulder. Blood spurted forth as Bono Goodville let out a pained grunt. Jenna didn't linger. She dashed towards the window opposite the main entrance. On her dagger, black flames ignited and swiftly extinguished in several spots within the room. The trio leaped out of the building, vaulted over the iron fence bordering the garden, and vanished into the encompassing night. Inside the bedroom, a three-person team consisting of Angoulême, Valentine, and the mixed-blood Imra confronted Bono Goodville, who had just finished bandaging his scorched mouth. The factory owner seethed with anger as he addressed them. "Officer, I was nearly abducted by 3 criminals." Angoulême surveyed the scene, a smile playing on his lips. "We will investigate that matter later. For now, the primary problem lies with you." "My problem?" Bono Goodville grew alarmed. Angoulême nodded slightly. "Let us first confirm your faith before delving into your visit to the Member of Parliament's office on the morning of the chemical plant explosion. With insufficient evidence to take drastic measures against the Member of Parliament and his staff, the purifiers redirected their investigation towards Bono Goodville." Upon hearing these words, Bono Goodville, his psychological defenses shattered, paled in apprehension. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 249, Loophole in the Contract. Observing Bono Goodville's reaction, Angoulême's confidence grew a little. With a swift motion, he withdrew a pen and paper, preparing to draft a notary certificate. The concept behind it was for Bono Goodville to swear an oath to a deity, ensuring his honesty during the subsequent questioning. As Angoulême affixed his signature, the paper emitted a radiant golden glow. Bono Goodville swallowed nervously, feeling the weight of the situation. In recent years, as a well-known factory owner in Trier, he had encountered mystic knowledge and extraordinary powers that surpassed the imagination of ordinary folk. Such matters were not unfamiliar to him. It was akin to one of the 3 abductors blasting him with a flaming raven, another conjuring black flames, and a third leaping from the 3rd floor. "Sign your name," Angoulême instructed, handing Bono Goodville the notary certificate, now devoid of its golden glow. "Very well." Bono Goodville's right hand trembled as he inscribed his name upon the pledge. With each stroke, a flash of golden light emanated from his penmanship. Once he finished, Angoulême spoke in a deep, commanding voice. "Which deity do you believe in? The god of steam and machinery?" For Bono Goodville, this question held no challenge. Angoulême proceeded to the next inquiry. "Why did you visit the Member of Parliament's office on the morning of the chemical plant explosion?" Bono Goodville hesitated for 2 seconds. Fearful of superpowers and divine witnesses, he repeated what he had divulged to Lumian and the others under the influence of the remaining truth serum. Angoulême, Valentine, and Imra took turns posing questions, allowing Bono Goodville to reconstruct his conversation with the Member of Parliament's secretary, Roan, and his assistant secretary, Tybalt, as accurately as possible. When the inquiry concluded, Angoulême delivered the verdict to Bono Goodville. "You shall be arrested for arson, deliberate detonation of an explosion, and murder. Your assets will be temporarily frozen pending compensation for the deceased and injured." Bono Goodville's face drained of color as he slumped into the recliner, utterly depleted. Valentine took a couple of steps towards the door, casting a glance at the corridor beyond. Lowering his voice, he proposed, "Deacon, after we bring this blasphemous scoundrel to the police headquarters, shall we formally apprehend Hugues Artois' secretary, Roan?" Angoulême sighed, shaking his head slowly. "Not yet. Did you not notice? Roan and the late Tybalt were exceedingly cautious. They never explicitly suggested that Bono Goodville instigated the explosion at his chemical plant. They merely insinuated their support for the Member of Parliament's policies and preached a philosophy of decay. They might exploit Bono Goodville's blinded mind, misconstruing their words to justify his actions. It has been nearly 2 days, and finding any traces of Bono Goodville being influenced by superpowers is proving challenging. Put simply, we lack sufficient evidence to apprehend Secretary Roan and employ beyond our powers in the interrogation. We can only summon and question him through conventional means." Valentine seethed with anger, but he realized there was nothing he could do. He harbored an unwavering certainty that something was awry with the Member of Parliament secretary, yet due to regulations, he couldn't employ mystical methods to confront him. After a brief pause, he glanced at Bono Goodville, sprawled on a recliner like a heap of decaying meat, and spoke with a deep voice. "I suggest we deliver him to the stake." Angoulême nodded, addressing Valentine and Imra. "Let us proceed. Take this man back to the market district, where he deserves to meet his end in 10 different manners." Valentine was taken aback. "Deacon, aren't we going to track down the 3 Beyonders who infiltrated this place?" Angoulême chuckled. "Why should we?" Valentine gazed at him, perplexed by his deacon's approach. Imra, accustomed to his ways, whispered, "The 3 Beyonders infiltrated this place without pillaging or harming anyone. They merely sought information about the chemical plant explosion and the visit to the Member of Parliament's office. It's evident they possess a genuine interest in Secretary Roan and Member of Parliament Hugues Artois. I even wonder if they're from the Aurora Order, and one of them is the one who killed Assistant Secretary Tybalt." Angoulême chuckled and added, "Since we are barred from thoroughly investigating the Member of Parliament's office due to contracts and regulations, why not allow untamed Beyonders, equally keen on prying and employing violence, to squeeze out the pus and expose it to the sunlight? Wouldn't that pose a problem?" Valentine blurted out. Amused, Angoulême responded, "Of course not. When dealing with cunning individuals adept at exploiting regulations, we must be even more cunning and find loopholes. If need be, we can even collaborate with secret organizations and unite with wild Beyonders. The contracts we hold with members of Parliament and high-ranking officials only limit certain actions. They don't prohibit us from harboring ill intentions or cultivating informants among untamed Beyonders. Such contracts don't constrain the actions of untamed Beyonders. Likewise, these contracts mainly serve as restrictions. They don't compel us to take certain actions. Sometimes we can observe events unfold without transgressing the contract while handling things in the usual manner." Valentine, even beneath the sun, shadows abound. Consider everyone's shadows, for instance. You must learn to coexist with them. At times, you must eliminate them, and at others, utilize them to extol the sun. Valentine recalled his collaboration with Lumian and Cordu, and reluctantly embraced the deacon's words. He extended his arms and replied, "Praise the sun." Angoulême added, "I did not craft these words. Ever since Emperor Rosel's demise, the 2 churches, Parliament, the government, the military, and Bureau 8 have been embroiled in conflicts. Each has amassed considerable combat experience that would not be deemed above board in any other context. Hence, why do you think I silently permit the presence of wild Beyonders amidst the mobs of the market district? Based solely on the reassurances and rhetoric of the superintendents? No, I merely believe they may prove useful at some point. Of course, it is everyone's responsibility to tolerate the convergence of heretics into a large mob. I am no exception. There are advantages and disadvantages to everything. Valentine contemplated in silence, refraining from further inquiries. Similar tensions were apparent in Riston province, although they paled in comparison to those in Trier. After all, this was the heartland of the nation. During their journey from underground Trier to the market district, Lumian, having removed his bandages, cast a glance at the silent Jenna and casually remarked, "I thought you'd dispatch Bono Goodville on the spot, subjecting him to unforgettable torment even if he became a ghost. Who would have guessed you'd merely stab him in the shoulder?" Jenna pursed her lips and took a few steps ahead before responding in a hushed voice. "If he dies now, the legal process for accident compensation will drag on for years. It might even be symbolic." Though she no longer cared, many people still awaited justice. Franca subtly nodded and added, "Fear not. Bono Goodville will undoubtedly face the death penalty. The only question is the means. Besides, we have left clues for the official Beyonders. Just as we shield Hugues Artois, we shall always assist in eliminating hidden dangers." Jenna offered a sad smile. "That's the member of parliament we elected." His secretary and assistant secretary greeted us with an enormous explosion intentionally. "Are you afraid?" Lumian mockingly inquired. Jenna fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Lumian pressed on, "I have never relished the benefits of Intis, nor have I cast a vote. Should I encounter a similar situation, I would not spare the member of parliament secretary or even the president who governs this country. My sister once said that blood alone can repay blood. I care not for the identity of the bleeding individual." Jenna's expression contorted once more, and she spoke with a tinge of anguish. "My mother always taught me to be kind and embrace forgiveness. I cannot allow suffering and hatred to dictate my life. That way, I shall never see the light." Without waiting for Lumian and Franca to respond, she lowered her head and gritted her teeth. "But I despise it so much." Lumian pursed his lips and stated, "If you eliminate all your enemies, your life shall not be governed by hatred." Jenna fell silent for a few seconds before giving a terse nod. At the very least, I shall not let Secretary Roan off the hook." Franca promptly commended her. "Very good. Maintain this resolve." She then emphasized, "Of course, revenge cannot be blind or impulsive. You must wait until you are strong enough and seize the opportune moment to act. Otherwise, you shall only bring more harm to your family and friends. Furthermore, you will have to witness your enemy living a good life." "All right," Jenna softly replied, nodding. Late at night, Jenna, clad in her usual attire, returned to her home at 17 Rue Pasteur in Quartier du Jardin Botanique, her emotions in disarray. This place was situated near Rue Saint-Hilaire in the market district, and the multitude of factories south of Quartier du Jardin Botanique. Previously, Jenna's family had opted to rent this place for the convenience of Elodie and Julian's work. Upon opening the door, Jenna was greeted by the sight of her brother Julian, crouched by the window, his head buried in his hands. Her heart sank, and her voice quivered as she inquired, "Julian, what's the matter?" Illuminated by the crimson moonlight, Julian leaned against the old wooden table, wearing an expression of terror. "Don't fire me. Don't fire me. My mother passed away. She really passed away. That's why I didn't come to the factory this afternoon. Don't fire me. Don't fire me. Mom, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone in the ward. It's all on me entirely." Sob. Julian broke into tears, resembling a frightened child. It seemed as though he had lost his sanity. Jenna stood in the darkness at the doorway, gazing blankly at her brother. It felt as though she was slowly descending into an unfathomable abyss. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 250, Condolence Banquet. Julian's sobs reverberated through the room, bathed in the glow of the moon. Jenna stood hesitantly by the door, unwilling to take a single step forward. Fear gripped her, fear that stepping inside would confirm this as reality and not some dreadful nightmare. After a while, Jenna shut her eyes tightly and clenched her teeth as she entered the room that served as Julian's bedroom, living space, kitchen, and dining area. Hunching down beside her brother, she let him cry, not daring to touch him in a state of shock. Softly as she spoke, "We don't have much debt left to settle. Even if we lose our current jobs, we can find new ones. There's no rush. You have a solid foundation. There must be other masters out there, who would gladly take you in. Mom wanted us to have a better life, not to wallow in self-blame. Jenna repeated these words again and again until Julian, his spirit shattered, exhausted himself. His body gradually weakened, and he slumped against the wall by the window, drifting off to sleep. Finally, silence fell. Watching her brother's face slowly relax, his fear and anguish ebbing away, Jenna let out a silent sigh. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. After shedding silent tears for some time, she rose to her feet and made her way to Julian's bed. Tenderly, she gathered the blanket and draped it over her sleeping brother, leaning against the wall. Having done all this, she trudged wearily back to the other room. It was her and her mother Elodie's bedroom. Jenna lay down, her vacant eyes fixed on the dimly lit ceiling, cast in moonlight. Her mother's words echoed incessantly in her mind, but she couldn't convince herself. Perhaps, aside from a fortunate few, darkness was the dominant theme in life. Light was but an occasional adornment. Abruptly, Jenna seized her mother's pillow and pressed it against her face, her body trembling with suppressed sobs. Why is darkness always so overpowering, devoid of light? When will the sun rise again? At some point, Jenna succumbed to a deep slumber. She was startled awake by the commotion outside. Sitting up, she rubbed her swollen eyes and hastened out of the room. The sight that greeted her eyes was Julian, toasting slices of bread. He no longer bore the devastation of the previous night. Instead, he was focused on his task. Jenna's lips quivered for a moment before she finally spoke her customary greeting. "Why are you up so early?" Julian responded with a touch of stiffness. "I didn't have dinner yesterday, and my hunger woke me up. Just wait a little longer. The toast will be ready soon." Observing her brother's state, Jenna couldn't ease her worry. If Julian were still in the midst of a mental breakdown, weeping as he did the night before, she might feel uncomfortable, gloomy, and desperate, but she wouldn't be afraid. She would compel her brother to meet Franca and have her find a genuine psychiatrist for his treatment. Yet now she couldn't be certain if Julian had genuinely recovered or if he was merely presenting a facade of normalcy. If there were unresolved issues lurking beneath, they could prove catastrophic when they resurfaced. Jenna feared her brother might leap from a building and end his own life just after they finished breakfast. Carefully observing Julian for a while, she sensed that his hysterical breakdown had indeed dissipated, but his mind hadn't fully returned to its usual state. When Julian prepared breakfast, he moved with agility and skill. No issues there. However, during their conversations, he appeared wooden, rigid, and slow to react. This convinced Jenna that her brother had repressed not only his breakdown and abnormalities, but also his thoughts and soul. So, I still have to find a real psychiatrist. Jenna's vision blurred once more. Before long, Julian finished toasting the bread and went to a nearby vendor to purchase a relatively fresh can of milk. As Jenna nibbled on her breakfast, she pretended indifference and glanced at her brother. "I couldn't sleep last night, and I felt despondent. I want to see a psychiatrist. You don't seem any better. Would you like to come with me?" After a brief pause, Julian replied, "I need to job hunt." A wave of sorrow washed over Jenna once more. Her brother didn't question her pursuit of a psychiatrist. People in this neighborhood were reluctant to visit even a regular doctor, let alone a psychiatrist, for mental concerns. Most of them were unaware of the profession of psychiatrist and didn't believe they had any psychological issues. Considering that seeing a genuine psychiatrist might require an appointment, Jenna didn't press the matter. After some contemplation, she spoke encouragingly. "I think you should choose your employer and master carefully this time. It's normal not to find a job within a few days. It might take a week or two, or even a month. When the time comes, both of us will have an income. Maybe we can settle the remaining debt within a year. I certainly can't do it alone. The income of an underground singer isn't stable. I never know when my popularity might wane." On the one hand, Jenna aimed to alleviate the pressure on her brother in advance, so he wouldn't break down again due to the inability to find a job quickly. On the other hand, she emphasized his importance, assuring him that she couldn't do it alone. By relying on his responsibility, she sought to fortify his will to survive and prevent any sudden thoughts of suicide. Jenna, who had never considered such details the previous day, couldn't help but ponder similar matters today. Having repeatedly steadied Julian's condition, she watched her brother depart for the gathering spot at Quartier du Jardin Botanique, where factories sought employees and gave opportunities. After taking a brief rest, Jenna left 17 Rue Pasteur, still feeling somewhat weary, and made her way towards Rue Saint-Hilaire, which was within close proximity. Her plan was to stroll leisurely towards Rue de Blouses Blanches. It would coincide with Franca waking up, enabling her to persuade Franca to arrange an appointment with a genuine psychiatrist. Lost in her thoughts as she passed the intersection, Jenna's gaze swept across the vacant space, catching sight of a newspaper article displayed on a nearby newsstand. Member of Parliament Hugues Artois stresses impartial handling of Goodville chemical factory explosion. Intrigued, Jenna was drawn to the words, instinctively stepping closer and picking up the newspaper to swiftly peruse the news. Newly elected Member of Parliament Hugues Artois believes it is unjust to vilify factory owners solely based on accidents. Nor should factory owners, who generate numerous jobs and contribute taxes to the country, face bankruptcy after enduring a mishap. Such circumstances would result in a surge of bankruptcies, heightened unemployment rates, and a fresh wave of protests and turmoil. Hugues Artois has expressed his commitment to not forget the injured and deceased in the explosion. He intends to establish a new public welfare fund to assist factory owners in covering a portion of accident compensation, enabling the factories to continue operating. Those responsible for the accident will bear the weight of their sins through increased job creation and tax contributions. He further stated his intent to propose a bill at the National Convention, fostering a more favorable environment for entrepreneurs. This would involve streamlined dismissal of unqualified workers and employees, as well as fairer compensation for accidents. At that moment, Jenna's shoulders quivered unexpectedly. She laughed, her body trembling for an extended period. After a while, she set the newspaper down and resumed her onward journey. Unbeknownst to her, Jenna arrived at Rue Saint-Hilaire and the partially destroyed Goodville chemical factory. As she gazed at the battered metal tank, thoughts of her mother, Elodie, flooded her mind once again. She would always gravitate towards that iconic structure upon entering the factory. A few minutes later, through her blurred vision, Jenna spotted an unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar face. It was a woman donned in a worn-out dress who said to Jenna, "Hurry, let's make our way to Avenue du Marquet. The Member of Parliament is hosting a condolence banquet and extending invitations. We might be able to obtain something." "A condolence banquet?" Jenna asked, bewildered. The woman nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, indeed. Your mother was injured in the explosion, too. Don't you remember? We met in the ward. That Member of Parliament arrived at the hospital just half an hour ago. There will be a condolence banquet later." "Hugues Artois," Jenna blurted out instinctively. Exactly. That's the name," the woman affirmed, grasping the dazed Jenna's arm and hastening towards the Member of Parliament's office on Avenue du Marquet. Half an hour later, they reached the khaki-colored four-story building. Many individuals dressed like paupers were queued up for inspection, awaiting entry into the hall. Jenna, wearing a simple grayish-blue dress, let her hair fall naturally over her shoulders without any makeup. She joined the back of the line and gradually made her way forward. Nearly 15 minutes later, it was finally her turn. A woman in a dark blue uniform began the inspection, starting with Jenna's head and proceeding to her boots. After confirming the absence of any dangerous items, the woman directed her to register and verify her identity before entering the banquet hall. Aubert's du Coq d'Or, room 207. Lumian cast a surprised glance at Franca, who had appeared at the door, and exclaimed, "You're early again today." Franca, still donning a blouse, light-colored breeches, and red boots, was now clad in a different ensemble. She scoffed and retorted, "I'm merely concerned that you and Jenna might outwardly agree, only to carry out an assassination on the Member of Parliament's secretary room. Am I seen as such a reckless individual in your eyes?" Lumian inquired. "Yes," Franca responded without hesitation. She even contemplated adding the word most, but when she recollected a folk of rage she had encountered in a seaside town, she felt that Lumian couldn't be categorized as one. Breathing a sigh of relief, she continued, "Since you haven't acted impulsively, Jenna should be safe. I'll go and visit her, assessing if she requires any assistance at home." Just as Franca concluded her statement, hurried footsteps resounded from downstairs, drawing nearer. Lumian and Franca, positioned by the doorway, turned their heads to behold Jenna, garbed in a simple grayish-blue dress, her hair tousled, rushing over in distress. She sobbed and uttered, my brother has gone insane. He's become a lunatic."